Welcome back to Sleep Storyteller, where every night is a new adventure, and every story is a journey into the unknown. I'm so glad you're here, ready to relax, unwind, and let the gentle sound of rain guide you into a peaceful slumber. As we begin tonight's story, I invite you to close your eyes, take a deep breath, and let the world outside fade away. Remember, this is your space, a place to let go, to dream, and to find the calm you need. If you're ready for tonight's story, go ahead and hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and leave a comment below sharing what helps you relax most at night. Now, let's begin. The path of gentle winds, in a distant corner of the world, where the hills rolled like waves beneath the endless sky, there lay a village known for its tranquility. It was a place where the wind always seemed to blow softly, carrying the scent of wildflowers and fresh grass, and where the trees swayed in rhythm with the breath of the earth. The villagers called it the meadow's edge, a name that spoke of both their home's beauty and its peaceful nature. Among the villagers was a young woman named Lyra, whose spirit was as gentle as the winds that danced through the meadows. With long, dark hair that rippled in the breeze and eyes that sparkled like the morning sky, she seemed as much a part of the land as the flowers that bloomed beneath her feet. Lyra had always been drawn to the wind, the way it whispered through the trees and tugged at her hair, as if it carried secrets from far-off places. For years, she had lived in harmony with the world around her, helping her people with their daily tasks, tending to the gardens, weaving baskets, and offering guidance to those in need. But there was something inside of her that longed for more. It was a quiet yearning, a feeling that the winds carried a message just for her, a call to venture beyond the familiar hills and see what lay beyond the horizon. One evening, as the sun dipped low in the sky, casting long shadows across the fields, Lyra stood at the edge of the village and listened to the wind. It was gentle, as it always was, but tonight, it felt different. There was a subtle strength in it, a whisper that seemed to beckon her toward the unknown. Lyra, a voice called from behind her. She turned to see her grandmother, who had been the village's elder for many years. Her silver hair was tied in a loose braid, and her weathered face was lined with the wisdom of ages. "Grandmother," Lyra said, her voice soft. "Do you hear it? The wind, it's calling to me." The elder nodded, her gaze distant as she looked toward the distant mountains, their peaks just visible in the fading light. "I have felt it, too. The wind has always carried its messages, but tonight, it seems different. The winds are restless, Lyra, and they are calling you." Lyra's heart quickened. But what does it mean? Where will it lead me? Her grandmother placed a hand on her shoulder, her touch gentle but firm. "The wind is a guide, Lyra. It will take you on a path, but the journey is yours to make. There are things you must learn, places you must see. The winds will show you the way, but only if you trust them." Lyra looked out toward the horizon, her mind swirling with questions and possibilities. She had always known that she was meant for something more than the peaceful life she had led in the village, but she had never imagined that the winds would be the ones to show her the way. "I will follow the wind," Lyra said, her voice steady. "Wherever it leads me." Her grandmother smiled softly, a glimmer of pride in her eyes. "Go with my blessing, Lyra. The world is waiting for you." As the first stars began to twinkle in the sky, Lyra took a deep breath, feeling the cool breeze on her skin. The wind wrapped around her like a familiar embrace, and for the first time in her life, she felt as though she were truly ready to step into the unknown. With a final glance at her grandmother, Lyra turned toward the path that led beyond the village, where the hills met the vast expanse of the world. The wind whispered through her hair, urging her forward, and she stepped onto the path of gentle winds. Ready to discover the secrets it held, Lyra's feet carried her softly over the familiar hills, the village now a distant memory behind her. The path before her seemed endless, winding and meandering through forests, across streams, and over valleys, but the wind, her guide, was never far from her side. It swept through the tall grass, caressed the branches of the trees, and whispered promises of the journey ahead. Each step she took felt like she was being drawn deeper into the embrace of the world itself. For days, she traveled, allowing the wind to guide her, following its whispers and its gentle tug. The further she went, the more she felt the sense of peace she had known in her village, a peace that had once been content but now felt like a distant echo. The world beyond her home was vast, filled with new landscapes and people, each with their own stories to tell. But the wind, it seemed, was always carrying her in one direction, toward the distant mountains, where the skies were darker and the wind stronger. On the fourth day of her journey, Lyra found herself in a valley surrounded by towering cliffs. The air here was thick with the scent of pine and the sound of rushing water from a stream that wound through the valley floor. The wind here was different. It carried with it a sense of urgency, almost as though it was warning her. She paused at the edge of the stream, kneeling down to drink from its cool waters. As she cupped her hands and brought the water to her lips, she caught a glimpse of something strange, a shadow flickering in the corner of her eye. Turning, she saw nothing but the rustling of leaves and the faint motion of the wind. Yet, the sensation of being watched lingered, like an invisible presence hovering just beyond the edges of her perception. Lyra's heart beat a little faster, but the wind, ever her companion, brushed against her skin, comforting her in a way that only it could. "You are not alone," she whispered softly, the words more for herself than anyone else. She had always felt connected to the earth and the wind, but now, in this strange land, she began to wonder if there was something more to her journey, something that reached deeper than the soft whispers of the breeze. As evening approached, she decided to set up camp by the stream. The sky above began to darken, and the wind shifted again, this time colder, more insistent. It wasn't long before the first hints of a storm began to form on the horizon, a heavy cloud bank rolling in from the west. Lyra worked quickly to prepare her camp, pulling out her blankets and making sure everything was secure. The wind had grown strong, and as the first raindrops began to fall, she took shelter under a canopy of trees, listening to the storm's fury as it washed over the land. The wind howled through the trees, bending them low, but Lyra remained calm. She had always found peace in the storms, knowing that the world needed both the calm and the chaos to exist in balance. As she settled down for the night, the wind seemed to soften again, its fury dissipating into a steady hum that echoed through the valley. The storm passed quickly, and as the clouds cleared, the stars emerged, their light shimmering like silver dust across the vast sky. Lyra closed her eyes, her thoughts swirling with questions. Why had the wind brought her here? What was waiting for her in the distant mountains? And most importantly, what had she been chosen to find? In the quiet of the night, as the last remnants of the storm faded into the distance, she felt a sudden pull, an unmistakable tug within her heart, drawing her toward the mountains. The wind had spoken to her again. Though in its own way, through the rustle of leaves, the rhythm of the stream, and the flicker of shadows. It was time to move forward. The next morning, Lyra packed up her things and set her sights on the towering peaks ahead. The wind was once again at her back, gentle but firm, urging her onward. She felt a deep sense of purpose growing within her, a purpose she couldn't yet fully understand but knew was hers to fulfill. With each step, the landscape began to change. The lush valley gave way to rugged terrain, the trees becoming sparse as the air grew thinner. The wind, still guiding her, seemed to carry a new energy, as if it knew what was waiting for her at the journey's end. As the sun began to set on the second day of her ascent, Lyra found herself standing at the base of a great mountain. The wind howled around her, stronger than ever, as though the mountain itself was alive, speaking in a language only the wind could understand. The path ahead was steep and treacherous, but Lyra felt no fear. She could hear the whispers of the wind, now clearer than ever, urging her to climb. "Trust me," the wind seemed to say. "I will guide you." With resolve in her heart, Lyra began her ascent. The path was difficult, the air cold and thin, but the wind was always there, lifting her spirits, coaxing her forward with each step. She felt an unspoken promise that whatever lay ahead, she was meant to face it, and so, with the winds of the world at her back, Lyra climbed, knowing that the path she walked was hers alone to follow. The climb was slow and grueling. The mountain loomed above her like a silent sentinel, its rocky face jagged and imposing. Yet, the wind, ever constant and unyielding, seemed to encourage her at every turn, lifting her spirits when doubt threatened to creep in. It swirled around her, teasing her hair, pulling her forward as if guiding her steps towards something unknown, something vital. By the third day of her ascent, the air had grown thin and biting. Lyra's breath came in shallow gasps, and the wind was colder now, sharp against her skin. But she didn't stop. She couldn't stop. Something deep within her told her that the summit was close, that the answers she sought were waiting just beyond the next bend. As she neared a narrow ridge, the wind began to shift, its whispers becoming more distinct. The sound wasn't just a rush of air anymore, it was as if the wind was speaking to her in words, its voice like a distant murmur, soft but clear. "The path is not easy, but you are not alone," the wind seemed to say, its voice carrying a warmth that contrasted the chill of the mountain. "What you seek is not in the distance, but within you." Lyra paused, her hand resting against the cold stone of the ridge. The words sent a shiver through her. Not from the cold, but from a deep sense of knowing. She had always believed the wind carried messages, but now it seemed as if the wind was speaking directly to her heart. "Within me?" she murmured, more to herself than to the wind. What could that possibly mean? The wind answered with a soft gust that brushed her face, ruffling her hair like an affectionate touch. For a moment, Lyra closed her eyes, letting the wind's presence fill her, feeling its strength and grace. Suddenly, a strange feeling washed over her, something akin to a memory, but not one she could recall. It was as though the mountain itself was calling her, beckoning her to remember something deep within her soul. She couldn't understand it, but she felt the truth of it, the weight of it pressing gently against her chest. With renewed determination, she continued to climb. As she neared the top of the ridge, the air grew colder still, and the wind began to howl in earnest, a fierce gust that whipped around her with an intensity she had never felt before. Her breath came faster, her muscles aching, but still, she pushed forward. There was no turning back now. Finally, after what felt like hours of climbing, Lyra reached the top. She stood there for a moment, gasping for breath, looking out over the vast expanse before her. The mountain stretched on in every direction, the world below her nothing more than a blur of green and brown. The sky above was a deep, midnight blue, and the stars sparkled like scattered jewels, but it wasn't the view that caught her attention, it was the figure standing before her, a figure cloaked in flowing, silver robes, their face hidden beneath a hood. They stood at the edge of a cliff, as though waiting for her. The wind seemed to swirl around them, lifting their robe and brushing against their face, yet they remained still, unyielding, as if they were part of the mountain itself. Lyra's heart pounded in her chest, her feet frozen to the earth beneath her. She had not expected this. She had thought the mountain was just a physical challenge, a test of endurance. But now, standing before this figure, she realized that her journey had always been something more than she had known. "Who are you?" Lyra called out, her voice barely audible against the wind's howling. The figure did not answer immediately. Instead, they turned, their face still hidden beneath the shadow of their hood. For a moment, there was silence, as if the mountain itself was holding its breath. Then, finally, the figure spoke, their voice low and steady, like the rumble of thunder in the distance. "I am the keeper of the winds," the figure said. "And you, Lyra, have come far. But the path is not yet finished. There are lessons you must learn, truths you must embrace." Lyra's heart raced, a mix of excitement and uncertainty filling her. "What truths? I don't understand. What do you want from me?" The keeper of the wind stepped forward, their presence commanding, yet calm. The wind swirled around them like a dance, as if the very air was responding to their movements. "It is not what I want from you, Lyra. It is what you must find within yourself. The wind has guided you here, not by chance, but because you are destined to carry its message. You are the one who will carry the winds of change to the world below." The words hung in the air, like a weight that Lyra couldn't fully comprehend. Her mind raced, and her heart felt as if it might burst from her chest. "I don't understand," she whispered, almost pleading. "I'm just a girl from a small village. I don't have the power to change anything." The keeper of the winds raised a hand, and in an instant, the wind stilled, quieting around them as if in reverence. "The power is not in you alone, Lyra. It is in the wind, in the earth, in the balance of all things. You must learn to listen, to truly hear the wind's voice, to understand its language. Only then will you be able to carry its message and restore the balance the world has lost." Lyra stood still, her mind struggling to grasp the enormity of what she was being told. Restore the balance. But how? "I don't know what to do." The keeper smiled, though the smile was soft and knowing, as if they could see something in her that she could not yet see in herself. "The wind will teach you, Lyra. Trust it. And trust yourself." With that, the keeper of the winds turned, their robes flowing like liquid silver in the breeze. They walked toward the edge of the cliff, and for a moment, Lyra thought they might disappear into the wind itself. But then, as though in response to her unspoken question, the keeper paused and turned back toward her. The journey does not end here. It is only beginning. You must go further, deeper. The answers lie within the heart of the wind, and only by embracing its power can you restore what has been lost. And with that, the figure disappeared into the night, leaving Lyra alone at the summit, with only the whispering winds and the weight of their words to guide her. The wind began to shift once again, as though acknowledging the gravity of the keeper's words. Lyra stood at the summit, her breath still heavy from the climb, but her heart was now filled with something else, an unsettling mix of awe and uncertainty. The keeper had said that she would restore the balance of the world, that she was somehow connected to the wind in a way she could not yet understand. But how? And why her? She looked out over the vast expanse of the mountain range, the dark sky above now twinkling with countless stars. The wind was still, almost as though waiting for her next move. Lyra closed her eyes and took a deep breath, trying to center herself. She had come so far, and there was no turning back now. The wind had called her here, and the keeper had given her a task she didn't yet fully grasp. But there was one thing she was certain of: she couldn't do it alone. The thought brought her focus back to the wind. It had always been with her, gentle, guiding, mysterious, and now it seemed like a constant companion, waiting for her to understand its language. The mountain was silent, save for the occasional rustle of the trees below. She could feel the wind picking up again, a soft current that began to brush against her skin, urging her to move forward. She started down the path that the keeper had pointed to, the wind now at her back, whispering in her ear. She trusted it, as she always had, but now she could sense that the wind was trying to communicate something deeper, something more profound. The path was rough, winding through jagged rocks and sparse trees, and the further she descended, the more intense the wind became. It howled through the valley like a voice in the night, but this time it felt different. There was an urgency to it. She didn't understand the words, but the tone was unmistakable. Something was wrong. The balance the keeper had spoken of was in danger, and the wind was warning her. Hours passed as she descended, but it felt as though time itself was bending around her. The wind seemed to grow stronger, the air thinner, until she reached a small plateau. The landscape had changed once again, no longer the jagged rocks of the mountain, but a dense forest, dark and silent, stretching out before her like a forgotten realm. The air here felt thick with energy, as though the trees themselves were holding their breath, waiting for something. Lyra hesitated at the edge of the forest, the wind tugging at her cloak, urging her to enter. With a deep breath, she stepped forward, the soft earth beneath her feet giving way to the thick underbrush. The silence of the forest was unsettling, but the wind remained with her, its whispers guiding her through the trees. She walked deeper into the woods, the shadows lengthening as the sun sank behind the mountains. The wind was now calm, as if it, too, was waiting. It swirled around her, brushing the leaves of the trees, urging her to keep moving. The deeper she went, the more it felt like the forest was alive, like it had a pulse, a heartbeat. The trees stretched high above her, their gnarled branches twisting and reaching as though they were watching her every move, and then, in the stillness, she heard it. A faint whisper in the wind, so soft it was almost imperceptible. But it was there. Her heart raced as she strained to hear it, the words just beyond her comprehension. "Find the heart of the forest," the voice murmured, barely audible against the rustling leaves. "It is there that the answer lies." The words sent a chill down her spine. The heart of the forest. What did that mean? Lyra's gaze swept over the trees, but all she saw were endless shadows, stretching out into the unknown. The wind picked up again, more insistent now, like a tug on her very soul. She had no choice but to follow it. She continued deeper into the forest, each step feeling heavier than the last. The air grew colder, the shadows darker, and the silence was suffocating. And then, as if in answer to her unspoken question, the wind parted the trees before her, revealing a small clearing. At the center of the clearing stood a single, ancient tree, its trunk twisted and gnarled, its branches stretching out like fingers toward the sky. Its bark shimmered faintly in the dim light, and a strange, soft glow emanated from its roots, casting an eerie light across the ground. Lyra stepped forward, her heart pounding in her chest. The wind was still, as if waiting for her to approach. There was something powerful about this tree, something ancient. As she approached, the wind seemed to hum around her, and the air grew thick with energy. She reached out tentatively, her fingers brushing against the glowing bark. The moment her hand touched the tree, the ground beneath her feet seemed to shift, and the world around her blurred. In an instant, she was no longer standing in the clearing, but in a vast, open space. The sky was dark, and the stars shone brightly overhead. She was standing at the edge of a great chasm, its depths unfathomable, stretching out before her like an endless abyss. At the center of the chasm stood a figure, tall, cloaked in robes of deep midnight blue, their face hidden beneath a hood. The wind, unlike any wind she had ever felt, swept around the figure, its force intense and powerful, yet there was a strange peace about it, as though this was where the winds of the world converged. Lyra's voice caught in her throat as she stared at the figure. This place, this vision, felt familiar, yet she had never been here before. The figure turned slowly, their presence commanding. The wind around them swirled and twisted. And for the first time in her journey, Lyra understood the words that the wind was whispering. "You have come far, Lyra," the figure said, their voice echoing in the vast emptiness. "But the path is not yet complete. You must choose. Will you walk the path of the winds, or will you return to the world you know?" The question echoed through her mind, and the wind seemed to pause, holding its breath. Lyra stood frozen, unsure of how to answer. She had come so far, and yet the choice before her felt impossible. Lyra stood at the edge of the chasm, her heart racing in her chest, her mind swirling with confusion and doubt. The figure cloaked in midnight blue loomed before her, their presence both commanding and calming, like the wind itself. The question they posed echoed through her mind, reverberating in the very air around her. Will you walk the path of the winds, or will you return to the world you know? The wind, which had once whispered gently, now roared around her, as if urging her to make a decision. Yet, in the midst of this whirlwind, Lyra felt a strange sense of peace, a stillness within her, as though the answer was not something to be feared, but something to be embraced. The figure remained silent, their dark hood hiding their face, leaving Lyra to confront the choice that had been placed before her. Her gaze fell on the chasm before her, its depths endless and dark, an abyss that seemed to stretch out forever. It was as though the chasm symbolized the uncertainty that lay ahead. vast, mysterious, and unknown, but she also saw something else: the wind. It swirled around her, guiding her, whispering its secrets, as though it had always known the path she was meant to walk. Lyra closed her eyes, taking a deep breath. The wind had always been with her. It had guided her through the trials of the mountain, led her to the heart of the forest, and now, it was offering her a choice. She thought of her village, her home, and the life she had left behind. Would it be easier to return to the familiar, to live a life she understood, free from the weight of responsibility? Or was there something more? Something greater, waiting for her on this path she was so reluctant to embrace? As she pondered the choice, the wind seemed to grow still, as though it, too, was waiting for her to choose. There was no hurry. There was no judgment. Just the steady, patient rhythm of the world, waiting for her decision. Lyra's mind turned to the keeper of the winds, the first figure to speak to her on this journey. You are destined to carry the winds of change to the world below. Those words had haunted her since she had first heard them. She had not understood them then, and she still didn't fully understand them now, but deep inside her, she felt a stirring. The wind had brought her this far for a reason. Perhaps she was meant to carry its message after all. The figure before her stepped closer, their presence heavy and powerful, but still calm. You are not the first to stand at this crossroads, Lyra, they said, their voice low and soothing. The path of the winds is not an easy one. It is filled with challenges, sacrifices, and uncertainties. But it is also a path of wisdom, of growth, of discovering your true self. You must decide whether you are ready to embrace it. Lyra looked up at the figure, her heart swelling with a mixture of fear and determination. She had been afraid to leave her village, afraid to step into the unknown, but every step she had taken had led her here. To this moment, what will happen if I choose to walk this path? She asked, her voice steadied despite the uncertainty that swirled within her. The figure did not immediately answer. Instead, they raised a hand, and the wind calmed around them, swirling gently at their feet. The air grew thick with a sense of anticipation, and for a moment, Lyra felt as though she were standing at the very edge of a precipice, staring into the unknown. If you choose this path, you will become one with the wind, the figure said, their voice soft but firm. You will learn its language, its secrets. You will carry its messages to those who need to hear them. But the path will not be without its trials. The winds are capricious, and they do not always blow in the direction we desire. The wind around Lyra shifted then, pulling at her cloak and swirling her hair. It was almost as though it was speaking to her, urging her to listen, urging her to understand. The choice lay before her, clear and undeniable, and deep inside her, something stirred, a deep, resonant truth. She thought of the keeper's words again. You are the one who will carry the winds of change to the world below. The winds of change. What did that mean? Was she really ready to take on such a responsibility? The figure before her waited patiently, their hood still shadowing their face, but their presence was gentle. The wind no longer howled, it whispered, as if it, too, was waiting for her decision. Lyra stepped closer to the chasm, peering into the abyss. She felt the pull of the wind, urging her to step forward, but at the same time, she felt a deep hesitation, a fear of what might lie ahead. Yet, even in her fear, She felt a sense of purpose rising within her, a quiet knowing that this was her path, her journey to walk. With a final deep breath, she turned back to the figure, her resolve solidifying within her. "I will walk the path of the winds," she said, her voice steady and sure. The figure nodded, a soft, approving smile appearing beneath their hood. The wind, as if in response to her decision, surged around her, lifting her hair, brushing her face with a gentle, reassuring touch. Then, "Lyra, you are ready," the figure said. "The winds have chosen you, and you have chosen them. The path begins now." And with those words, the world around her shifted once again. The chasm faded, the stars above her grew brighter, and the wind whispered its secrets in her ear, guiding her forward. Lyra took a step, and then another. The path of the winds was before her, and she was ready to walk it. The air shifted once more as Lyra took her first step onto the path of the winds. It was a gentle push against her back, as if the world itself were offering her encouragement. She felt a lightness in her heart, a quiet joy mixed with the uncertainty of what was to come. But it was a joy that resonated deeply with her soul, like the softest of whispers on a cool breeze. As she walked, the world around her seemed to blur and shift. The familiar forest, the ancient tree, and the chasm, all faded behind her, leaving only the open sky and the vast horizon ahead. It felt like stepping into an entirely new world, one where the wind carried the weight of her thoughts and the whispers of the earth echoed in her ears. The wind swirled around her as if eager to share its secrets. It tugged at her cloak, brushed against her face, and wrapped around her like an old friend guiding her steps. Lyra closed her eyes, letting the wind speak to her. It sung a mixture of ancient voices and forgotten stories. The path ahead was no longer a physical trail but a journey through the wind itself. The earth beneath her feet seemed to melt away, and she felt herself lifted on the currents of air, carried effortlessly forward. It was as though she had become one with the wind, fluid, free, and weightless. As she traveled, strange and beautiful sights began to unfold before her. The sky above her shifted in color, from soft blues to deep purples and golds. The wind carried with it the scent of distant places, salt from the sea, the earthy aroma of rain-soaked soil, and the sweet fragrance of wildflowers. The air was thick with magic, each breath bringing with it a deeper understanding of the world she was now a part of. But even in this vast, open space, Lyra could feel the presence of something ancient and powerful, something that watched over her as she journeyed. The wind was her guide, but it was also something more, an extension of herself, a force that was both a part of her and beyond her comprehension. She could sense that the path ahead would not always be gentle. The wind, though kind now, had a wildness to it, a raw, untamed energy that hinted at the challenges she would face. But she was ready. She had chosen this path, and now there was no turning back. Hours passed. Or perhaps it was days. The concept of time seemed to have little meaning in this place. Lyra walked on, her feet light, her heart steady. The wind whispered to her, offering guidance when needed, and in return, she listened. She understood now that the wind spoke not in words, but in feelings, in moments of clarity that would rise from the depths of her being. As she traveled deeper into this strange world, she began to encounter others. At first, they were mere shadows, figures on the edge of her vision, moving in harmony with the wind. Then, as the days passed, the figures became clearer, more distinct, until she could make out their forms fully. They were other travelers, each walking their own path, but all bound by the same force, the wind. Some were solitary, their faces veiled in mystery, while others moved together in groups, sharing in the rhythm of the breeze. There was a quiet peace in their presence, as though they, too, had embraced the wind as a part of themselves. Lyra approached one of the travelers, a woman with silver hair that shimmered in the light of the setting sun. She moved with the grace of a dancer, her feet barely touching the ground as the wind lifted her onward. The woman turned to her as Lyra approached, her expression serene, as if she had been expecting her. "The wind has brought you here," she said softly, her voice carrying the weight of years spent walking the path. "You are not the first to walk this journey, nor will you be the last. But you are the one the wind has chosen." Lyra hesitated, unsure of what to say. "I don't understand," she admitted. "I've only just begun, and yet it feels as though the wind has been with me for a lifetime." The woman smiled, a gentle curve of her lips. "The wind has always been with you, Lyra. It has guided you, protected you, and now it will teach you. But to truly understand the wind, you must learn to listen, not just with your ears, but with your heart." The words resonated deeply within Lyra. She had always known the wind, had always felt its presence, but she had never truly listened. She had taken it for granted, as if it were a constant companion that simply existed. But now, she realized that the wind was more than that. It was a force, a living energy, and it had much to teach her. "Where does the path lead?" Lyra asked, her voice full of wonder and curiosity. The woman's gaze shifted to the horizon, where the wind carried the last light of the day. "The path leads to the heart of the world," she said. "But to reach it, you must first learn the ways of the wind. It will test you, challenge you, and push you to your limits. But in the end, it will bring you to the truth you seek." Lyra nodded, her heart filled with a sense of purpose. She was ready. She had chosen this path, and she would see it through. The woman stepped back, her form dissolving into the wind as she was carried away, leaving Lyra alone once more. But this time, she was not afraid. She was not lost. The wind whispered softly in her ear, urging her to continue, and Lyra obeyed, stepping forward into the unknown. The path ahead was still shrouded in mystery, but now she felt a deep connection to it, a sense that she was exactly where she was meant to be, and so, with the wind at her back, Lyra continued her journey, knowing that each step brought her closer to understanding the true power of the winds, and the path that lay before her. The wind whispered, its soft voice carrying through the trees, rustling the leaves as though telling secrets only the earth could understand. Lyra continued walking, her heart steady and calm as she followed the path laid before her. The journey had only just begun, and already, she felt herself changing. The world around her seemed more alive, more connected, as if every gust of wind, every ripple in the air, was a part of something much larger than herself. As the days passed, Lyra found herself walking in rhythm with the wind. She learned to listen deeply to its messages, its subtle shifts that guided her forward. At times, it would push her toward new paths, encouraging her to take risks, while at other times, it would slow, almost as if urging her to pause and reflect. But despite the peace the wind brought, there were moments of doubt. There were times when the path seemed unclear, when the wind itself seemed to lose its way, as if caught in a storm of uncertainty. During these moments, Lyra would stop and listen closely, grounding herself in the stillness, remembering the promise she had made to walk the path. One evening, as the sun dipped low on the horizon, Lyra came upon a clearing. It was small, encircled by tall, ancient trees whose branches seemed to reach for the heavens. In the center of the clearing stood an enormous stone, worn smooth by time and weather. It shimmered faintly in the fading light, as if it held a secret that had yet to be uncovered. Drawn by a quiet pull in her heart, Lyra approached the stone. The wind stirred, swirling around her as if in anticipation. She reached out and placed her hand upon the stone's surface, feeling a coolness that contrasted with the warmth of the air around her. As her fingers touched the stone, a soft vibration pulsed through her, resonating deep within her chest. The wind, which had been gentle, suddenly grew still. The trees stood in perfect silence, as though holding their breath. The world around her seemed to wait, and then, from the stone itself, a voice emerged. It was not spoken aloud but felt inside her, as though the very earth were speaking directly to her soul. "You have come far, Lyra," the voice said, its tone warm and deep. "But to truly understand the wind, you must first understand the balance of the world. The wind does not act alone. It is part of a delicate dance with the earth, the sky, the waters, and the fire." Lyra's breath caught in her throat as she listened to the voice, feeling both awe and curiosity flood through her. She had come to understand the wind, to hear its whispers, but she had never considered that it was part of something greater. The stone beneath her hand seemed to pulse again, and the voice continued, "The wind is the messenger, the one who carries change, but it is not the only force that shapes the world. The earth holds the memory of the past, the sky holds the dreams of the future, the waters hold the wisdom of time, and the fire holds the strength of transformation. To walk the path of the winds, you must learn to walk in harmony with all four elements. Each one holds a lesson, each one will challenge you, and each one will guide you in its own way." Lyra stood in silence, absorbing the weight of the words. She had always known the wind, but she had never considered that it was part of a greater cycle, a symbiotic relationship with the other elements of the world. The wind, it seemed, was only one thread in a much larger tapestry. The voice paused, allowing Lyra to reflect. Then, it spoke again, its tone softer now, as if offering her guidance. "Your journey will take you through the earth, through the skies, to the waters, and to the heart of fire itself. You will need the strength of each element to face the challenges ahead. But it is not enough to simply walk with the wind. You must learn to listen to the earth, the sky, the waters, and the fire. They, too, will teach you the way forward." The wind stirred once more, a soft breeze that wrapped around Lyra, as though urging her to move on. But Lyra remained still, her heart full of questions. "How will I know where to go next?" she asked softly, her voice barely a whisper in the stillness of the clearing. The stone pulsed one final time, and the voice replied, "The wind will guide you. Trust it, but trust yourself as well. The path is not always clear, but if you listen closely, you will hear the call of each element. It will be up to you to follow." With that, the voice faded, leaving Lyra standing alone in the clearing. The wind, now a gentle, constant presence, urged her to move. She took a deep breath, looking at the stone one last time before turning away. Her journey was far from over, and now she understood that it would take more than just the wind to guide her forward. She would need to connect with the earth, the sky, the waters, and the fire, each one offering a piece of the puzzle. As she walked on, the wind picked up once more, its whispers now carrying a new urgency. The path ahead was uncertain, but Lyra felt a deep sense of purpose stir within her. She was ready to learn the lessons of the elements, to become part of the greater cycle of the world. The days stretched on, each one bringing Lyra closer to the next lesson she had to learn. The wind, though ever present, began to change in its tone, like a teacher gently coaxing her forward. It whispered more clearly now, guiding her not just with the flow of its breeze, but with a quiet insistence, as if beckoning her towards something unknown. The journey had already taken her through forests where the wind rustled through the trees, across vast meadows where the breeze whispered like a lullaby. But Lyra could feel that the challenges ahead would be unlike anything she had faced before. The path was growing more rugged, the wind more forceful, as if testing her resolve. One morning, after a night spent under the stars, Lyra awoke to a change. The winds had become heavier, their whispers tinged with a sense of urgency. The sky was overcast, and a deep rumble of thunder echoed from the distant mountains. The air itself seemed to hum with an electric charge, as if the world were holding its breath. Lyra knew that the time had come for her to face the first element, the earth. She had seen the earth before, felt it beneath her feet, but today it was different. The ground beneath her seemed alive, alive with the ancient power that had shaped the world for millennia. The wind, gentle but firm, guided her toward a rocky path leading into the mountains. The earth here was harsh, unforgiving, and as Lyra began her ascent, she felt the weight of the journey ahead. As she climbed, the wind picked up, swirling around her like a wild force. It tugged at her cloak, pushing her forward, but the mountain seemed to resist, as if testing her strength. The ground beneath her feet was rocky, uneven, and the path narrowed with each step, forcing her to climb higher and higher. The earth felt ancient, as though it held the memories of all who had walked upon it before. There were cracks in the stone where moss clung, as if the earth itself were showing her the way. The wind was no longer just a guide, it was a challenge, a force that pushed her onward, but also a reminder that she was not alone on this journey. The earth, too, had its lessons to offer. Hours passed as Lyra ascended, the path becoming steeper, the rocks more treacherous. But with each step, she felt herself growing stronger. She had always known the wind, had always listened to it, but now, with each firm grip of the earth beneath her, she felt a deeper connection to the land. The wind was teaching her resilience, but the earth was teaching her strength. As the sun began to set, casting the mountains in a golden light, Lyra finally reached a plateau. She stopped to catch her breath, feeling the earth beneath her as though it were a part of her. The wind, now a calm breeze, wrapped around her, its soft whisper a reminder that she had not yet completed the lesson. It was then that she noticed a shape in the distance, something rising from the earth. It was a stone monument, ancient and weathered by time. The wind carried her toward it, urging her forward, and as she approached, she could feel the energy of the earth pulsing through the stone. It was a place of power, a place where the forces of nature had gathered to speak. The stone was carved with symbols, intricate and beautiful, but Lyra could not yet understand their meaning. She placed her hand on the surface, and as she did, a deep vibration filled the air. The earth seemed to breathe beneath her, and the wind swirled around her in a soft dance. The air was thick with magic, the kind of magic that only the earth could offer. The voice of the earth, soft and ancient, filled her mind. "You have learned to listen to the wind," the voice said, its tone deep and resonant. "But now you must learn to listen to the earth. The wind moves freely, but the earth is rooted. It teaches you patience, grounding, and the strength to endure. It is time for you to stand firm, to connect with the land beneath you." Lyra closed her eyes, allowing the earth's words to settle deep within her. She felt the energy of the mountain beneath her, steady and constant. The wind, though it still danced around her, was no longer her only guide. The earth, too, was a teacher, offering her the lesson of stability, of finding her roots even when the world around her seemed to shift. The voice continued, "To walk the path of the wind, you must learn to stand as the earth stands, unwavering, strong, and enduring. The wind may change its course, but the earth remains constant. Now, you must learn to carry this strength with you as you move forward." Lyra nodded, a sense of understanding settling in her heart. The wind had shown her freedom and movement, but the earth was showing her stability and strength. She was learning balance, a balance that would allow her to move through the world with the grace of the wind and the strength of the earth. The wind stirred once more, its voice a gentle reminder, "Now, you must continue your journey. The earth has given you its strength. But there are other lessons to learn. The sky waits for you, as does the water and fire. Each will offer its challenge, but only by learning to walk in harmony with all the elements will you understand the true path." Lyra stepped back from the stone, feeling the weight of the earth beneath her, and the wind at her back. She was ready to continue, ready to face the next element. The earth had given her its strength, and now she would carry that strength with her as she walked forward, toward the sky. With a final glance at the stone and the wind that carried her forward, Lyra began her descent. The mountain was behind her now, but its lesson would remain with her, grounding her as she continued on the path of the gentle winds. The days that followed Lyra's encounter with the earth were filled with a quiet resolve. The lessons of the land stayed with her, the deep, steady strength of the mountains now a part of her spirit. The wind, though still guiding her forward, now seemed to carry a different tone, as if acknowledging her newfound stability. It swirled around her gently, a reminder that, though she had learned to stand firm, she still had a long way to go. As the days passed, the terrain began to change once more. The mountains gradually gave way to rolling hills, and the earth beneath her feet grew softer, the path winding through vast fields of tall grasses that swayed in the wind like waves on the ocean. The air had a new quality to it, lighter, fresher, as if she were drawing closer to a new lesson, one that would require her to look beyond the solid ground beneath her and into the vastness above. The wind, as always, seemed to sense what she needed and urged her forward. Her journey was not one of rest, but of progression. She had learned the strength of the earth, and now it was time to learn the expansive nature of the sky. One evening, as Lyra camped beneath the wide open sky, the first stars began to appear, their light twinkling faintly in the growing dusk. The wind had died down, leaving only the soft whisper of the world as it settled into the quiet of night. Lyra felt the pull of the sky. As if it was calling her, its vastness stretching out before her like a canvas waiting to be painted. It was here, in the stillness of the evening, that she heard the voice of the sky. It came not from a stone or a monument, but from the very air around her, light and airy, almost as if the clouds themselves were speaking. "You have learned the strength of the earth," the voice said, its tone soft but unmistakable. "Now, you must learn the freedom of the sky. The earth is solid and constant, but the sky is ever-changing. It is not bound by the same rules. It flows, it moves, and it holds no limits." Lyra gazed upward, her eyes tracing the path of the stars above her. She could feel the air stirring once more, the breeze rising gently, lifting the strands of her hair. There was something about the sky that felt infinite, its boundless expanse both a comfort and a challenge. The voice continued, "The sky offers freedom, but it also offers uncertainty. The wind carries with it the promise of movement, of change, but you must learn to trust it. To trust that it will carry you to the places you need to go, even when the path ahead is unclear." Lyra nodded, her heart calm but full of questions. The sky seemed so vast, so limitless, and she could feel its invitation to surrender to its flow. She had learned to trust the wind before, but now she was asked to trust something even greater, the ever-changing. "Limitless sky, the sky holds the potential of all things," the voice said, "but it also holds the challenge of uncertainty. There are storms that pass through, and sometimes, the winds will be fierce. But just as the sky changes, so too will your journey. The key is to learn to move with it, to let go of the need for certainty, and instead, to embrace the unknown." The wind around her picked up, stronger now, as if demonstrating the lesson itself. Lyra closed her eyes, letting the breeze wash over her. She could feel the sky's energy, its expansiveness, urging her to release her hold on what she knew. It was time to let go, to trust in the journey, even when the path ahead was not clear. The sky was teaching her a new kind of wisdom, not the grounded stability of the earth, but the freedom that comes with surrender. It was a lesson of fluidity, of openness, and of trusting that the winds would guide her forward, even if the destination was unknown. "You must learn to rise with the wind," the voice said softly. "To follow it where it leads, without fear. Trust that the sky will not take you where you are not meant to go. The wind is the guide, and you are its partner. Together, you will soar to new heights." The air around her was alive now, swirling with energy, lifting her spirit as it carried the promise of freedom and discovery. Lyra stood, feeling the vastness of the sky above her, the boundless potential that lay before her. She no longer felt the weight of the earth beneath her as she had before, but instead, she felt light, as though the sky was lifting her into its embrace. For a long moment, Lyra closed her eyes and allowed herself to feel the sky's presence. She felt its vastness fill her, its freedom, and its unpredictability. She felt her own spirit, once anchored to the earth, now rising with the wind, as though she were part of something much greater than herself, and in that moment, she understood. The earth had taught her strength, but the sky was teaching her how to soar. When she opened her eyes, the first light of dawn was breaking on the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold. The wind had died down, leaving only a soft breeze to carry the last whispers of the night. The stars had faded, but the sky remained, vast and endless, a reminder of the freedom that awaited her. She smiled softly to herself, feeling the wind once more, gentle and guiding. It was time to move forward. With a final glance at the sky, Lyra began to walk again, ready for the next challenge, the next lesson that would come with the earth, the sky, and the elements that awaited her. Lyra's heart was light with the lessons she had learned from the sky. The freedom, the fluidity, and the trust she had cultivated in herself and the wind seemed to fuel her steps as she moved forward on her journey. The earth beneath her feet was solid, and the sky above her vast. Now, she needed to discover what the water would offer. The path ahead began to change once again. The winds carried with them a new scent, a fresh and earthy fragrance mixed with the faintest hint of salt. Lyra could feel the shift in the air, and she knew that water was near. The land was growing softer now, with streams winding through the meadows, their gentle babbling like an invitation. As she walked, the sound of water grew louder. Soon, she found herself standing at the edge of a great river. The water flowed calmly, its surface shimmering with the reflection of the sun. It was peaceful and beautiful, but Lyra could sense that this element, while serene in appearance, held deeper lessons beneath its surface. The wind seemed to settle around her, its whispers gentler now, as if awaiting her to understand the water's message. She knelt beside the river, watching the steady flow, the way it moved with such ease, twisting and turning around rocks, slipping through valleys and hills, never fighting the path it was given. Then, the voice came, just as it had from the earth and sky. This time, it was softer, flowing like the water itself, gentle and constant. The earth is your strength, the sky is your freedom, but the water is your flow. It teaches you the art of moving with the world, of finding your way through obstacles. Not by force, but by surrender. You must learn to trust the flow, to understand that sometimes, you cannot control the journey, but you can learn to move with it. Lyra stood slowly, her gaze still fixed on the river. It was so simple, yet so complex. The water did not struggle to find its way, it simply flowed, adapting to the terrain it met. She understood the lesson: water was not about resistance, but about acceptance. The world would present obstacles, but by moving with grace and surrender, the water could navigate any challenge. The voice continued, now filled with a gentle wisdom: the water does not fight the rocks it meets. It moves around them, over them, under them. But it never stops. The rocks, the earth, the wind, they are all part of the journey. But the water shows you that no matter how difficult the path may seem, if you flow with it, you will find your way. You must not hold on too tightly, not to the past, nor to expectations. Let go, and trust in the flow. Lyra closed her eyes and allowed the river's energy to wash over her. The lesson of the water was clear: surrender, adaptability, and trust. The water never rushed, but always moved, always found its way. It didn't resist, it simply followed the course laid out for it, carving its path gently but steadily over time. As she stood there, contemplating the river's message, a sudden gust of wind swept through the trees, stirring the surface of the water into ripples. It reminded Lyra that though water could be calm, it could also be powerful, capable of reshaping the very earth it flowed over. She smiled softly. The water was not passive, it was patient, but also fierce in its own way. She stepped closer to the river, dipping her fingers into the cool stream. The sensation of the water's touch was refreshing, invigorating. The flow was constant, but there was a deep peace within it. The water did not rush to the ocean, it simply flowed, allowing itself to become part of the greater whole. Learn from the river, Lyra, the voice of the water said, its tone soothing yet firm. Learn to move with the currents of life. To trust the path, and to flow, not against it. The wind and the sky may call you to soar, but the water will show you how to find your way, even through the deepest of valleys. Lyra nodded, feeling the water's wisdom settle deep within her. She had already learned to be grounded like the earth, free like the sky, and now, she was learning to flow like the water. It was a lesson of patience, of trust, and of surrender. The river, in all its calm and quiet power, was showing her the way forward. And just as the water adapted to its environment, she too would have to adapt to the twists and turns of her journey. Some challenges would require her to rise, others to be patient and flow. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, the water's surface glowed softly in the fading light, shimmering like 1,000 tiny stars. Lyra stood there for a while, taking in the stillness, the peace, and the wisdom of the river. She had come to understand that no matter how the journey changed, she could trust herself to move with it. The wind, now gentle and warm, seemed to agree. It whispered through the trees, encouraging her to continue her path, to continue learning, to continue growing. With a final glance at the river, Lyra turned away, the lessons of the earth, sky, and water now deeply embedded within her. The path ahead was unknown, but with the strength of the earth beneath her, the freedom of the sky above her, and the fluidity of the water within her, she was ready to face whatever would come, and so, she moved on, the wind carrying her forward, as the river's lessons flowed gently through her heart. The days that followed were filled with a quiet anticipation. Lyra had learned the strength of the earth, the freedom of the sky, and the fluidity of the water. Each element had taught her something vital, something that was now woven into the fabric of her being. Yet, deep within her, she knew there was still one more lesson to be learned, a lesson that would complete her journey, one that would require her to face the heart of her own spirit, fire, as the path before her continued to unfold. The air began to shift once again. The wind carried with it a new scent, sharp, warm, and tinged with the unmistakable smell of smoke. Lyra paused, sensing the change. She knew the time had come. The elements were guiding her to her final lesson. Ahead of her, she could see the distant glow of a faint fire. It was not the wild, unpredictable blaze that one might expect. No, this was a steady, controlled flame, flickering softly in the twilight. The fire called to her, its warmth inviting, but also intimidating, like the core of her own being waiting to be revealed. The wind, though gentle, seemed to urge her forward, pushing her toward the flames. She had learned to trust its guidance. And so, with a steady breath, Lyra walked toward the fire. As she approached, the glow of the flames grew brighter, casting long shadows on the ground. The fire itself burned within a small clearing, surrounded by stones that seemed to hold it in place. It was beautiful, its colors dancing in the night, the reds, oranges, and yellows flickering like the heartbeat of the earth itself. The fire spoke, not in a voice as the other elements had, but through its very presence, its warmth, its energy. It crackled and popped, sending sparks into the air, but it did not threaten her. It was steady, as if waiting for her to come closer. Lyra stood before the fire, feeling its heat on her skin. She felt both drawn to it and cautious, aware of the power it held. Fire was unlike any other element. It could both nurture and destroy. It could give warmth and light, but it could also burn and consume. It was the very embodiment of transformation, change, and passion. The fire spoke through the crackles and whispers in the air. "You have learned the lessons of the earth, sky, and water," it said, its voice deep and resonant, yet soft, as though it had been waiting for her. "But now, you must learn to embrace the flame within you. You must understand the power of your own spirit, the fire that burns at your core. Only when you learn to control this fire, to harness it, can you truly understand your path." Lyra's heart stirred with recognition. She had always known that her journey would lead her to this moment. The fire was not an external force, it was her own inner strength, her own will, her desires and passions. It was the spark that had carried her through every challenge, the light that had illuminated her darkest moments. But it was also something she had yet to fully understand or control. The fire crackled again, its flames rising higher, casting a dance of shadows across the clearing. "The fire can warm you, Lyra, but it can also burn you. It can give you the strength to face the world, but it can also consume you if you are not careful. You must learn to balance the heat within, to use it with intention. The fire does not ask for control, but for understanding." Lyra stepped closer, feeling the intensity of the flames. The heat seemed to reach deep inside her, igniting something that had long been dormant, her inner desires, her passions, her dreams. She had always carried a fire within her, a flame that had fueled her journey, but she had not yet learned to manage it. It was wild and untamed, burning brightly but without direction. "The fire is not something to fear," the voice continued, "but something to nurture. You must understand that it is part of you, not separate from you. The flame is both the force that drives you and the energy that sustains you. Embrace it, but also respect it. If you do not, it will burn everything in its path, leaving you with nothing but ashes. Learn to contain the fire, and it will lead you to your true purpose." Lyra closed her eyes, taking a deep breath, allowing the fire's energy to settle within her. She could feel it now, the heat that was always present, the drive that had pushed her forward. But she also felt its intensity, its unpredictability. She had always been afraid of the fire's power, afraid that it might consume her, that it might burn her out, but now, standing before it, she understood. The fire was not to be feared, but respected. It was her energy, her passion, and her drive. It was what had kept her moving when the path was uncertain. What had given her the courage to face the challenges of the earth, sky, and water. The fire was not something to control, but to channel, to allow it to guide her without overwhelming her. Slowly, she raised her hands, feeling the warmth of the flames in the air. She took a deep breath, letting the fire's energy fill her. It was not an external force, it was within her, burning bright and steady. She could feel its rhythm, its pulse, like the beat of her own heart. It was both calming and powerful, as though the fire had become a part of her, and she, a part of it, "Now, you are ready," the fire whispered, its voice like a soft whine through the trees. "The path ahead is yours to walk. Guided by the earth, sky, water, and now, your own fire. Walk with balance, with purpose, and the world will open before you. The elements are not separate, they are one, as you are one. Trust in them, trust in yourself, and you will find your way." With a final glance at the fire, Lyra stepped back, feeling its warmth lingering within her. She understood now. She was not merely a traveler of the world, she was part of it, shaped by the elements, connected to them in ways she had never fully understood. Her journey was not about mastering the elements, but about learning to flow with them, to trust them, and to embrace the fire that burned within her. The wind, ever present, picked up again, swirling around her as if to carry her forward. She turned, ready for the next step in her journey, knowing that with the fire in her heart, and the wisdom of the elements at her side, she was ready for whatever lay ahead. The wind was softer now, its whispers gentler, as if it too had sensed the completion of Lyra's journey with the elements. The fire within her heart burned steady, calm but powerful, like a beacon guiding her forward. The earth beneath her was firm, supportive. The sky above was vast and full of promise. The water flowed within her, tranquil yet unyielding. She had become one with the elements, each teaching her its wisdom, each transforming her into someone new. Someone whole. As Lyra walked forward, the path began to change once more. No longer did she tread through meadows or climb rugged hills. Now, the land before her was wide and open, a vast plain stretching into the horizon. In the distance, she could see the first glimmers of a rising sun, casting soft golden light across the landscape. The air was filled with the sweet scent of new beginnings, and the world seemed to awaken with her. She felt a deep sense of peace within, but also an understanding that her journey was not yet complete. The elements had given her their gifts, but it was up to her to carry them forward. The fire, the earth, the sky, and the water were not just lessons, they were her companions now. Always with her, part of who she was. As she walked, Lyra felt a shift in her heart. There was something deeper calling to her now, something beyond the elements, something greater than her own understanding. It was as if the world itself had opened up to her, revealing a path she had not seen before. The wind grew stronger, sweeping around her, lifting her hair in a gentle dance. It was as if the breeze was beckoning her forward, urging her to follow, to listen. She closed her eyes, trusting the wind's guidance, and soon, she found herself standing before a great stone archway. The arch was ancient, its stones weathered by time, but it still stood tall and proud, a symbol of endurance and resilience. The air around the arch was charged with an energy she had not felt before, an energy both ancient and alive. She knew that beyond the archway lay something important, something that would shape the rest of her journey. The wind whispered in her ears, urging her to step through. With a deep breath, Lyra stepped forward, crossing the threshold of the archway. As she did, she felt a rush of energy surge through her, filling her with a sense of purpose she had never known. It was as if the very land itself was welcoming her, embracing her, as if the universe was aligning around her in that moment. Beyond the archway, the landscape transformed. The plains gave way to a lush forest, its trees towering above, their leaves shimmering in the soft light of the rising sun. The forest was alive with the sounds of birds singing, leaves rustling, and the distant murmur of a stream. It was a place of peace, but also of mystery. A place where the elements seemed to come alive, where every rock, tree, and breeze held a story waiting to be discovered. Lyra took a step into the forest, feeling the cool earth beneath her feet and the fresh scent of pine filling the air. It was here that she understood. This was the place where she would begin to weave the lessons of the elements into the fabric of her own life. The journey was not about the destination, but about how she would walk this path. How she would use the wisdom of the earth, sky, water, and fire to shape her future. The wind swirled around her once more, this time not urging her forward, but dancing in celebration. It was as if the wind itself was rejoicing in the fulfillment of her journey, as if it knew that Lyra was ready for whatever lay ahead. As she walked deeper into the forest, she felt the power of the elements within her, each one guiding her in its own way, each one a reminder of the lessons she had learned. The fire in her heart, the strength of the earth beneath her feet, the freedom of the sky above, and the flow of the water within her, they were all now a part of her, like an intricate weave of light and energy that would guide her through every challenge. Every triumph, and every moment of stillness. The trees ahead opened up into a small clearing, where the sun's rays shone through the branches, casting dappled light on the ground. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient stone pedestal, its surface worn by time but still sturdy and resolute. Upon the pedestal lay a crystal, glowing with an inner light, its facets reflecting the sunlight in dazzling patterns. The crystal seemed to hum with energy, as if calling to her. Lyra approached the pedestal slowly, drawn to the crystal's light. She felt a deep sense of knowing as she stood before it, as if this moment had been waiting for her all along. The fire within her heart flickered in recognition. And she reached out, her hand hovering just above the crystal. "This is the heart of the path you have walked," a voice whispered, not from the crystal itself, but from the very air around her. It was the voice of the elements, all of them speaking in harmony, guiding her to this moment. "You have learned the lessons of the earth, sky, water, and fire. But now, you must learn to listen. To listen not just to the world around you, but to the world within you. The path ahead is not about mastery, but about balance, understanding, and trust. You are the weaver now, the one who takes the threads of the elements and weaves them into a life of your own." Lyra stood still, her hand now gently resting on the crystal. The light from within the stone seemed to flow into her, filling her with a sense of completeness, a deep sense of peace and purpose. She understood now, this was not the end of her journey, but the beginning of a new chapter, one where she would weave the lessons of the elements into her life, creating something beautiful and harmonious. The wind, the fire, the earth, and the water, they were no longer separate forces to be understood. They were part of her journey, and now, part of her life. And with that, Lyra smiled, knowing that she was ready to begin again, to create a life filled with balance, peace, and the wisdom of the elements, as the light of the crystal continued to fill Lyra. She felt the last pieces of herself settle into place. The weight of the journey no longer felt heavy. In fact, it was as though she had been carrying something lighter all along. Each step along the path had been a shedding of the old, of fears and uncertainties, until now, when she stood in the fullness of her truth. The elements were not just her guides, they were part of her, woven into the very fabric of her soul. The forest around her seemed to respond, the trees standing tall as if in silent applause, their leaves rustling with a soft, reverent whisper. The breeze caressed her face with a gentle touch, almost like a kiss from the wind itself, acknowledging the balance she had now found. Even the earth beneath her feet felt more alive, as though it recognized her growth, but something still lingered in the air, a soft hum, a call that had not yet been answered. She knew it wasn't over. Her journey, though deep and profound, had opened a door, not closed it. There was more to understand, more to experience. And it wasn't just for her alone, it was for the world, for others she had yet to meet, for the lives that could be touched by the harmony she had found. The crystal's glow began to fade, but it left a lasting imprint on Lyra's heart. She carefully stepped back from the pedestal, feeling the weight of her new understanding settle within her. With each step, she could hear the subtle whispers of the elements. Still present, still guiding, still urging her forward, the path ahead now seemed endless, stretching into the unknown. And yet, in that vast unknown, Lyra felt more certain than ever. The path would no longer be one of searching, it would be one of sharing. Of weaving the lessons she had learned into the world around her, helping others find their own balance, their own connection to the elements, and to themselves. Her heart beat in rhythm with the pulse of the earth, the sky, the water, and the fire. She had learned the way of the wind and had let it carry her forward. She had understood the stillness of the earth beneath her, the vastness of the sky above, the flowing water inside her, and the fire that burned within her spirit. Now, it was time to return to the world, to the people, to the places where these elements could make a difference. Lyra knew her journey would take her to distant lands, to new faces, to struggles and joys she had yet to encounter. But she also knew that wherever she went, she would carry the lessons of the elements with her. The balance she had achieved was not just for her own peace, it was a gift to be shared, a wisdom to be passed on, a flame to be kindled in others. As she turned to leave the clearing, a familiar voice called to her. The wind, soft and tender, carrying the words of the forest. "Lyra," it whispered, "you are ready now. The world is waiting. The wind has guided you, the fire has fueled you, the earth has supported you, and the water has cleansed you. Now, it is time to share your truth, to walk with purpose, and to spread the wisdom you have gained. But remember, true strength lies in balance. Walk gently, walk with love, and remember that you are never alone." With a final nod to the forest, Lyra stepped forward, leaving the clearing behind her. The air was alive with the songs of birds and the rustling of leaves, the sound of the world awakening to her presence. She walked with new purpose, each step imbued with the wisdom of the elements, each breath filled with the promise of what was yet to come. She could feel the wind at her back, pushing her gently forward. The fire in her heart blazed steadily, lighting her way. The earth beneath her feet was firm, always supporting her. And the water within her flowed smoothly, connecting her to the deeper currents of the world. As she walked, she passed through the forest, the trees opening up to reveal a valley below, bathed in the golden light of the rising sun. The valley was dotted with villages, small homes nestled among fields of crops and wildflowers. The people were beginning their day, tending to their gardens, preparing their homes, and carrying out their work with quiet purpose. And yet, in the midst of their busy lives, Lyra felt that they, too, were waiting for something, though they did not yet know what it was. she knew now. They were waiting for her to share the knowledge she had gained, to bring the elements back to life in a way that would touch their hearts and guide their hands. The lessons she had learned were not just for her, they were for all who were ready to listen, to embrace the balance of the world, and to find their own connection to the elements. As Lyra made her way down the winding path toward the valley, she looked up at the sky once more. The sun was now fully risen, casting its golden light on the land, illuminating the path ahead. The journey has only just begun. She whispered to herself, knowing deep in her soul that this was true. The world was vast, and the path was long, but she was no longer walking it alone. The elements walked with her, and she, with them, and so, the gentle wind carried her forward, into the unknown, with the promise of discovery, of sharing, and of spreading the wisdom of the elements wherever she went. Lyra's first steps into the valley were marked by a gentle stillness that seemed to embrace her. The air was fresh, filled with the scent of earth and morning dew, and the distant sounds of village life echoed softly in the background. As she walked, she could feel the rhythm of the world around her, the way the wind played through the trees, the way the earth held steady beneath her, and the way the sun's warmth seemed to spread peace across the land. Everything felt alive, connected, and in harmony. She made her way toward the heart of the village, where the cobblestone paths wound through simple homes and gardens, each one a testament to the people's care for the earth. The villagers, busy with their morning chores, paused to look up as Lyra passed by. Some smiled, some simply nodded, but all seemed to sense that she was different. There was an air about her, an energy that carried with it an unspoken understanding, a knowing. The children, in particular, were drawn to her. Their laughter filled the air as they ran up to her, their eyes wide with curiosity. It wasn't just her appearance that intrigued them, it was something deeper. The way she carried herself, the calm aura she exuded, the way the world seemed to respond to her presence. They sensed the quiet power she had gained on her journey, and they were eager to understand it, to learn from her. Lyra knelt down to meet them, her eyes warm and kind. "What is it you seek, little ones?" she asked, her voice gentle and inviting, yet filled with a wisdom that went beyond her years. One of the children, a small girl with wild, curly hair, looked up at her with wide eyes. "We want to know what makes the wind blow, and why the flowers bloom," she said. Her voice filled with wonder. Lyra smiled softly, her heart swelling with a deep, knowing love. The wind blows because it carries stories from distant lands, stories of the sky, of the earth, and of the stars. It blows to remind us that nothing stays still, that all things move in harmony, flowing from one moment to the next. She stood and gestured to the flowers that bloomed nearby. And the flowers bloom because the earth embraces them, nurturing them with the love of the sun, the rain, and the soil. They bloom to remind us that we, too, are nurtured by the world around us, that we are part of a cycle of growth, of change, and of renewal. The children gazed at her, absorbing her words, their eyes full of awe and understanding. Lyra could feel their hearts opening, their minds beginning to awaken to the quiet truths of the world. They did not need to understand everything at once. The seeds of wisdom had been planted, and in time, they would grow, just like the flowers they loved. As Lyra stood, she noticed the villagers watching her from a distance, their faces thoughtful. There was a quiet respect in their gaze, as though they, too, felt the deep connection she had to the world around her. They were waiting, not for her to teach them in words, but for her to show them through her actions, through the way she lived, the way she walked the path she had chosen. The path of gentle winds was not one of force or dominance. It was a path of patience, of quiet guidance, of showing others the way through example, not through command. And Lyra knew that this was her true purpose now, to help others remember their own connection to the elements, to the earth, to the sky, and to themselves. The village elder, a woman with silver hair and a weathered face, approached Lyra, her footsteps slow but steady. "You have brought something with you, child," she said, her voice soft but carrying a weight of experience. "I see it in your eyes, in the way the wind follows you, in the way the earth welcomes your touch." Lyra looked at her, sensing the wisdom in the elder's words. "I have only brought what I have learned," she said quietly, "but I hope that it is enough to help this village find its way, to reconnect with the balance of the elements, to live in harmony with the world around us." The elder nodded, her eyes filled with understanding. "It is enough," she said. "But there is more to do. The world is changing, and the winds are shifting. We must be ready." Lyra felt a quiet stirring in her heart, a sense of urgency that had not been present before. The elder's words resonated deeply within her, and she knew that the journey she had undertaken was not just for herself, but for the world at large. There were more lessons to be shared, more wisdom to be passed on, and more souls to awaken to the truth of the elements. As the sun rose higher in the sky, Lyra stood tall, her heart open and ready. The world was calling, and she was ready to answer. The days that followed Lyra's arrival in the village were filled with small, quiet moments of transformation. It wasn't dramatic or sudden, but there was a shift, subtle, almost imperceptible, yet undeniable. The villagers, though accustomed to their routine, began to notice the change in themselves and in the land around them. The wind seemed to carry a new song, the soil felt richer beneath their hands, and the flowers bloomed in ways they had not seen in years. Even the air seemed to hum with possibility. Lyra spent her days walking through the village, talking to the people, listening to their stories, and gently guiding them toward a deeper understanding of the elements that shaped their lives. She did not teach in the way of a scholar, but in the way of a gardener, planting seeds of wisdom and allowing them to take root in the hearts of those who were ready to listen. One afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky, casting a golden glow over the valley, Lyra found herself by the edge of the river that wound through the village. She had often come here to sit and meditate, allowing the flowing water to carry away the weight of the world, to refresh her spirit. Today, however, the river seemed different. Its waters sparkled as if they held the light of 1,000 stars, and its gentle current whispered in a language she had come to understand, as she sat by the riverbank. She noticed the villagers gathering in the distance. They were coming together in the clearing near the village center, where a large oak tree stood, its branches stretching high into the sky. The elder had called for a gathering, and the people were responding, drawn by the quiet power of the wind, the earth, the fire, and the water, each element calling them together. Lyra stood, her feet moving almost instinctively toward the gathering. She could feel the energy in the air, a current that was both familiar and new. As she approached, the villagers fell silent, their eyes turning to her. The elder stood at the center, her silver hair glowing in the fading light. "You have come to teach us," the elder said, her voice steady, but laced with a quiet reverence. But you have also come to learn, Lyra nodded, understanding the weight of the elder's words. We all teach and learn, in our own way, she replied. I have shared what I have learned, but I, too, am learning from you all, your wisdom, your connection to the land, and the way you live in harmony with the world around you. The elder smiled, her eyes glimmering with a knowing light. Then, together, we will walk the path of balance, she said. For it is not only your wisdom that is needed. It is the wisdom of the people, the wisdom of the land, and the wisdom of the elements. Only when we all understand this will we truly be free. The villagers gathered closer, forming a circle around the elder and Lyra. The wind stirred, gentle but insistent, and the trees around them seemed to lean in, listening. The fire in the center of the gathering flickered with a quiet intensity, and the earth beneath their feet seemed to pulse with life. Lyra felt the connection between them all, the way the elements wove their lives together, each one playing its part in the greater whole. The water, flowing through the land, brought life and movement. The earth, steadfast and nurturing, held them all in place. The fire, warm and bright, gave them courage and strength. And the wind, soft and persistent, carried their dreams, their hopes, and their stories. The elder raised her hands, and the people followed suit, forming a united, sacred circle. We must honor the elements, the elder said. We must remember the balance between them, for only in balance can we find peace, purpose, and strength. Lyra closed her eyes, allowing the energy of the moment to wash over her. She could feel the wind on her face, the warmth of the fire, the solidity of the earth beneath her, and the steady flow of the river beside her. Each element was alive, present, and conscious, and together, they formed a harmony that resonated in every living thing. It was this balance that she had come to understand, and now, she could see it reflected in the eyes of the people around her. When she opened her eyes, she saw that the villagers were standing taller, their faces filled with newfound clarity. The children, who had once asked questions with wide-eyed wonder, now stood with a quiet confidence, as though they, too, understood the path that lay ahead. The elder spoke again, her voice a whisper carried on the wind. The time has come for us to share this wisdom with the world. The balance is fragile, but if we walk in harmony with the elements, we will be ready to face whatever challenges come our way. We will teach others, not through words alone, but through our lives, our actions, and the way we live in unity with all that is. Lyra smiled, a deep sense of peace settling in her heart. The world was vast, and there was still so much to learn, but she no longer felt as though she was walking alone. The path of gentle winds had brought her here, and it was now time to share what she had discovered. The journey ahead would not be easy, but it would be a journey of love, of balance, and of connection. As the sun set behind the mountains, casting its last golden rays over the village, Lyra knew that the winds had carried her here for a reason. The world was ready to listen. The world was ready to change. As the seasons passed, the winds that once whispered softly through the valley began to carry a stronger message. The village, under the guidance of Lyra and the elder, had begun to transform in ways that were both profound and subtle. What had once been a small, isolated community was now becoming a beacon of balance and harmony, a place where the elements were not only understood, but respected and honored in every action. Lyra continued to walk the village's paths each day, her presence a quiet reminder of the journey they were all on. She no longer needed to speak the teachings she had shared. Instead, her life had become the teaching. The way she moved through the world, the way she listened to the wind, felt the soil, watched the stars, had become the story that everyone around her was eager to learn from. One morning, as the sun broke through the mist, casting its golden light over the valley, Lyra stood by the river once again. The water had shifted, flowing with a new clarity, as though it, too, had heard the call of change. The trees along the banks were fuller now, their leaves a deeper green, their branches reaching higher into the sky. The air was crisp with the promise of new beginnings. The elder joined her by the river, her footsteps steady as ever. "Do you feel it?" she asked, her voice soft but filled with knowing. Lyra nodded, her heart swelling with the energy that surrounded them. "The balance is shifting," she said. "The elements are speaking to each other in ways they haven't for a long time. I can feel it in the earth, in the air, in the waters. It's as if everything is waking up, remembering its purpose." The elder smiled, her eyes full of quiet pride. "And so it should. The land has always known the way, but it has been waiting for the people to listen. You have helped them hear the call, Lyra. You have shown them that it is not just about receiving the gifts of the elements, but about honoring them, respecting them, and living in harmony with them." Lyra closed her eyes for a moment, letting the river's current carry her thoughts. "But there is more to do, isn't there?" she asked, her voice quiet but filled with determination. The elder nodded, a knowing expression crossing her face. "Yes. The balance is not complete. There are still places in the world where the elements have been forgotten, where the winds no longer carry the stories of the earth, where the waters are no longer clear, where the fires burn too hot and the soil has lost its richness. The world is in need of the balance you have found here." Lyra opened her eyes, her gaze steady and focused. "Then it is time to share what we've learned," she said softly. "It is time to help others remember." The elder placed a hand on her shoulder, her touch warm and grounding. "The winds have carried you here for a reason, child. You are not meant to stay in this valley forever. You have learned what you need, and now you must spread that knowledge to the farthest reaches of the land." Lyra felt a weight settle in her chest, but it was not a burden. It was a calling, a sense of purpose that had grown within her over time. The path of gentle winds had guided her to this place, and now it was time for her to step beyond the village, to carry the wisdom of the elements to others who were ready to listen. That night, as the stars began to twinkle in the deepening sky, the village gathered once again by the oak tree. The fire crackled in the center, its light dancing across the faces of the villagers, their eyes filled with anticipation. Lyra stood before them, her heart full of both peace and determination. "I have walked this path with you," she began, her voice calm but filled with the strength of the winds. "And now, I must walk it further. The balance we have found here is not for us alone. It is a gift for the world, a gift that must be shared." The villagers listened, their hearts open to her words. The children, who had once asked innocent questions, now stood with quiet understanding, their minds ready to carry this wisdom into the future. The elder, standing beside Lyra, spoke next. "Each of us must carry the message of balance," she said. "Each of us must live in harmony with the earth, the water, the fire, and the air. And we must show others how to do the same. The path ahead is not an easy one, but it is a necessary one. Lyra stepped forward, feeling the weight of her decision, but also the lightness of her heart. I do not know where the winds will take me, she said, but I know that I am ready. The path of gentle winds is not one of force, but of grace. It is not about changing the world with power, but about changing it with love, with understanding, and with patience. With those words, she turned and began to walk toward the open road that lay beyond the village, the wind gently guiding her forward. The villagers watched her go, their hearts filled with gratitude and hope. They knew that the world was ready for the balance that had taken root here, and that Lyra would carry it far and wide. The wind picked up as Lyra walked, its gentle currents lifting her hair and carrying her thoughts to distant places. The journey ahead would be long, and the road would be filled with challenges, but she knew that the elements were with her. And as long as she stayed true to the path of gentle winds, she would find her way. Lyra's journey beyond the village was quieter than she had imagined. The road stretched ahead, winding through rolling hills and dense forests, where the wind whispered through the branches like a soft lullaby. Yet, with each step she took, her heart felt lighter, as though the winds themselves were lifting her spirit, guiding her with a steady hand toward the unknown. As the days turned into weeks, Lyra encountered many towns and villages, each with its own rhythm, its own way of life. In some places, the elements were still respected, the balance maintained through generations of careful stewardship. In others, however, she found the land and people weary, as though they had forgotten the old ways, the ways of harmony, the ways of balance. The winds here did not sing the same song. The waters were muddied, the earth dry and cracked. The fire, once a symbol of life and growth, now burned too fiercely, consuming everything in its path. Lyra knew she had arrived at a crossroads in her journey. She could turn back, return to the village, and live out her days among the people she had come to love. Or she could continue onward, spreading the message of balance, of respect for the elements, and helping the world rediscover what it had lost. The decision was not an easy one. There were days when doubt crept into her heart, whispering that perhaps her message would fall on deaf ears. But every time she stood before a community, sharing the wisdom of the winds, the stories of the earth, the teachings of the fire and water, she saw the flicker of understanding in their eyes. It was enough to keep her going. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and purple, Lyra found herself standing at the edge of a small village. The people here had gathered in the central square, their faces tired, their shoulders heavy with the weight of years spent struggling against the elements. The crops had failed, the animals were sick, and the river that once nourished them had dried up, leaving behind only cracked earth. Lyra approached the village elder, an old woman whose face was weathered by time and hardship. The elder looked at her with tired eyes, but there was a glimmer of hope in them, a flicker that suggested she knew something had to change. "I have heard of you," the elder said, her voice frail but steady. "You are the one who speaks of the balance between the elements." Lyra nodded. "I am. And I have come to offer what I have learned, to help restore the harmony that has been lost." The elder's gaze turned to the parched fields in the distance, where the soil cracked open in dry fissures. "It may be too late for us," she said softly. "The wind no longer brings us life, and the water no longer nourishes our land. What can balance do for us now?" Lyra stepped forward, her feet grounded in the earth beneath her. The balance is not just a gift for the land, she said. It is a gift for the people. When we honor the elements, when we live in harmony with them, we unlock the power of the world itself. It is never too late. But it must begin with us, each and every one of us. The elder studied Lyra for a long moment, as if weighing her words. Then, with a slow nod, she spoke. Show us. Show us how to listen again, and so, Lyra began. She guided the villagers through a series of simple, yet profound practices. They started by sitting together in silence, listening to the wind as it moved through the trees. Lyra spoke softly of the ancient rhythms of nature, the way the wind carried the songs of the earth, the way the water followed the path of the stars, the way fire could heal as easily as it could destroy. The villagers, though uncertain at first, began to feel the shift within themselves. The quiet whispers of the elements, once lost to them, slowly began to reach their ears. The next day, Lyra took them to the riverbed, where the water had long since disappeared. She asked them to stand in silence, their feet in the dry earth, and to imagine the river flowing once more. Close your eyes, she instructed. Feel the earth beneath you, the air around you, and in your hearts, remember what it felt like to drink from the river, to bathe in its waters. Now, imagine that life returning. For hours, they stood there, silent, patient, open. The sun set, and the first stars began to twinkle above. When they finally opened their eyes, the wind was blowing gently across the riverbed, and the air felt cooler, fresher. It was as if the world itself had exhaled, releasing the tension it had held for so long. The next morning, a change began. A soft mist rose from the ground, and the first trickles of water began to flow once more, slowly but surely. It was as if the land, waking from its long slumber, had begun to remember its connection to the elements, to the cycle of life that had once nourished it. The villagers watched in awe as the water returned, flowing gently but steadily. They had done nothing except listen. Nothing except remember, and with the return of the water came the return of the balance. Lyra watched this unfold with a quiet smile on her face. She knew that this was only the beginning. The winds were calling her forward, to other villages, to other lands where the balance had been lost. There would be many more challenges ahead, and the road would not always be easy, but for the first time, she felt a deep certainty in her heart. She was on the right path. As the villagers celebrated the return of the river, Lyra stood apart, her eyes on the horizon. The path of gentle winds was long, but it was a path she was ready to walk, with every step carrying the wisdom of the earth, the fire, the water, and the air. The village had come to life again, the land no longer parched, the skies no longer heavy with despair. The people moved with new purpose, their hearts filled with gratitude, and their hands ready to work in harmony with the earth. Lyra stayed for a few more days, helping the villagers establish a new rhythm, one that honored the land, the wind, the fire, and the water. They built new wells, planted fresh crops, and even held a ceremony of thanks under the canopy of the stars, a ritual of renewal and respect for the elements that would now guide their lives. The return of the river had been a miracle of sorts, but Lyra knew that it was not magic. It was simply the power of connection, of remembering the ancient ways of balance. The elements had never been gone, after all, they had only been waiting to be acknowledged once more. one quiet evening, as the stars began to glitter above the village, the elder approached Lyra with a knowing look in her eyes. She had seen the way the people now walked with a lighter step, the way their laughter flowed as easily as the newly returned river. "You have done what was needed here, Lyra," the elder said, her voice a soft whisper in the cool night air. "But there are still many places where the elements remain forgotten. The winds still cry in silence in many corners of the world. You must continue your journey." Lyra nodded, feeling the pull of the winds once more, tugging at her heart. She knew it was time to leave. The village had learned what they needed to, but there was much more to be done. The winds carried her forward, whispering of lands beyond where the balance had been broken and forgotten. She had heard the stories from the villages she had passed through, stories of lands ravaged by drought, by fire, by hunger. Places where the elements no longer whispered, but screamed in desperation. As she packed her things, the villagers gathered one last time, their faces filled with gratitude and sorrow. They had come to love Lyra as one of their own, and the thought of her leaving stirred something deep within them. But they knew, just as Lyra knew, that her path was not meant to end here. She had shared the message of balance, and now it was time for the winds to carry her further. Lyra stood before them, her heart swelling with both sadness and hope. "I will carry the wisdom of this village with me," she said, her voice steady, "and I will share it with the world. The winds will guide me, and I will listen to them, as I have listened to all of you." The elder placed a hand on her shoulder, her touch light but filled with strength. "Go with our blessing, child," she said. "May the winds always be gentle, and may your heart remain steady. The world is in need of the balance you carry, and it will find it through you." And so, with the first light of dawn breaking over the horizon, Lyra set off once more. The road ahead was uncertain, but the winds were with her, and she knew she was not walking it alone. As she left the village behind, the sounds of the river and the laughter of the people faded into the distance, but their lessons remained etched in her heart. The path ahead was long, and the challenges would be many, but Lyra was ready. She knew the winds would show her the way, and that she could trust them to carry her toward the places that needed her most. She traveled for weeks, crossing mountains, walking through forests where the trees whispered secrets and along rivers that glowed under the moonlight. Each village she visited, each person she spoke to, brought new lessons, new understanding. The wind spoke of places where the balance had faltered, where the fire burned too brightly, where the earth was barren, where the water had vanished, leaving only dust. But in every village, Lyra found hope. She found people who were willing to listen, to remember, and slowly, very slowly, the world began to change. The winds, once quiet, began to sing again in harmony with the earth. The water flowed more freely, the soil grew rich with life, and the fires burned with a warmth that nourished rather than destroyed. It was not an easy journey. There were setbacks, and moments of doubt. Lyra faced days when the winds seemed still, when the world felt heavy, when the people she met resisted the teachings she offered. But each time she felt the weight of uncertainty, she would sit quietly, listen to the whispers of the earth, and feel the winds pick up again, guiding her forward. As the months passed, Lyra's message spread far and wide. She was no longer just a traveler, she had become a symbol of balance, of patience, of the power that comes from living in harmony with the elements. And as she continued her journey, she realized that the path of gentle winds was not just a road to walk, it was a way of life. By the time she reached the great valley where she had once begun her journey, she was no longer the young woman who had left all those months ago. She had seen the world change, seen the winds carry her message far and wide. She had learned that the balance was not something that could be imposed, it had to be shared, understood, and embraced by all. The valley was quiet when she returned, but it was not the same. The fields were lush with crops, the river ran clear and strong, and the wind carried the songs of the earth, the water, the fire, and the air. The people who had once been uncertain had become the guardians of the balance, each one playing their part in the symphony of life. Lyra stood in the center of the village, her heart full. The winds had brought her here, and now they whispered of new paths, new journeys ahead. But for the first time, she felt at peace. The winds would always be there to guide her, but for now, she knew that the path of gentle winds had led her to the place where it all began, and where it was meant to be. Lyra stood quietly at the edge of the village, her gaze fixed on the horizon where the mountains met the sky. The winds whispered in her ears, carrying with them the distant echoes of other lands, other places where the balance was still waiting to be restored. Yet, for the first time since she had started her journey, she felt no urgency in her heart. The winds had guided her here, and now they were still, as if giving her the space to breathe, to be present in the moment. The village had flourished, its people strong and united, their connection to the elements restored. The fields were abundant with crops, the rivers ran clear and full, and the air felt fresh with the songs of the wind. It was a place of balance, a place where the wisdom of the earth was honored every day. The lessons Lyra had shared with them had taken root. And now the villagers carried that knowledge forward, teaching their children and their children's children the importance of living in harmony with the world around them. But even as the winds had guided her to this place of peace, they were not silent. They whispered of other lands, other people who still suffered from the chaos of imbalance. The fire that consumed the earth in one place, the water that flooded another. There were still so many who had forgotten the ancient rhythms of nature, so many who still lived without the wisdom of balance. Lyra turned from the village and walked toward the heart of the valley, where the river flowed with a steady, tranquil song. She knelt by its edge, dipping her fingers into the cool water and watching the ripples spread out in all directions. The river, like the winds, was always moving, always changing, yet it remained the same, a constant in the ever-shifting world. "Do you think it is time to rest, my friend?" she asked softly, her words carried away by the breeze. "Or is there more for me to do?" The river answered with a quiet murmur, its current gentle but sure. The winds picked up then, lifting the scent of wildflowers into the air, and for a moment, Lyra closed her eyes, letting herself listen to the world. The message was clear. There would always be more work to do. There would always be more lands to visit, more people to teach, more balance to restore, but for now, the winds were not urging her to leave. They were urging her to stay, to rest, to remember that peace was not a destination, it was a way of being. And so, she sat by the river, letting the sun warm her face, letting the sounds of nature fill her ears. There was no rush anymore. The path would unfold when the time was right. As the days passed, Lyra remained in the village, her presence a quiet reminder of the journey that had brought her here. She helped the people tend their gardens, shared stories by the fire, and listened to the winds as they spoke of the world beyond. But she also took time for herself, resting in the quiet moments, letting the balance settle deep within her own soul. One afternoon, as the sun began to set in a blaze of colors across the sky, the village elder approached Lyra, her steps slow but steady. She had been the first to welcome Lyra when she arrived, and now, she had become a close companion on the journey of renewal that had transformed the land. "The balance is strong here," the elder said, her voice calm. "But you have always been a traveler, Lyra. It is in your nature to seek, to move, to share what you have learned." "What will you do now?" Lyra smiled, looking out over the valley that had become her home for this moment in time. "I will stay," she said, her voice quiet but filled with certainty. "For now, this is my place. I will rest in the stillness of the winds and listen to the earth. And when the winds call me again, I will answer. But for now, I will be here, with all of you." The elder nodded, understanding the depth of Lyra's words. She had seen the winds carry Lyra far, across many lands, but she knew that the true path of balance was not always one of constant movement. Sometimes, the greatest wisdom came from stillness, from being present in the moment, from letting the world unfold in its own time, and so, Lyra stayed. She became a part of the village, not as a teacher, but as a fellow traveler on the path of balance. The winds, though still calling her outward, now seemed to pause, allowing her to sink deeper into the roots of the land, into the heart of the people. As the seasons shifted, the village continued to thrive. The people lived in harmony with the elements, their lives shaped by the teachings Lyra had shared. They had learned the rhythm of the earth, the quiet hum of the winds, the fire's warmth, and the water's flow. They had learned that the balance was not just something to be sought after, it was something to be lived, and Lyra, though still a traveler at heart, had learned the greatest lesson of all, that sometimes, the path of gentle winds is not one of endless motion, but one of quiet reflection, of listening deeply, and of finding peace in the stillness. The winds would always guide her when the time was right, but for now. They whispered softly, allowing her to rest, to savor the beauty of the world she had helped to heal. Lyra woke to the soft rustling of the leaves in the early morning light, the first rays of the sun casting long, golden fingers across the valley. The air was cool, and the scent of wildflowers mingled with the fresh earth, carrying with it a sense of quiet possibility. The village was still, the sounds of the waking day only just beginning to rise from the quiet homes, the distant murmur of the river a constant reminder of the life flowing through the land. She had spent many weeks here, learning to find comfort in the stillness, to embrace the simplicity of a life lived in harmony with nature. It was a rhythm she had never known before, a rhythm that had woven itself into her being, like the winds themselves, shaping her soul with every passing breeze. The villagers had welcomed her, yes, but it was the land itself that had truly taught her. She had come to understand the cycles of the earth in a way she had never imagined possible, the slow, steady growth of the crops, the quiet unfolding of flowers as the days passed, the steady rhythm of the river's flow. There was wisdom in this simplicity, a deep knowing that the world would continue to turn, that life would always find a way to persist, if only humans were willing to listen. Lyra had come to know the faces of those around her, old and young, each one of them carrying a quiet story of their own. She had listened to the laughter of children as they played by the river, to the conversations of the elders as they sat under the great oak tree in the village square. And in every exchange, she found more to learn, more to absorb, but even as the village grew stronger, more vibrant with every passing day, Lyra felt a pull, a soft whisper on the edges of her thoughts, as if the winds were beckoning her once more. She had known this feeling before, the call of something beyond, the knowledge that her journey was not yet complete. The winds that had guided her all this time had never ceased, only paused, waiting for the right moment to carry her forward. It was one evening, as she sat beside the river, that the winds returned to her with renewed strength. The rustling of the trees grew louder, the air thick with the scent of pine and salt. It was a call that she could no longer ignore. She stood up slowly, the earth firm beneath her feet, and looked back at the village. The people were still, each of them going about their daily tasks, each of them carrying the wisdom that she had helped to awaken within them. But now, her heart whispered the truth: it was time to move on. The winds had shown her that there were still other lands, other people who needed the message she carried. With a final look at the village, Lyra walked toward the edge of the valley, the cool breeze lifting her hair as she moved. She knew it would not be easy to leave the peace she had found here, but she also knew that her path was one of constant change, of constant movement, of bringing balance to the places where it had been lost. The winds had carried her through many lands, and they would carry her again, to the places where the imbalance was still too great to ignore. As she walked, the familiar sound of the river fading behind her, she felt a deep sense of gratitude for this place, for the lessons it had taught her. She had come to this village as a stranger, but she was leaving as a part of it, a part of its history, a part of its rebirth. The wind spoke softly, as though offering her a quiet blessing, and Lyra smiled. She had learned the most important lesson of all, that balance was not something to be achieved once and for all, it was something to be lived, day by day, moment by moment. The winds would always guide her, but it was the choices she made, the way she listened, that would shape her path, and so, she continued on, the winds at her back, carrying her toward new horizons, toward new challenges. There was much still to do, many places yet to visit, many hearts yet to awaken. But as she walked, she felt no fear, only peace. The winds would guide her, as they always had, and in their gentle whispers, she knew she was never truly alone. The winds had always been her guide, but now they were like a soft hum beneath her skin, urging her forward in a direction she couldn't yet see. Lyra walked for days, the world around her unfolding in quiet beauty. The forests that once felt wild now seemed to greet her, the trees bending their branches toward her as if to whisper their secrets. The rivers, once rushing and demanding, now flowed with a gentleness that mirrored her own heart. As she traveled, the landscape shifted from the peaceful valleys to towering hills, where the air grew thinner and the winds more restless. The birds that had once sung with a carefree joy now seemed to call her with urgency, their voices carrying over the hills in a manner that felt like a warning. A reminder that her journey was not finished. One evening, as the sun dipped low in the sky, casting long shadows across the land, Lyra reached a quiet clearing. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient stone circle, the stones weathered by time and the elements but still standing firm, reaching toward the heavens. She stepped into the circle, feeling a strange sense of familiarity wash over her. This place felt like a memory, something distant yet close, like a dream she had once had long ago. Lyra knelt beside one of the stones, her fingers brushing its surface. The air around her seemed to hum with an energy that was both ancient and alive, a pulse she could feel in her bones. She closed her eyes and listened. The winds were there, yes, but they were not the only voice. There was something else, a deep, resonant sound, like the beating of a heart, like the world itself was speaking to her. Her breath slowed as she focused on that pulse, that rhythm. The winds whispered, but now they spoke of something different. The balance she had restored, the peace she had brought, it was not enough. The world was still shifting, still on the edge of something great. The winds, once gentle and guiding, were now full of a deeper, more urgent call. Lyra stood, her heart heavy with the knowledge that her path was far from over. The winds that had carried her here now spoke of a greater imbalance, one that lay beyond what she had seen before. It was not just the earth or the sky that needed healing, it was something more, something woven into the fabric of the world itself. She could feel it now, in the air, in the pulse of the stones beneath her fingers. It was an ancient magic, a force long forgotten, and it was stirring once more. The voice of the wind grew louder, more insistent. "You must seek the heart of the earth," it whispered. "The time has come to heal what was broken long ago. The path is hidden, but you must find it." Lyra's heart raced. The heart of the earth. She had heard the name before, whispered on the winds, spoken in the stories of the elders. It was said to be the source of all balance, the pulse that connected all life. But it was lost, hidden away by time and forgotten by all but the oldest of beings. She took a deep breath and let the wind carry her forward, leaving the stone circle behind. The path before her was uncertain, but the winds had never failed her before. If the heart of the earth was real, she would find it. And when she did, she would restore the final piece of balance that the world so desperately needed. The journey would not be easy. The winds spoke of challenges yet unseen, of dangers that lay ahead. But Lyra was no stranger to hardship. She had walked the path of gentle winds for so long, had listened to the lessons of the earth and sky, that now she felt herself becoming one with the rhythm of the world. There was no fear in her heart, only a deep sense of purpose. As the night settled around her, Lyra made camp beneath the stars. The winds were quieter now, their call no longer urgent but patient, as if they, too, were awaiting the next step. She lay on the soft earth, her eyes tracing the constellations above, wondering what awaited her in the days to come. She had always known that the journey would lead her to something greater, but now she understood that this was not just about balance, it was about healing the very heart of the world itself. And with that realization, Lyra slept, the wind singing softly in her dreams, carrying her toward a destiny she had yet to fully understand. Lyra awoke to the stillness of the morning, the air cool and crisp as the first light of dawn crept across the sky. The winds were soft again, their presence subtle yet reassuring, like the breath of the earth itself. She had slept well, the deep rest of someone who had accepted the weight of a journey long begun. And yet, beneath that calm, there was a quiet urgency in her heart, a sense that the moment had arrived for her to move forward, to seek the heart of the earth. As she packed her belongings, the wind tugged at the edges of her cloak, as though eager to lead her toward the next step. Lyra stood, stretching her arms above her head, letting the cool breeze fill her lungs. The world seemed to pause with her, as if the earth itself was holding its breath, waiting for her to begin. She felt the pull of something deep within her, a connection to the ancient force that now called her. The journey ahead would be unlike anything she had faced before, but she knew, deep within her, that she was ready. The path ahead was uncertain, the land unfamiliar, but she trusted the winds. They had always guided her true, and they would do so again. As she walked, the landscape began to change, the gentle hills giving way to jagged cliffs and shadowed valleys. The air grew thicker, the winds more restless, as though the very earth was aware of her quest. She could feel the pulse of the land, a rhythm that vibrated in the stones beneath her feet, in the very air she breathed. The days passed quickly, the journey both serene and filled with a quiet tension. The further she traveled, the more she felt the weight of the task before her. The heart of the earth was no mere legend, it was a living, breathing force that had once kept the world in balance. But it had been lost to time, hidden away, and now it was up to her to find it. One evening, as the sun dipped low in the sky, Lyra found herself standing before a great chasm, a deep rift in the earth that seemed to stretch on forever. The wind howled through the canyon, the air thick with the scent of ancient stone and moss. It was here that the winds had led her, to this place of power, this place of forgotten magic. Lyra stepped forward cautiously, her senses heightened, every part of her attuned to the pulse of the earth. She could feel it now, the faintest whisper beneath her feet, a hum that seemed to resonate with her very soul. She knelt by the edge of the rift, her fingers brushing the cool stone, and closed her eyes. "Show me the way," she whispered into the wind. For a long moment, nothing happened. The wind fell silent, and the air around her seemed to hold its breath. Then, slowly, a faint glow appeared at the base of the chasm, a soft blue light that pulsed with the rhythm of the earth. Lyra's heart raced as she watched the light grow stronger, brighter, until it illuminated the entire rift. The winds began to swirl around her, the air thick with magic. The ground trembled beneath her feet, and Lyra knew, with absolute certainty, that she was standing at the threshold of something ancient and powerful. The light intensified, and the winds lifted her hair, caressing her face like a long-lost friend. The earth itself seemed to call to her, its voice low and resonant. "The heart lies within," the winds whispered, their voices merging with the hum of the earth. "But it is guarded by the ancient ones. Only those who are pure of heart and strong in purpose may enter." Lyra stood tall, her eyes fixed on the glowing light. She felt the weight of her journey pressing upon her, the significance of this moment clearer than ever before. The heart of the earth was not just a physical place, it was a force that could heal or destroy, depending on the hands that sought it. "I am ready," she said softly, her voice steady. "I have walked this path for the balance of the world. I will not falter now." The wind seemed to pause, as though waiting for her to speak her truth. Then, with a final gust, it swept her forward, pulling her toward the light. Lyra took a deep breath, feeling the energy of the earth surge through her, and stepped into the rift. As she descended into the chasm, the world around her shifted. The air grew cooler, the ground beneath her feet uneven and jagged. The light ahead beckoned her forward, a promise of the heart that lay hidden deep within the earth. But she could feel the presence of something ancient watching her, something that would test her resolve, her strength, and her heart. the journey ahead would not be easy. The Ancient Ones would not simply allow her to pass. But Lyra had come too far, learned too much, to turn back now. She was the one the winds had chosen, the one who would restore the balance that had been lost, and so, with the winds at her back and the pulse of the earth beneath her feet, she continued deeper into the chasm. Ready to face whatever trials awaited her in the heart of the world, the air grew colder as Lyra descended further into the chasm, the light ahead guiding her steps like a distant star. The walls of the rift towered high above her, smooth and dark, like the walls of an ancient temple. The wind had quieted, leaving only the sound of her footsteps and the faint hum of the earth. It was as if the world itself held its breath, waiting for the moment when she would cross the threshold into the unknown. The deeper she went, the more she felt the weight of the earth pressing in around her, as though the very ground beneath her feet was alive with ancient knowledge, holding secrets that had been forgotten by time. She could hear whispers now, faint and distant, like the voices of the ancients calling to her, urging her forward. The energy around her grew thicker, more palpable, as though the air itself was charged with the magic of ages past. As Lyra moved forward, her thoughts focused on the task at hand. She had come this far, and she could not afford to falter now. The heart of the earth was within her reach, but she knew that it would not reveal itself easily. The Ancient Ones, the guardians of this place, would not allow her to pass without testing her. She could feel their presence, as though they were watching her, assessing her every step, every breath. The path before her narrowed. The walls of the chasm closing in on either side. The air grew even colder, and she could see her breath misting in front of her. The light ahead grew brighter, but with it came a sense of unease. She could sense the pulse of the earth growing stronger, the hum of magic vibrating through her bones. It was as though the very land was alive, aware of her presence, and it was preparing for what was to come. And then, as she rounded a sharp corner, she saw them, the Ancient Ones. They stood before her, tall and imposing, their forms made of stone and shadow, their eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. Their presence was both terrifying and awe-inspiring, as though they were both the guardians and the keepers of the very earth itself. Their faces were etched with ancient markings, their bodies adorned with symbols of power and wisdom. They did not speak, but their gaze was heavy, as though they were silently judging her. Lyra stopped in her tracks, her heart pounding in her chest. She could feel the weight of their gaze, the pressure of their judgment pressing down on her. The wind, which had been so still, began to stir once more, swirling around her in a whirlwind of energy. She could feel the power of the earth coursing through her veins, and for a moment, she wondered if she was strong enough to face whatever trial they would set before her. One of the Ancient Ones stepped forward, its voice like the rumble of distant thunder. "You have come far, child of the winds," it said, its voice deep and resonant, carrying the weight of centuries. "But you have yet to prove your worth. The heart of the earth is not for the faint of heart. It is a force that requires strength, wisdom, and a pure soul. Are you ready to face the trials that lie ahead?" Lyra stood tall, her breath steady. She had come this far, and she would not turn back now. She had been called to this path for a reason, and she would prove herself worthy. "I am ready," she said, her voice steady and sure. "I have walked this path to restore the balance of the world. I will face whatever trials you set before me." The Ancient One nodded slowly, its eyes gleaming with approval. "Very well," it said. "The first trial is one of heart. You must confront your deepest fears, the shadows that lie hidden within you. Only when you face them will you be able to move forward." Lyra felt a chill run down her spine. The shadows within her. She had always known they were there, lurking in the corners of her mind, the doubts and fears that she had pushed aside. But now, they would be brought to the surface. She had faced many trials before, but this was something different. The very core of her being would be tested. The ancient ones raised their arms, and the air around Lyra shimmered with energy. The world seemed to shift, the walls of the chasm blurring as though they were dissolving into mist. The ground beneath her feet vanished, and she found herself standing on the edge of a vast, dark abyss. The wind howled around her, and the whispers of the earth grew louder, more frantic, and then, from the darkness, her fears emerged. They were not the fears of a child, nor the fleeting doubts that passed through her mind in moments of weakness. These were the deepest parts of her soul, the dark reflections of herself that she had long buried. The fear of failure. The fear of never being enough. The fear that her journey had been in vain, that she was simply chasing a dream that would slip through her fingers like sand. She could see them now, these shadows of her own making, standing before her in all their twisted forms. They loomed over her, their eyes full of judgment, their voices full of doubt. They whispered her failures, her mistakes, the moments when she had faltered. They reminded her of every time she had thought herself unworthy, unfit for the path she had chosen. Lyra's heart raced, and for a moment, she felt herself shrink back, the weight of her fears pressing in on her. But then, she remembered the winds. She remembered the calm that came when she embraced the journey, when she listened to the quiet voice within her. The path had always been uncertain, but she had walked it with strength and purpose. She had not faltered, and she would not falter now. Taking a deep breath, Lyra stepped forward. "I am not afraid of you," she said, her voice firm and resolute. "You are but reflections of my doubts. You have no power over me." The shadows wavered, and with each word, they seemed to shrink back, fading into the ether. The fear was still there, but it no longer held her in its grip. Lyra had faced her deepest fears and had not been consumed by them. She was stronger than she had ever known. As the shadows disappeared, the ancient ones stepped forward once more, their eyes gleaming with approval. "You have passed the first trial," they said. "The path forward is now open to you. But beware, the trials ahead will be even greater. Prepare yourself. For the heart of the earth is not given freely." With those final words, the chasm seemed to shift once more, and Lyra felt the ground beneath her feet solidify. She had passed the first test, but the journey was far from over. The heart of the earth was still ahead, and the trials would continue. But now, she was ready. The chasm before Lyra seemed to stretch on forever, but as the ancient ones stepped back into the shadows, a new light began to glow in the distance, soft, ethereal, and beckoning her forward. The air was still, the silence profound, save for the faint whisper of the earth beneath her feet. She could feel the pulse of the land again, steady and calm, like the heartbeat of the world itself. The first trial was behind her, but she knew that the hardest challenges still lay ahead. The first test had been one of heart, forcing her to face the fears she had long buried deep within herself. Now, the next trial would demand something else, a test of her mind, her wisdom, her understanding of the world around her. Lyra took a steadying breath and stepped forward, feeling the pull of the path as it led her deeper into the rift. The walls of the chasm narrowed again, the light growing dimmer with each step. She could feel the weight of the earth above her, as though the very stones were watching her, judging her every movement. The air grew thick with magic, and the ground beneath her feet seemed to hum with ancient energy. As she walked, the whispers of the earth began to grow louder, forming words, though she could not understand them at first. They were not in any language she knew, but somehow, they were familiar, like a distant memory stirring from the depths of her mind. Lyra closed her eyes for a moment, letting the voices wash over her. She reached out with her senses, trying to understand what the earth was trying to tell her. And then, as if a veil had been lifted, the words became clear. The second trial is one of wisdom, the voices whispered. You must prove your understanding of the world, the balance of all things. The forces of the earth are intertwined, and only when you see the connections will you be able to move forward. The ground beneath her shifted again, and she felt herself sinking into the earth. She was not falling, but being drawn downward, as though the earth itself was guiding her. The path ahead blurred as a mist rose around her, obscuring her vision. The air grew colder, and the light that had once guided her was now hidden, lost in the thick fog. Lyra paused, her senses heightened. She could feel the energy of the land swirling around her, the wind tugging at her cloak, but there was no clear direction. The mist had swallowed the path, and she was surrounded by an overwhelming sense of uncertainty. She had to find a way through, but how? And then, a thought came to her, an image of the winds. The delicate threads that connected all things. The wind was not a force that acted on its own, it was part of a larger whole, intertwined with the currents of the world, the earth, the sky, and the sea. Everything was connected, a web of balance and harmony. Lyra closed her eyes and breathed deeply, centering herself. She felt the air around her, listening for the subtle shifts, the faintest movements. The wind, once again, began to stir, its direction shifting ever so slightly. She reached out, letting the currents guide her, sensing the invisible threads that connected everything. The land, the sky, the very breath she took, all were part of the same intricate dance. The mist began to part. Slowly at first, revealing a path ahead. The walls of the chasm began to reappear, but they were different now, etched with ancient symbols and patterns that seemed to pulse with life. The wind grew stronger, its force now guiding her, carrying her forward along the path that was slowly unveiling itself before her. As Lyra moved deeper into the mist, she felt a growing sense of clarity. The voices of the earth spoke again, not as whispers this time, but with a deep resonance, like the sound of a great bell ringing across the land. You have seen the threads that bind all things, they said. But now you must understand the balance. Everything in this world is connected, but it is the choices we make that tip the scales. The heart of the earth is not just a power to be wielded, it is the embodiment of balance itself. It can heal or destroy, depending on the hands that hold it. Will you choose wisely, Lyra of the winds? Lyra's heart swelled with understanding. The winds had guided her this far, and now, the earth itself was speaking to her, revealing the deeper truth. the true nature of balance. She was not here to wield power, to force change or control the world. She was here to restore harmony, to ensure that the delicate threads of nature remained intact. The realization filled her with purpose. She could feel the weight of it now, the magnitude of her journey. The heart of the earth was not just a place or an artifact, it was a force that needed to be respected. A power that could only be understood through wisdom, patience, and compassion. The mist continued to dissipate, and the path ahead grew clearer. The ancient markings on the chasm walls seemed to glow faintly, revealing a door, a great stone door, etched with the symbols of nature's cycles, the sun and moon, the stars and the seasons. The door itself seemed alive, pulsing with a rhythm that mirrored the heartbeat of the earth. Lyra approached the door, her mind focused, her heart steady. She knew what she had to do. She had to choose, to embrace the balance that connected all things and step into the next phase of her journey. The door would not open by force or power. It would open when she understood. Truly understood, the weight of the decision before her. With a deep breath, Lyra placed her hand on the door. She could feel the energy of the earth flowing through her, the winds of wisdom guiding her, and the pulse of the land urging her forward. Only those who see the balance may pass. The ancient voices whispered once more. The stone door creaked, the earth groaning in response, and slowly, it began to open. The door groaned open with a sound that echoed through the chasm, reverberating deep within the earth. A soft light spilled through the crack, illuminating the path beyond. Lyra stepped forward, her heart steady with the knowledge she had gained. The second trial was behind her. But she knew that this next phase of the journey would test her in ways she couldn't yet imagine. Beyond the door lay a vast cavern, its walls adorned with shimmering veins of crystal that pulsed with a faint, otherworldly glow. The air here was different, fresher, lighter, almost like a breath of wind after a long storm. It was as though she had entered a space untouched by time, a place where the land itself held its breath in reverence. The path ahead was illuminated by the soft glow of the crystals, which seemed to pulse in rhythm with her every step. There were no signs of life, no animals or birds, only the quiet hum of the earth beneath her feet. The deeper she ventured, the more she felt a strange sense of calm. It was as if the land was at peace here, a sanctuary of balance and stillness, but she knew better than to think this place was without its trials. The earth had already shown her that it was full of secrets, and each trial had come with its own set of challenges. She had passed the trial of the heart, confronting her fears. She had passed the trial of wisdom, understanding the interconnectedness of all things. But what would the next trial bring? The cavern stretched out before her, its end obscured by shadows, and as she moved forward, she sensed that something was watching her, something ancient and powerful, waiting for her to arrive. Her senses were on high alert, and she felt a stirring in the air, a shift in the very fabric of the space around her. The earth was alive here, aware of her presence, and it was waiting to reveal its next challenge. Suddenly, the ground beneath her feet trembled. The crystals around her began to glow brighter, casting shifting patterns of light across the walls. She stopped, her hand instinctively reaching for the winds, but the air was still, as though the winds themselves had been stilled by the power of this place. Then, from the shadows, something stirred, a figure appeared, stepping out from the darkness. It was tall and ethereal, its form shifting between the solidity of stone and the fluidity of wind. The figure's face was hidden in shadow, but Lyra could sense the weight of its presence. It was not an enemy, but a guardian, like the ancient ones she had encountered earlier. This was another test, another trial, but one of a different nature. The figure spoke, its voice echoing softly, like the sound of a distant breeze. "You have come far, Lyra of the winds," it said. "You have passed the trials of heart and wisdom. But now, you must face the final trial, the trial of spirit. This trial will test your very essence, your connection to the soul of the earth. It will reveal your true nature." Lyra felt a chill run down her spine. The trial of spirit. What did it mean? She had already faced so much. And now it seemed as though the earth was asking for something deeper, something more profound. The figure raised its hand, and the air around Lyra shimmered. The ground beneath her feet shifted once again, and she felt herself falling, though she was not afraid. She was floating, suspended in a void, with no sense of up or down. The world around her was a swirling maelstrom of light and shadow, the winds of the earth pulling her in every direction. She could hear the faint voices of the ancients again, like whispers carried on the breeze. The trial of spirit is not one that can be fought with strength or intellect, the figure's voice echoed in the swirling winds. It is a trial of the soul. You must look within and face the deepest truth of who you are. Only by embracing this truth can you continue on your path. Lyra closed her eyes, feeling the maelstrom around her, the shifting winds tugging at her soul. She could feel the weight of her own doubts, the questions that had followed her throughout her journey. Was she truly worthy of the heart of the earth? Was she capable of restoring balance, of fulfilling the purpose she had set out to achieve? The winds howled around her, but she did not resist. She had already faced her fears, already confronted the doubts that had threatened to hold her back. This was something different. This was not about confronting an external enemy or solving a puzzle. It was about understanding herself, her true nature, her connection to the earth, and the role she played in the grand design of the world. In that moment, Lyra understood. The path she had walked had always been one of connection, not just to the winds, the earth, or the skies, but to herself. She had been guided by a purpose, yes, but that purpose had always been intertwined with her own growth, her own understanding of her place in the world. She was not just a traveler, a seeker of the heart of the earth. She was part of the earth itself, a living thread woven into the fabric of the world. And the true essence of her journey was not to wield power, but to restore balance, not just in the world, but within herself. The winds began to settle, the maelstrom calming as the figure's presence faded into the ether. The shadows receded, and Lyra found herself standing once more in the glowing cavern, the ground firm beneath her feet. She was no longer suspended in the void, she was grounded, whole, and at peace. The figure reappeared before her, its form now clearer, more solid. It nodded, its eyes glowing with approval. "You have passed the trial of spirit," it said. "You have found your true self, and in doing so, you have found the strength to move forward. The path ahead is now open to you." The figure extended a hand, and before Lyra stood a portal, a shimmering door that led deeper into the heart of the earth. It was the final step, the final test. But Lyra knew now that she was ready. With a steady breath, Lyra stepped forward, the door opening before her. Lyra stood before the shimmering portal, her heart steady, her mind clear. The final trial was behind her, and now, as she gazed into the gateway that awaited, she felt an overwhelming sense of completion and anticipation. The earth had tested her in ways she could never have imagined, each trial pushing her further, asking her to reach deeper within herself, to understand her true place within the grand tapestry of the world. But now, it was time. The portal glowed softly, beckoning her onward. It was not a door of stone or wood, but a living thing, formed from the very essence of the earth, woven together by unseen threads, as if the world itself had reached out to guide her. She could feel the pull of it. A gentle but insistent tug that seemed to echo the steady rhythm of her heartbeat. Without hesitation, Lyra stepped forward. As her foot crossed the threshold, she was enveloped in light, and for a brief moment, it felt as if the very essence of the world itself was flowing through her. She was no longer just Lyra, the wind weaver, or the seeker of the heart of the earth. She was part of something much greater, part of the rhythm of the earth, the pulse of the wind, the flow of time itself. The light dimmed as quickly as it had appeared, and when her eyes adjusted, she found herself standing in a vast, open space. It was unlike anything she had ever seen, a place both familiar and foreign. Timeless and yet alive with energy. The sky above was an endless expanse, its colors shifting from soft lavender to deep indigo, and the stars twinkled in patterns she had never witnessed before. The air felt different here, too, warmer, more vibrant, as though it had a life of its own, infused with the power of the earth and the heavens. Lyra stepped forward, her feet light on the ground, and as she did, the land beneath her seemed to respond, shifting and changing, forming a path that led deeper into the expanse. The wind, once again, whispered around her, its voice familiar and comforting, as though it had always been with her, guiding her. Ahead, in the distance, she saw a figure standing beneath a great, ancient tree. Its bark was twisted and gnarled, its branches reaching toward the sky like the arms of an old, wise guardian. The figure stood still, its back to her, but Lyra could sense the presence of something immense, something ancient, powerful, and familiar. As she drew closer, the figure turned to face her, and for a moment, Lyra's heart stopped. It was her, but it was not the version of her she knew. This figure was older, wiser, its eyes filled with the depth of centuries. There was a quiet power in its gaze, a calm strength that spoke of lives lived and lessons learned. It was her, and yet it was not. It was a reflection of what she could become, a version of herself that had embraced her true calling and the balance of the earth. The figure spoke, its voice a soft echo of the winds. "You have come far, Lyra of the winds," it said, its voice resonating within her soul. "You have passed the trials and embraced the path. But now, you must face your final choice." Lyra stepped forward, her heart racing, but her resolve unshaken. "What choice?" she asked, her voice steady. "I have come to restore balance, to find the heart of the earth. I have done everything the earth has asked of me. What more is there?" The figure's eyes softened, a quiet sadness in them. "You have not come for power, Lyra. You have come to restore balance, yes, but the heart of the earth is not a thing to be wielded. It is a force, a living presence that flows through the world. A part of all things. To possess it would be to disrupt that flow, to break the balance you seek to restore. The heart of the earth is not something to be taken. It must be released, allowed to return to the world from which it came, Lyra's mind world. She had thought that finding the heart of the earth would be the culmination of her journey, the final step in her quest. But now, the figure before her spoke of releasing it, of letting go of the very thing she had sought so long. But if I let it go, what will become of me? Lyra asked, a thread of fear creeping into her voice. What will happen to the balance I've worked so hard to restore? The figure smiled gently, its eyes filled with understanding. You are not alone in this, Lyra, it said. The earth does not need a single hand to carry its heart. It needs the hearts of all who walk its path. You are part of the balance, but you are not its sole keeper. The heart of the earth is not a burden, it is a gift that flows through all who seek harmony with the world. Lyra stood in silence for a long moment, the weight of the figure's words sinking deep into her heart. She had always thought of the heart of the earth as something to be found, something to be protected. But now she understood that it was not a possession to be held, but a force to be shared, a force that lived within all things. The figure raised its hand, and the ground beneath Lyra's feet began to tremble once more. The great tree before them began to shimmer, its bark shifting and flowing like the winds, its branches swaying with the energy of the earth. Release the heart of the earth, Lyra, the figure said, its voice both a command and a blessing. Let it return to the world, where it belongs. And with it, let the winds of change carry you forward. For the balance you seek is not something that can be owned, it is something that must be lived. Lyra nodded, understanding now. She had not come to take or control, she had come to be a part of something much greater than herself. The heart of the earth was not hers to hold, but it was hers to understand, to honor, and to help return to the world. With a deep breath, Lyra closed her eyes and lifted her arms, feeling the winds gather around her, the earth beneath her feet, the sky above her. She released the heart of the earth, letting it flow back into the land, returning to the place it had always belonged. As she did, the energy of the earth surged through her, and for a moment, it felt as though time itself had stopped, the world holding its breath in anticipation. Then, with a great rush, the energy settled. The winds shifted, the earth calmed, and Lyra felt a deep, peaceful connection to the world around her, a connection she had always known, but had only now fully understood. The figure before her smiled, and as it did, it began to fade into the light of the tree, its form dissolving into the wind. You have found the true balance, Lyra of the winds, it said. Now, the path ahead is yours to walk. Remember always that the heart of the earth lives within us all, and that balance is not something to be found, but something to be lived. And with that, Lyra stepped forward, the winds of change guiding her, as the path ahead opened wide and free, waiting for her to walk it, as a part of the world, forever. The world around Lyra seemed to breathe in harmony, as though the earth itself exhaled with her. The winds whispered softly, and the stars above continued their eternal dance across the sky. The ancient tree behind her shimmered with the last remnants of its energy, the figure now nothing more than a memory, its words echoing in the depths of her soul. She took a step forward, her feet light upon the earth, her heart full. The air around her felt different now, more alive, as though the balance she had so long sought was not just an idea, but a living force that thrived in the spaces between her breaths. She could feel the pulse of the earth beneath her, the gentle sway of the trees, the whispers of the winds that caressed her skin. Her journey had brought her far, and each step had been one of discovery, not just of the world, but of herself. She had faced the trials of heart, wisdom, and spirit. She had embraced the winds, the earth, the elements themselves. And through it all, she had come to understand that balance was not something to be achieved, but something to be nurtured, something that flowed through every living thing. Now, as she walked through the vast, open landscape, she felt a quiet sense of fulfillment, not because she had completed her quest, but because she had found her place within it. The earth no longer seemed like an external force to be controlled or understood. It was a part of her, as integral to her being as the very breath she drew. As she continued along the path that seemed to open before her, Lyra's thoughts drifted back to the heart of the earth. She had not taken it, not claimed it for herself, but in releasing it, she had become one with it. She had learned that the heart was not an object or a treasure to be hoarded, but a force of nature, a force that flowed through all things, uniting them in a delicate, ever-changing balance. To possess it would be to disrupt that flow, to break what had always been. She stopped at the edge of a cliff, gazing out over the vast landscape below. The wind tousled her hair, and for a moment, she felt as though the world itself was holding its breath, waiting for her to move forward. Far below, she could see the winding rivers, the mountains that reached toward the sky, and the forests that seemed to stretch on forever. It was a world full of life, full of possibility, and it was all interconnected. Lyra's journey had brought her to this moment, and though the path behind her had been long and filled with trials, she felt a quiet joy in knowing that it had all been necessary. Every step, every decision had led her to this understanding, that balance was not something to be won or lost. It was something to be lived, nurtured, and shared. How will I walk forward? Lyra whispered to the winds, her voice soft and contemplative. What does it mean, now, to live this balance? The answer came not in words, but in the feeling that washed over her, a sense of knowing, deep in her soul, that she was already walking the path she was meant to. The winds, once again, stirred around her, as if in answer, carrying with them a song that resonated through her, lifting her heart, lightening her steps. She turned and began to walk again, feeling the earth beneath her and the wind in her hair. Her purpose had not been to find an ending, but to understand a beginning. Each step now felt different, as though the world itself was inviting her to move with it, to be a part of its endless dance. The road ahead was not clear, but Lyra was no longer worried. She had found her place, her balance, and in that, she had found the peace she had long sought. She walked for days, weeks, or perhaps longer, the passage of time seeming to lose its meaning as she moved deeper into the heart of the world. And wherever she went, she felt the same steady rhythm, the pulse of the earth, the whisper of the winds, the harmony of all things that lived and breathed in this world. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the sky in hues of gold and violet, Lyra came upon a quiet glade. In the center stood an ancient stone, its surface carved with intricate symbols and patterns, symbols that seemed familiar, as though she had seen them before in her dreams. She approached the stone, her fingers brushing gently over its surface. The air around her seemed to hum with energy, and for a moment, she felt a deep connection to the land, as though she were standing at the very center of the world. In that moment, Lyra understood. The journey she had undertaken had not been just about the trials or the destination, it had been about the connections she had made along the way. The winds had whispered to her, the earth had spoken to her, and in each of those moments, she had learned something new about the balance that existed within and around her. And now, standing before this stone, she realized that the journey was not over, it was just beginning. The winds picked up around her, swirling in a gentle dance. The world, it seemed, was waiting for her to continue, to walk in harmony, to share the balance she had found, to be the living embodiment of the winds, the earth, and the sky. Lyra smiled, her heart light, and she stepped forward, knowing that whatever lay ahead, she would face it with the same steady heart and open spirit that had guided her thus far. For she was no longer just Lyra, the wind weaver, she was part of something greater, something timeless. She was the balance, and she would carry it with her wherever she went. Lyra walked steadily forward, her heart in tune with the rhythm of the earth beneath her feet. The stone in the glade, its intricate carvings still fresh in her mind, seemed to have unlocked something deep within her, a new understanding of her place within the world. She was no longer simply a seeker of balance, she had become a part of the balance itself. As she continued her journey, the wind carried whispers of new paths, of places she had not yet seen, of challenges that would shape her understanding even further. But for now, the path was quiet, serene, as if the world was offering her a moment of peace after all the trials she had faced. For days, Lyra traveled through forests that hummed with life, across meadows where the grass swayed in time with the song of the wind, and by rivers that sparkled with the reflection of the setting sun. The land was alive with energy, each step she took deepening her connection with the earth and the forces that moved within it. Yet, even in this peaceful moment, Lyra could feel the stirring of something more, something that called to her from beyond the horizon. From beyond the quiet glades and the gentle winds. It was subtle, but unmistakable. A sense that her journey was not just for her own growth, but for the world itself. The winds had been her guide, the earth her teacher, and now the sky seemed to call her forward, urging her to continue. One evening, as the stars began to appear in the sky, Lyra found herself atop a high hill, overlooking a vast valley. The air was cool, and the wind whispered around her, carrying with it a sense of anticipation. In the distance, she could see a dark silhouette, a mountain range, its peaks lost in the clouds. The winds had guided her this far, but now, they seemed to shift, as if pointing her toward the mountains. There was something there, something she needed to understand, something she had to face before she could fully step into the role she had been given. With a deep breath, Lyra made her decision. She would follow the call of the winds, no matter where it led her. The mountains were not far, and though the journey might be difficult, she knew she was ready. Her connection with the world had deepened, and she was no longer afraid of what lay ahead. The balance she had come to understand was not something that could be maintained in stillness. It was dynamic, ever-changing, and sometimes, it required a shift, a challenge to the status quo. The next morning, Lyra set out toward the mountains. The path was steep, winding through thick forests and rocky terrain. The winds, always at her side, seemed to guide her steps, gently nudging her forward, even when the path became treacherous. She climbed higher and higher, her body aching with the effort, but her spirit remained steady. The higher she climbed, the more she could feel the pulse of the world around her, the deeper the connection to the earth and sky. As she approached the base of the mountains, the winds began to grow stronger. They howled through the trees, swirling around her like a tempest. But Lyra did not falter. She knew that this was not a storm to fear, it was a storm to embrace. The winds were testing her, challenging her to trust in the strength she had gained from her journey. The air grew colder as she ascended further, and the mountain landscape became more rugged. But just as she reached the edge of a cliff, a sudden gust of wind blew toward her, and with it, a voice, Lyra. The voice was not a whisper, but a call, strong and commanding, yet gentle all the same. Lyra paused, feeling the weight of the words in her heart. She had felt the presence of something greater for a long time now, but this voice was different. It came from the mountain itself, from the very earth beneath her feet. She stepped forward, her gaze fixed on the distant peak. The voice came again, clearer this time. Come, seeker of balance. The time has come for you to understand the true nature of the winds. The heart of the earth has been restored, but the winds still carry their own secrets. The wind swirled around her, a soft, steady hum. Lyra closed her eyes and let the voice wash over her, feeling the power and mystery in its call. It was as though the very essence of the mountain was speaking to her, urging her to step further into the unknown. With a deep breath, Lyra began to climb once more, following the path that led her up the mountainside. The winds howled around her, but she was not afraid. She had learned that the winds were not her enemy, but her guide, her companion. And now, they were leading her to something greater, something she needed to understand. As she reached the top of the mountain, she found herself standing on a narrow plateau, the view stretching out before her in every direction. The wind was fierce here, but it did not push her away. Instead, it wrapped around her, caressing her skin, lifting her hair, and then, as if the mountain itself had opened up to her, a great wave of energy surged through her, a surge of clarity and understanding. The winds were not just a force, they were a living, breathing entity, a manifestation of the earth's breath, a reflection of the life that flowed through all things. Lyra stood there, eyes closed, her arms outstretched, as the winds enveloped her. She understood now, truly understood, that the winds were not separate from the earth, nor were they separate from her. They were one with her, just as she was one with the earth, just as she was one with the sky. The winds had brought her here, to this moment of clarity. And in this moment, Lyra knew that her journey was not just about seeking balance, it was about becoming part of it, living it, sharing it with the world. With a deep breath, she let the winds carry her forward, knowing that her path was not yet complete, but that she was ready for whatever lay ahead. As Lyra stood on the plateau, the wind surrounding her like a symphony of nature's breath. Something within her shifted. The winds weren't just a guide, a force to help her along her journey. They were a living expression of the earth's pulse, of the very spirit of the world itself. She felt the deep, ancient energy that flowed through them, an energy that connected all things. The winds whispered the secrets of the world to her, not in words, but in feelings, in fleeting glimpses of truths she could barely grasp. She closed her eyes and let herself be swept away in the rhythm of the winds, feeling their power course through her, as though they were both a part of her and something much larger. She was no longer a traveler on a path, but an integral note in the eternal song of the world. The voice of the mountain, then, just as the wind seemed to settle into a soft hum around her, the voice returned, a deep, resonating sound, as though the mountain itself were speaking. "Lyra, seeker of balance," the voice called, a gentle yet commanding presence in the air. "You have walked far, through the trials of heart, wisdom, and spirit. You have embraced the winds and the earth, and now, you must understand the true nature of the air you breathe." Lyra's heart quickened. She had heard the wind speak before, but now, it felt as if the very soul of the earth was communicating with her. The mountain's voice seemed to call not just to her, but to the world itself. "The winds are the breath of the earth." The voice continued. "They carry with them the stories of every living thing, the whispers of the trees, the songs of the rivers, the laughter of the skies. But they are also the voice of change. The winds are not stagnant, they are forever moving, forever shifting, carrying with them the seeds of transformation. You, Lyra, have come to understand the earth, the balance of the elements, but now you must learn how to walk with the winds, not just as a guide, but as a force of creation and destruction." Lyra took a deep breath, her gaze lifting to the horizon. The mountains stretched endlessly before her, their peaks cloaked in mist, their presence timeless and unyielding. The winds howled, pulling at her hair and clothes, and for a moment, she wondered what it would mean to truly walk with them. "The winds are not just your companions, they are the messengers of change," the voice continued. "What you have learned about balance is true, but it is only one part of the equation. True balance is not stagnant, it is in constant motion, as are the winds. Change is not something to fear, but something to embrace." Embracing change, Lyra stood still, feeling the weight of the mountain's words, and yet, something inside her stirred. The winds, the earth, the sky, they were not just forces to be respected, they were invitations to live fully, to embrace each moment with an open heart and mind. She had always sought balance, the delicate equilibrium of the world. But now, she understood that balance was not a destination, it was the dance of the forces, a constant flow of energy. The winds were not there to take anything from her, they were simply offering the possibility of transformation, of growth. With a soft smile, Lyra closed her eyes once more, feeling the winds rush through her. She felt no fear, only the gentle urging to step forward. She had learned that change was inevitable, and the winds were there to carry her through it, just as they carried the stories of the world. She was no longer simply the seeker, but a part of the wind's eternal journey. "Walk with the winds," the mountain's voice urged. "And in doing so, you will learn the deeper truths of the world, those that are hidden in the spaces between moments, in the changes that sweep through the land, in the breath of the earth itself." Lyra took another step, feeling the winds shift with her movements, guiding her toward a new horizon. The journey was not over, but she no longer felt the weight of the unknown. The winds, the earth, and the sky, they were with her, every step of the way, a new path. As she began her descent from the mountain, the winds at her back, Lyra felt a sense of peace that had eluded her for so long. The world was full of unknowns, yes, but it was also full of endless possibilities. She had learned that the winds were not there to be controlled, but to be embraced. They were the force of creation, of renewal, and of destruction. They were the voice of the earth itself, urging her to grow, to change, and to live fully in every moment. She did not know where the winds would lead her next. The path ahead was unclear, but she no longer feared it. With the winds at her side, she felt ready for anything. As she walked down the mountain, the sun dipped low in the sky, casting the landscape in golden light. The world seemed to stretch out before her, an infinite expanse of beauty and possibility. And with each step, Lyra knew that she was walking not just for herself, but for the winds, for the earth, and for all the lives that would come after hers. She had become part of the dance, part of the flow of life itself. Lyra's footsteps were light as she descended the mountain, the winds whispering softly around her, as if offering her a blessing for the journey ahead. The earth beneath her feet felt more alive than ever, as though it recognized the changes within her. The winds had carried her to a new understanding, a deeper connection to the world around her. But even as she embraced this newfound wisdom, she knew that her path was far from over. With each step, the landscape shifted before her eyes. The rolling hills below the mountain were vast and untamed, their golden grasses swaying gently in the wind's rhythm. In the distance, the forest's edge beckoned, where the trees whispered their own secrets in the language of leaves and branches. The sky, too, seemed to open up before her, its endless expanse inviting her to journey further, to explore the mysteries that lay beyond. But it wasn't the horizon that held Lyra's attention now. It was the presence of the winds, the way they moved with her, as if they were not just a force of nature, but a living companion, guiding her forward. She could feel the winds shifting, not just in the physical world, but in her own spirit, as if they were preparing her for something even greater, the meeting of the spirits. As she ventured deeper into the forest, the winds grew gentler, the trees closing in around her, their ancient trunks standing like silent sentinels. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and the song of distant birds echoed through the stillness. Lyra felt at peace here, as though the forest itself was welcoming her, offering her the rest she had longed for. But even in the quiet of the woods, the winds did not cease their whispers. They seemed to carry a message, one that was just beyond her reach. And then, as if the forest itself had opened a doorway, a figure appeared before her. The figure was cloaked in shadows, their face hidden beneath a veil of silver light. The air around them shimmered with an ethereal glow, as though they were part of the forest itself, both present and distant, solid and shifting. Lyra paused, her heart beating faster, her instincts telling her that this was no ordinary meeting. The figure spoke, their voice soft yet powerful, as if it carried the weight of the wind itself. "Lyra," the voice whispered, "you have walked the path of gentle winds, and you have learned their lessons. But now, you must learn the final lesson of the wind, the one that comes only when you are ready to understand the true nature of your spirit." Lyra stepped forward, her heart open, ready for whatever came next. The figure's presence was calming. Yet there was a depth to them that spoke of ancient wisdom, of truths that span time itself. The final lesson, the winds, the figure continued, are not just a force in the world, they are the breath of the universe, the pulse of life itself. Everything that lives, that grows, that changes, is connected through the winds. But the final lesson of the winds is this: true balance is not just about embracing the changes that come to you, but about becoming the change. It is not about following the path laid before you, but about creating the path as you walk. Lyra's mind raced, the weight of these words settling into her chest. To become the change. It was a concept she had never fully grasped before. And yet, now, it seemed as clear as the sky above her. the figures' form shimmered, their presence flickering like the winds themselves. You are a part of the winds now, Lyra. You are the keeper of their secrets, the channel through which they move. But in order to fully understand your place in the world, you must accept that you are both the wanderer and the guide, the one who learns and the one who teaches. The winds do not simply blow through the world, they are shaped by every soul they touch. And in turn, they shape the souls they meet. The figures stepped closer, their presence wrapping around Lyra like a warm embrace. You are not separate from the winds, Lyra. You are one with them. And as you walk, you carry the winds within you. They will carry you to places you cannot yet imagine, and in turn, you will carry them to those who need their guidance. The winds of change, Lyra closed her eyes, feeling the wind rush past her, carrying with it a sense of freedom, of possibility. She understood now. The winds were not just external forces, they were a reflection of the inner journey, of the transformation that took place within the heart and mind of every seeker, to become the change. To shape the winds as they shaped her. This was the final lesson, the key to understanding her place in the world. She was not just a traveler, she was a creator, a weaver of paths. A bringer of winds. As the figure began to fade, their form dissolving into the mist of the forest, they left Lyra with one final thought: walk the path you have created, Lyra. Trust in the winds, but trust also in yourself. For the winds will always be with you, as long as you remain true to the breath of the earth. Lyra stood alone in the forest, the winds now swirling around her with a renewed energy. She was no longer just a wanderer on the path, she had become part of the very fabric of the world. The winds were her guide, her companion, but now, they were also her voice, her strength, and her purpose. With a deep breath, Lyra stepped forward once more, her heart light and her spirit full. The winds carried her onward, and she was ready for whatever came next. The starlit meadow, the night sky was a tapestry of stars, each one a tiny beacon of light in the vast expanse above. Far beneath this celestial canvas, a soft breeze stirred the tall grasses of a meadow, their blades swaying gently in the night's embrace. It was a quiet, peaceful place, untouched by time, where the world seemed to hold its breath. Lyra stood at the edge of the meadow, her eyes gazing up at the endless sky, her mind a whirl of thoughts. The journey that had brought her here had been long and uncertain, full of dangers and mysteries that seemed to grow with each passing day. But now, in this serene place, she felt a momentary peace, like the calm before the storm. Beside her, Kale stood silent, his eyes scanning the horizon. His presence, always steady and calm, brought her a sense of reassurance. But even he could not escape the quiet tension in the air. Something felt different about this meadow, as if it was more than just a place, it was a threshold, a boundary between worlds. Do you feel it? Lyra asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Kale nodded slowly, his brow furrowed. Yes. There's something about this place. It's not just the stillness. It's like the land itself is waiting for something. They had arrived here by following a map, one that had been handed down through generations, passed from hand to hand by those who sought the secrets of the world. The map had led them to this starlit meadow, a place that was spoken of in ancient legends but rarely found by those who searched for it. It was said that this meadow held the answers to many questions, the kind of answers that could change the course of their journey. The path they had walked thus far had been full of uncertainties, but now, standing in the heart of the meadow, they felt that the next step would reveal everything. "Let's keep moving," Kale said, breaking the silence. "There's something here, something we need to find," Elara nodded, her heart racing as she stepped forward into the meadow. With each step, the air grew heavier, the stars above seeming to pulse in time with the rhythm of her own heart. The grass beneath her feet felt soft, almost like a whisper against her skin, as if the land itself were trying to communicate with her. As they moved deeper into the meadow, they saw something ahead, a figure standing in the center of the field. It was cloaked in shadow, but there was an ethereal glow surrounding it, like a being made of the very starlight above. "Who's there?" Elara called out, her voice steady despite the uncertainty she felt. The figure did not move, but the soft glow around it brightened, and a voice, soft as the wind, yet powerful, filled the air. "You have come," the voice said. "But the path you seek is not without sacrifice." Kale stepped forward, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. "Who are you? And what do you know of the path we must take?" The figure remained still, the glow around it now illuminating the meadow in a soft, silvery light. "I am the keeper of the starlit meadow," the voice replied, as the figure began to take form, becoming more distinct. "And you, Elara and Kale, have been chosen to walk a path that will alter the fate of all. But the price of this journey is steep. Are you prepared to pay it?" Elara felt a shiver run down her spine. The keeper's words echoed in her mind, the weight of them pressing down on her. She had come so far, faced so many trials, but this was different. This felt like a crossroads, a decision that could change everything. "Tell us what we must do," Elara said, her voice unwavering despite the doubts swirling within her. "We're ready." The keeper's gaze shifted between them, a faint, knowing smile on its lips. "Very well. To find the truth you seek, you must first understand the truth of yourselves. Only then will you have the power to shape your destiny." A soft breeze picked up, carrying the scent of wildflowers and the distant sound of a river flowing. The keeper extended a hand toward them, and the ground beneath their feet began to shift, the meadow itself twisting as if it were alive, responding to the keeper's words. "You must face what lies within," the keeper continued, its voice now a whisper, almost drowned by the wind. "Only by confronting your deepest fears and desires can you unlock the true power that lies within the starlit meadow." Elara and Kale exchanged a glance. They had faced countless challenges together, but this was something new, something deeper. The path they sought would not just test their strength, but their very souls. "Are you ready?" the keeper asked, its voice echoing through the air like a distant melody. Elara's heart raced, but she nodded. "We are ready," the keeper smiled, a radiant light surrounding them both. "Then step forward, and face what you fear. Only then will you see the truth." With that, the light around the keeper grew brighter, blinding them both for a moment. And when the light faded, Elara and Kale found themselves standing at the edge of a vast chasm, a rift that seemed to stretch infinitely in both directions. The stars above had disappeared, leaving behind an eerie darkness, and the only sound was the rushing of the wind that howled through the empty space. Before them stood two paths, one leading down into the darkness, the other into a soft, glowing light. The chasm stretched endlessly before Elara and Kale, its vastness swallowed by the heavy darkness that had replaced the starry sky. The air around them grew thick with uncertainty, the weight of the unknown pressing down on their shoulders. Each step they had taken into the starlit meadow had brought them closer to this moment. But now that they stood at the edge of the abyss, the reality of what they had to face began to settle in. The two paths before them were starkly different. One was bathed in a soft, ethereal glow, promising comfort, warmth, and safety. The other was a darkened tunnel, its edges lost in the shadows, offering no clues as to what lay beyond. The contrast between the two was undeniable. Which one? Cale's voice was low, but there was an unmistakable tension in it. Elara stepped forward, her hand instinctively reaching out toward the glowing path. She could feel its pull, its promise of something familiar, something reassuring. It was the kind of path she had always chosen before. One that led to security and certainty, but as her fingers brushed the edge of the light, she felt a sudden chill run through her. The soft glow flickered, as though it were an illusion, a veil hiding something more complex beneath it. She pulled her hand back, her mind racing. "It's not that simple," she muttered, her voice barely above a whisper. Cale turned his gaze to her, sensing the doubt in her words. "What do you mean?" Elara looked back at the two paths. "The Keeper said we have to face what lies within us. Our fears. Our desires." She let out a slow breath, her chest tightening. "I think this glowing path isn't what it seems. It's too easy. It's tempting, but it might not lead us where we need to go." Cale's eyes darkened, his hand tightening on the hilt of his sword. "So, the dark path. We don't even know what's down there." "I don't know," she replied softly, stepping back to stand beside him. "But I do know that we can't run from what's difficult." Not anymore. The wind howled around them, as if urging them to choose. And yet, neither of them could shake the feeling that there was something more to this moment. The decision they were about to make wasn't just about the paths before them, it was about the choices they had made up until now, and the truths they had been avoiding. Cale sighed, his gaze fixed on the dark path, his expression a mix of determination and apprehension. "We've come this far. I think we've earned the right to face whatever lies ahead, no matter how dark it seems," Elara nodded. "Then we go forward." Together, without another word, they stepped onto the dark path, the light from the glowing path slowly fading behind them. As they moved forward, the shadows seemed to close in around them, wrapping them in an eerie silence. The wind was gone, replaced by a heavy stillness, and the ground beneath their feet was uneven and treacherous, as if the very earth itself were unsettled by their presence. The further they walked, the more the darkness pressed in, until even their breath seemed muffled by the thick air. The sound of their footsteps was the only thing that filled the space. Echoing off the walls of the chasm, and with each step, Elara felt a growing sense of unease. "I don't like this," Cale muttered, his voice barely audible. "It's too quiet." Elara didn't respond, her eyes scanning the shifting shadows ahead of them. Something about the silence felt wrong, as if it were a prelude to something much larger, something more dangerous. Her hand tightened around the pendant at her neck, the symbol of the song. It pulsed faintly, as if responding to the tension in the air. Then, suddenly, the ground beneath them trembled, sending a shockwave through their bodies. Elara staggered, but Kale caught her by the arm, steadying her. The tremor passed as quickly as it had come. But the air felt even heavier than before. Did you feel that? Kale asked, his voice tense. I did, Elara replied, her heart racing. It's like the world is trying to shake us off. Ahead of them, the shadows shifted again, and a figure began to emerge from the darkness. It was tall, draped in tattered robes that seemed to shimmer in the dim light, and its face was hidden beneath a hood, a mere silhouette against the blackness. The figure's voice was a whisper, but it cut through the silence like a blade. You have chosen the path of darkness. And now, you must face the darkness within you. Elara's breath caught in her throat. This was no ordinary challenge. This was something more, something that spoke directly to the heart of their journey. Who are you? Kale demanded, his hand instinctively resting on the hilt of his sword. The figure did not answer immediately. Instead, it raised a hand, and the darkness around them deepened, swirling in unnatural patterns. The air grew colder, and a low, echoing sound began to rise from the depths of the chasm, a sound that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. The figure finally spoke, its voice a soft, haunting melody. I am the reflection. I am the manifestation of all that you have tried to avoid. The fears you have buried, the desires you have repressed, the pain you have refused to acknowledge. I am the truth you have hidden from. Elara stepped back, her heart pounding. She had faced countless battles, but this was something far more personal, something that went beyond magic, beyond swords and shields. This was a confrontation with herself. Kale stepped in front of her, his eyes hardening. We don't fear you. Whatever you are, we'll face it. The reflection's hooded face tilted slightly, as if considering his words. Ah, but you misunderstand. It is not me you must face. It is yourselves. As the figure spoke, the shadows around them began to warp and twist, forming images, fragments of memories and fears that Elara had long since buried. For Kale, it was the faces of those he had failed to protect, the soldiers who had died in the battles he had led. The loved ones he had lost, their voices accusing him, demanding to know why he hadn't saved them. For Elara, it was the song, the moment it had shattered, the responsibility she had carried ever since. The pressure to restore it, to heal the broken world, had weighed so heavily on her that it had nearly crushed her spirit. Now, those feelings rose up again, as if the world was reminding her of her failure. The reflection's voice echoed again, louder this time, as the darkness closed in. Do you see? This is the truth you must face, the pain you must confront. Only then will you move beyond it. Only then will you be free. The shadows around Elara and Kale twisted and writhed, growing deeper, more suffocating. The reflection's voice continued to echo in the dark chasm, its words like the cold bite of winter, sharp and relentless. The visions it summoned, memories, regrets, fears, flooded their minds, and the weight of them threatened to crush them both. For Kale, the images of his fallen comrades filled the air, their faces twisted in accusation. Each one had trusted him, relied on him. They had followed him into battle, and they had died under his command. Their voices whispered to him, each one more desperate than the last. Why didn't you save me, Kale? One voice asked, the words tinged with pain and betrayal. I trusted you to protect us, another cried. The voice choked with sorrow. Cale clenched his fists, his breath quickening. He knew these faces, he knew these voices. The guilt had haunted him for years, gnawing at his soul. But hearing them now, so vividly, it was as if he could feel their anger, their disappointment, alive inside him. He turned away, his hand pressing against his temple. "I couldn't save them," he muttered under his breath. "I wasn't strong enough," and yet, even as he spoke those words, a part of him knew the truth. It wasn't weakness that had caused their deaths, it was the chaos of war, the unpredictable nature of battle. But deep down, Cale carried the belief that he should have done more, that he should have been better. It was a weight he had never been able to shake. Beside him, Elara's voice broke through the darkness. "Cale," she said softly. "It wasn't your fault. You did everything you could. You're not responsible for what happened to them." But even as she spoke, Elara felt the weight of her own burden pressing down on her. Her mind was flooded with memories of the song, the moment it had shattered, the moment everything had gone wrong. The pressure of trying to restore it, of fixing what had been broken, had consumed her. She had become obsessed with the idea of mending the world, of righting her mistakes. But no matter how hard she tried, the song remained broken, and with it, her hope seemed to fray. Strand by strand, Elara's heart tightened as she saw the reflection of the song in her mind's eye, a fragile thread of light that had once been so vibrant, so full of power. Now, it was nothing but a shadow of its former self, a hollow version of what it had been. The reflection's voice echoed through the darkness again, cold and accusing. "Look at what you've failed to protect, Elara. Look at the world you have broken. How many lives have been lost because of your hesitation, your weakness? How many have suffered because you couldn't hold the song together?" The words felt like a physical blow, sharp and bitter, cutting into her very soul. Elara's knees buckled beneath her as the weight of her failure seemed to press down on her chest. She felt as though the very air around her was suffocating, stealing her breath away. Cale reached out, his hand gripping her arm as she collapsed to the ground. "Elara," he said, his voice full of concern. "Don't listen to it. You're not alone in this. We'll fix this together. We have to believe that." But Elara shook her head, tears streaming down her face. "I don't know if I can anymore, Cale. I've failed. I've failed everyone." The reflection stood before them, its form flickering in the darkness like a mirage. It smiled, but the smile was cold, knowing, as if it reveled in their pain, "You can't escape yourselves. You will always be haunted by what you have lost, by the mistakes you have made." It said, its voice soft but laced with venom. "There is no redemption for you." Elara and Cale were caught in its grasp, trapped in the web of their own doubts, their own fears. The air grew heavier, more oppressive, and the chasm seemed to deepen, stretching endlessly into the darkness. But in that moment, something shifted inside Elara. She felt a warmth, faint but steady, deep within her chest. It was the song, the broken song, still alive, still calling to her. It wasn't perfect. It wasn't whole. But it was hers. It was their song, a melody that was still capable of healing, of mending what was broken, if only she could remember how to listen to it. With a shaky breath, Elara stood, her legs trembling beneath her. The tears that had fallen from her eyes no longer felt like a sign of weakness, but a release, a way to shed the burden of her guilt. She turned to Cale, her eyes meeting his, and she saw in him the same uncertainty, the same pain. But she also saw something else, something stronger. Hope. A willingness to keep fighting, no matter how dark the path seemed. "We don't need to be perfect," she said, her voice quiet but filled with a newfound strength. "We don't need to fix everything all at once. We just need to keep moving forward." Together, Cale looked at her, a small, but genuine smile tugging at his lips. Together, he agreed, the darkness around them began to recede. The oppressive weight lifting just slightly as they stood side by side, facing the reflection. The shadows seemed to falter, unsure of what to do with the new resolve they had found within themselves. "You can't defeat me," the reflection sneered, its form flickering again, this time with more intensity. "You can't escape your past," but Alara's eyes burned with determination as she faced the darkness. "We don't need to escape it," she said, her voice unwavering. "We need to face it. And we will." Together, the song, weak as it was, began to pulse within her once more, its rhythm steady and familiar. She reached out, her hand shaking, but steady nonetheless, as she called out to it. Slowly, the shadows began to pull back, retreating into the corners of the chasm, fading away like mist in the morning light. The reflection's form flickered once more before it disappeared entirely, leaving Alara and Cale standing in the growing silence of the chasm. They were not unscathed. They were still broken, still flawed. But in that moment, they had found something far more important, the strength to keep moving forward, no matter the weight of their past. And as they stood there, together in the quiet, the stars above seemed to return, one by one, their light flickering softly in the night sky. The shadows around Alara and Cale had receded, but the silence that followed felt thick with possibility. As if the world were holding its breath, waiting for them to take the next step. The path ahead was unclear, and the weight of the journey still pressed heavily on their shoulders. Yet, for the first time since they had entered the starlit meadow, there was a spark of hope within them, something that had been buried beneath the fear and doubt. Alara took a deep breath, steadying herself. The song, though still fragmented, pulsed gently inside her, a quiet but unwavering presence. It was no longer a burden, but a companion, a guide that whispered to her when the path ahead seemed too uncertain. Beside her, Cale stood with a quiet strength, his face serious, but his eyes clear. The guilt that had once clouded his gaze had lessened, replaced by something more enduring, resolve. The path had not grown easier, but their ability to face it had. "Let's move forward," Alara said softly, her voice steady but filled with a renewed sense of purpose. "We can't change what happened, but we can decide what comes next." Cale nodded in agreement, his hand resting once again on the hilt of his sword. "Together," he said, as if the words had become a promise. "We'll face whatever comes, no matter how dark." With a final glance behind them, they stepped into the deeper shadows of the chasm, the ground beneath their feet uneven and treacherous. The air around them seemed to hum with the promise of more challenges to come. But they moved forward, step by step, trusting in each other and the strength they had found within themselves. The deeper they ventured, the more the world around them seemed to change. The chasm narrowed, the walls closing in on them, until the darkness felt like it was pressing in from all sides. The faint pulse of the song inside Alara was the only light they had, its steady rhythm guiding them through the unknown. They walked in silence for what felt like hours, the only sound the soft scrape of their boots against the rocky floor. The air grew colder, the chill biting into their skin, but they didn't stop. They couldn't stop. Suddenly, a low rumble echoed through the chasm, followed by a flash of light that illuminated the path ahead. Alara and Kale stopped, instinctively drawing closer to each other. The light was strange, flickering and unstable, like a distant star caught in a storm. As the rumble subsided, the air grew still once more, but the faintest scent of burning wood lingered in the air. What was that? Kale murmured, his eyes scanning the darkness. I don't know, Alara replied, her voice low. But we need to be careful. The deeper we go, the more this place seems alive, they continued, their steps now cautious, each one measured. As they rounded a corner, the path opened into a vast cavern, its walls lined with glowing crystals that flickered like the stars above. In the center of the cavern was a pool of water, its surface shimmering with an eerie, otherworldly light. At the edge of the pool, a figure stood, silhouetted against the glow. It was tall, draped in flowing robes that seemed to shift and change with the light. Its face was obscured by a hood, but there was no mistaking the power that emanated from it. Who are you? Kale asked, his voice strong, but wary. The figure did not answer immediately. Instead, it raised its hand, and the surface of the pool rippled, distorting the reflection of the stars above. The image that appeared was not of Alara and Kale, but of something far darker, a twisted, shadowy version of the world they knew. One that seemed to pulse with malice and despair. The figure's voice, when it came, was like the sound of distant thunder, deep and resonant. You have come far, travelers, it said, its tone both sorrowful and knowing. But the path ahead will not be so easily won. You seek the truth, but truth is not always what it seems. You must choose. Will you face what is hidden, or will you turn away from the dark that lies ahead? Alara stepped forward, her heart pounding. She could feel the weight of the question pressing down on her, like the chasm itself was holding its breath, waiting for her answer. We came this far, she said, her voice steady despite the uncertainty swirling inside her. We won't turn back now. We'll face whatever lies ahead. The figure nodded slowly, as if it had expected no other answer. So be it, it said softly. But know this, in the depths of the darkness, you will find not only what you seek, but what you fear most. The truth is not just something you uncover, it is something you become. With that, the figure vanished, its form dissolving into the air, leaving Alara and Kale standing alone in the cavern. The pool remained, its surface still and silent, but the air felt heavier now, as if the weight of the figure's words had taken root. Alara turned to Kale, her expression a mix of determination and uncertainty. We can't stop now. We've come too far. Kale met her gaze, his expression steady. No turning back, he agreed, his voice resolute. Together, they approached the pool, the soft glow of the crystals reflecting in the water. As they neared, the surface rippled once more, and this time, the image that appeared was different. It wasn't the twisted world they had seen before, but a reflection of their own faces, distorted, fractured, like broken glass. Are you ready to face it? A voice whispered from the depths of the pool, the same voice that had spoken from the figure. Elara's hand trembled slightly as she reached out to touch the water. "We're ready," she whispered back. The pool's surface broke apart with a sudden surge, and a wave of darkness surged toward them, engulfing everything in its path. Elara and Kale barely had time to react before the darkness swallowed them whole, plunging them into a void deeper than anything they had ever known. And as the darkness consumed them, one thought echoed in their minds, clear and unwavering: they had chosen to face the unknown. Now, they would see where it led. The darkness closed around them, suffocating and thick, as if it were a living, breathing entity. Elara could no longer see Kale beside her, nor the distant shimmer of the pool. The air was still, but it felt charged with an electric tension, as if something immense were about to happen. Her breath came in shallow gasps. Her senses heightened, but there was nothing to ground her, no light, no sound, just the weight of the unknown pressing down on her. The last words of the mysterious figure echoed in her mind, each syllable reverberating through her thoughts. "In the depths of the darkness, you will find not only what you seek, but what you fear most." It felt like a riddle, a warning, a challenge. What would she face here? Was this the place where all their fears would come alive? For a moment, Elara wanted to call out to Kale, but her voice was swallowed by the vast emptiness. There was only the steady pulse of the song, faint and fragile, as if it, too, were struggling to stay alive in the oppressive dark. And then, just as the silence threatened to break her, the darkness shifted. A low hum filled the air, soft at first, then growing in intensity. A warm light flickered in the distance, small at first, then brighter, as if a distant star had begun to shine just for her. She moved toward it instinctively, her heart picking up its pace. The hum became a song, the same faint melody she had carried within her, but now stronger, clearer, almost as if the song itself were alive and calling her forward. As she walked toward the light, the darkness began to fade, the shadows withdrawing like mist in the morning sun. The distant glow solidified into something real, an archway of glowing stone, bathed in an ethereal light. Elara hesitated only for a moment, feeling the pull of the song, urging her onward. She stepped through the archway, and in that instant, the world around her shifted once more. She was no longer in the dark chasm. The air here was crisp, the grass beneath her feet soft and cool. The ground sloped upward toward a tall, ancient tree whose branches stretched high into the sky, their leaves shimmering with a light that seemed to come from within. It was as though the tree itself was a living beacon of the stars above, and there, standing at the base of the tree, was Kale. Elara's heart skipped a beat at the sight of him. He was standing motionless, his back to her, his face obscured by a shadow. He looked different, older, somehow. His posture was rigid, almost unnatural, as if he were trapped in a moment frozen in time. "Kale?" Elara called softly, but her voice felt small, insignificant in this strange place. He didn't move. His form remained still, but she could sense a faint disturbance in the air around him, a subtle shift that made her heart race. "Elara." Kale's voice echoed, but it wasn't his voice, not really. It was the voice of someone else, someone familiar and distant, filled with sorrow and regret. "I couldn't save them. I couldn't save you." Elara's breath caught in her throat as the world around her began to blur. The image of Kale before her seemed to warp. his figure fading and shifting, as though the truth of him was being swallowed by an invisible force. The ground beneath her feet began to tremble, and the tree above her creaked, its branches groaning with the weight of some ancient truth. From within the tree's core, something stirred, a presence, dark and powerful, pulsing with an unsettling energy. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside her. It was the same figure she had seen in the darkness, the one that had warned them before. Its face was now visible, smooth, pale, and unchanging. Its eyes gleamed with an otherworldly light, and its smile, though calm, sent a chill through Alara's bones. "You have crossed into the heart of the song," it said, its voice like the whisper of the wind through the trees. "Here, the truth is not a destination, but a mirror. You will see not only what is, but what could have been, and what will be." Alara's mind spun. She felt the weight of those words pressing down on her, like the gravity of the earth itself. The song had always been about healing, about mending what was broken, but here, in this place, the song was more than just a melody. It was a reflection, a mirror that revealed all things, both the light and the dark. The figure moved closer, its gaze fixed on her. "You are standing at the crossroads, Alara. The choices you make here will determine not just the fate of the song, but the fate of everything." A pulse of energy surged through the air, and the image of Kale shimmered before her once more. This time, he wasn't standing still. He was kneeling, his hands pressed to the earth, his face contorted in pain. "Kale," Alara whispered, stepping closer to him, her heart aching. She reached out toward him, but the closer she got, the farther away he seemed. The figure beside her smiled again, its voice low and almost sympathetic. "He cannot be saved in this place. You cannot change what is." Alara's mind raced. "What do you mean? Why can't I change it?" You cannot change what has already happened," the figure interrupted. "The song is not a tool to rewrite the past. It is a force that binds the present to the future." Alara closed her eyes, her mind reeling with the weight of these words. She had always believed that the song was a means of healing, of fixing the past, restoring what was lost. But now, standing here in this strange place, surrounded by the echoes of her own fears and regrets, she realized the truth. The song was not just a path to healing. It was a reflection of everything, and that meant facing the things she had never wanted to confront. As the figure's words hung in the air, the world around her began to shift once more. The tree's branches trembled, the sky darkening as though it too understood the significance of the moment. Kale's image flickered in and out of view, his form constantly changing. "Choose," the figure whispered, its voice now a part of the very air around them. "Will you face the truth, or will you turn away from it? The song is in your hands, but so is the darkness." Alara's heart beat wildly in her chest. The song pulsed inside her, a steady rhythm that could either heal or destroy, depending on the choice she made. The air around Alara seemed to hum with the weight of the figure's words, its voice echoing like a distant, haunting melody. The song, the force she had carried with her all this time, felt heavier than ever. It was no longer just a source of guidance, but something much more complex, entwined with the very essence of her journey. The darkness and the light, the truth and the fear, everything seemed to collide in that single moment, and Alara was left standing at the crossroads, unsure of which path to take. Kale's image flickered in and out of view before her, a constant reminder of everything she had lost, of all the sacrifices they had made along the way. His face twisted with sorrow, with regret, and though he was far from her, she could feel his presence, like a ghost haunting her every thought. The figure beside her did not move, its pale face unchanged, but its eyes gleamed with an intensity that burned into her soul. "You stand at the edge of the abyss, Elara," it said softly, its voice both serene and unnervingly knowing. "But the abyss is not the end. It is the beginning of something new, something that you must choose to create. The song is your key, but the way forward is yours alone to shape." Elara closed her eyes for a moment, allowing the words to wash over her. It was true, what the figure said. The path ahead was unclear, the choices they had made so far uncertain. But if there was one thing she had learned in her journey through the starlit meadow and beyond, it was that there was power in choice. Power in the ability to shape the future, no matter how uncertain or frightening it seemed, but what was the right choice? The figure's cryptic words swirled in her mind. The song was in her hands, but so was the darkness. She could no longer see the clear line between the two. Both were a part of her now. As she stood there, her heart heavy with indecision, Kale's image flickered again, this time clearer, more solid. She could see his face, his eyes locked on hers, filled with a pain she couldn't fully understand. His lips moved, but the words were lost in the air, drowned by the intensity of the moment. "Kale," she cried out, her voice trembling with both fear and hope. The figure beside her did not speak again, but it did not need to. The answer was in her hands now. The choice lay before her, whether to face the truth of her journey and all its burdens, or to turn away, to flee from the pain and the consequences of the choices they had made. Elara reached out, her hand trembling as she touched the surface of the song within her. It was no longer a simple melody. It was a force, a pulsing energy that intertwined with the very fabric of her being. She could feel its power, its depth. And in that moment, she realized that the song was not just something to be wielded, it was something to be embraced, in all its beauty and its darkness. With a deep breath, Elara stepped forward, her eyes locked on Kale's form. She would face whatever came next, even if it meant confronting the darkness within herself, the fears she had kept hidden for so long. "Kale," she whispered again, her voice filled with determination. "I will find a way to save us." The figure beside her nodded, its expression unreadable. "You will face the truth, Elara. But be warned, the truth is not always what we hope for. It can be a great burden, a heavy weight to carry. But only through facing it will you be able to move forward." Elara turned to the tree once more, her gaze sweeping up to its towering branches. The light within its leaves flickered like stars, their glow casting a soft, ethereal light across the landscape. In that moment, Elara felt the weight of everything, the choices, the journey, the lives that had been lost, pressing down on her. But she also felt something else, the stirring of hope. The song was alive within her, and it was hers to wield. "I'm ready," she said softly, her voice firm with resolve. With that, she stepped closer to Kale's image, and the world around her seemed to tremble in response. The air grew thick, the ground beneath her feet shifting as the presence of the song grew stronger. She could feel its pulse, its rhythm, filling every corner of her being. and then, as if in response to her words, the light around them began to shift. The trees' glow deepened, and the air itself seemed to hum with an ancient power. The song resonated in harmony with the world around them, its melody blending with the wind. The earth, the stars, for the first time in what felt like an eternity, Elara felt connected to everything, to the earth beneath her feet, the sky above her, and the very song that had guided her this far. It was no longer something distant, something to be controlled or feared. It was a part of her, as much a part of the world as the stars themselves. The figure beside her spoke once more, its voice low and gentle. The path ahead is yours to choose, Elara. But remember, the choices you make will echo through time, shaping not only your fate, but the fate of all that is connected to you. The darkness is not just a force to overcome, it is something you must understand, for only then will you be able to see the light. Elara took a deep breath, steadying herself. The weight of the figure's words pressed down on her, but she was no longer afraid. The song had brought her this far, and it would guide her through whatever lay ahead. She was no longer just a traveler on a journey. She was the weaver of her own fate, the keeper of the song, and with that, the darkness that had once surrounded her began to lift, fading into the light of the stars above. The world around her seemed to open up, revealing a path that stretched out before her, a path of her own making. Elara stepped forward, her heart beating in time with the song, her destiny unfolding before her. The path before Elara stretched wide and open, bathed in the soft, shimmering glow of the stars that filled the sky. It was as if the universe itself had laid out the way, offering her a chance to choose her destiny. The air was still, yet filled with an energy that made the hairs on the back of her neck stand up. This was no ordinary crossroads, it was the moment of reckoning, the culmination of everything she had lived through, everything she had fought for. She took a deep breath, letting the cool air fill her lungs, the pulse of the song echoing deep within her. It was no longer just a melody, it was a heartbeat. Her heartbeat. The world around her seemed to respond to it, every rustling leaf, every whisper of the wind in the branches of the ancient tree, all in harmony with the rhythm she carried inside. This was the moment she had been waiting for. The moment to face the truth. Kale's form still flickered in and out of existence, his image now distant, his features blurred by the swirling mist that had once felt like an insurmountable obstacle. But now, as Elara gazed upon him, she could feel the truth of his presence, the truth of what had been, what could have been, and what still might be. Her heart ached as she saw him kneeling in the distance, his hands trembling as if reaching for something he could not touch. She wanted to run to him, to save him from the torment that had held him captive for so long. But the figure's words echoed in her mind. The song is not a tool to rewrite the past. Elara closed her eyes, steadying herself. She could feel the weight of those words, but she knew now that the past was not something to change. It was something to understand. And in understanding, there would be healing. She reached for the song, feeling it surge within her once more. It was not just a part of her, it was her. Every note, every rhythm, every whisper of its melody was as much a part of her as her breath, her thoughts, her very soul. The light around her brightened as the song grew louder, its melody swelling until it filled the entire meadow. It was a song of creation, of destruction, of rebirth. It was everything. It was life, Elara moved toward Kale, her feet light as if the ground itself was guiding her, lifting her with every step. She could see his face more clearly now, his eyes filled with sorrow and longing, but there was something else there too, hope, faint but unmistakable, flickering like the stars above. He was waiting for her. Waiting for the choice she had yet to make. She stood before him, her heart racing as she reached out to him. But as her hand hovered just above his, the world around them seemed to shift once more. The darkness returned, swirling around them like a storm, blotting out the stars and the light. The trees' glow dimmed, and the soft hum of the song became a distant, faint echo. The figure reappeared beside her, its pale face now darkened by a shadow that seemed to pulse with an almost malevolent energy. "You have reached the crossroads, Elara," it said, its voice low and cold, like the wind before a storm. "But the path forward is not as simple as you think. The song is not the only force at work here. There is darkness, and it will not be easily overcome." Elara felt the weight of the figure's words, but she did not flinch. She had come too far to be deterred now. The darkness might be powerful, but the song was not just a force, it was a part of her. And with it, she could face anything. "You speak of darkness," Elara said, her voice steady despite the storm that raged around them. "But I have seen the light. And I will carry it, no matter how heavy the burden." The figure's eyes glowed with an eerie light, its smile almost pitying. "You think you can carry the light, Elara? You think you can bear the weight of the truth without being consumed by it?" "I don't have to carry it alone," she replied, her eyes fixed on Kale. "We are not meant to carry such burdens alone." For the first time, the figure's expression faltered. There was a flicker of something, fear, doubt, but it was gone as quickly as it came. The storm intensified, the wind howling in her ears, the very ground beneath her trembling with the force of the unseen power that sought to tear her from her path. But Elara stood firm. She closed her eyes, and in that moment, she felt it, the pull of the song, the strength of the light within her, growing stronger as she focused on it. She could feel the warmth of the stars, the steady rhythm of her own heart, and she knew that it was enough. The song was enough. She was enough. When she opened her eyes again, the storm began to recede. The darkness seemed to retreat, its grip weakening in the face of her resolve. The glow from the ancient tree flared back to life, and the stars above began to shimmer brighter, as if the world itself was responding to her strength. Kale's form flickered once more, but this time it didn't fade. It remained. His eyes meeting hers with an intensity that made her heart swell with love and longing. "Elara," he whispered, his voice filled with both relief and sorrow. "You found the light." Elara reached out, her hand brushing against his, and as their fingers touched, the world around them seemed to shift again. The storm was gone, replaced by a calmness that settled over the meadow like a gentle breath. The light from the tree illuminated their faces, and for the first time in what felt like forever, Elara felt at peace. The figure, its expression unreadable, stepped back, fading into the shadows. "The darkness is never truly gone," it said, its voice fading with it. "It will always be a part of you, just as the light will be. But it is in your choices that you will find the path forward." As the figure disappeared completely, Elara turned to Kale, her heart filled with a sense of clarity. The journey was not over. The darkness and the light would always be intertwined. But together, they could face whatever came next, and with that, they walked forward, into the future, into the unknown, side by side, their hearts bound together by the song that would guide them through the rest of their journey. As Alara and Kale walked side by side, the meadow around them began to transform. The soft glow of the ancient tree faded into the background, and the air around them felt lighter, more open. The ground beneath their feet was no longer shrouded in mist but bathed in a soft, golden light, as though the very earth was welcoming them. It was as though the song, which had been pulsing within Alara for so long, was now harmonizing with the world around them. The meadow seemed to breathe, its grass swaying with a rhythm that matched the steady beat of her heart. It was a new beginning, a quiet kind of peace settling over everything. Kale walked with a calmness Alara had never seen in him before. His eyes, though still haunted by the past, held a steady resolve now. The weight of the darkness that had once followed him seemed to have lifted, but it was clear that it had left its mark. They both carried scars, invisible to the eye but etched deep within their souls. Yet, together, they moved forward as if each step was one of healing, a silent promise that the future would be different. "I never imagined this," Kale murmured, his voice barely above a whisper, as though afraid to disturb the tranquility of the moment. "To be standing here with you, with everything we've been through. I thought we'd lost it all." Alara glanced at him, her heart heavy but filled with a tenderness that came from knowing the depths of their shared pain. "We have lost much, Kale. But we've gained something too. A new chance. And that's all we need." Kale gave a small, wistful smile, though his eyes held a sorrow that Alara knew would take time to heal. But there was also something else there, a glimmer of hope, fragile yet undeniable. They walked in silence for a while, the gentle rustling of the grass beneath their feet the only sound between them. The starlit sky above them stretched infinitely, its beauty overwhelming in its quiet majesty. The stars shone brighter now, as if they were lighting the way forward, guiding them through the unknown. But it wasn't just the stars that guided them. It was the song. Alara could feel its presence even now, flowing through her veins like the heartbeat of the world. It had always been with her, a constant companion. But now it felt more like a part of her than ever before. She was no longer just its vessel. She was its voice. Its weaver. The path before them began to split, winding in two directions. One path led deeper into the meadow, its trees thick and towering, the shadows of the past lingering just beyond the horizon. The other path wound upward, toward a distant mountain where the sky seemed to meet the earth, where the stars themselves appeared to touch the ground. Alara paused, studying the two paths. The decision was hers, but she could feel the weight of it pressing on her. Each direction held its own promise, its own danger. The path into the meadow spoke of more healing, of rediscovering lost parts of herself. The mountain, however, called to her with a different kind of pull, an invitation to seek something greater, something unknown. Kale stopped beside her, his gaze shifting between the two paths. "Which way do we go?" he asked quietly, his voice thick with uncertainty. Alara's fingers brushed the edge of her cloak, the fabric soft against her skin, a reminder of the journey they had already walked. She had no answers. Only the song could guide them now, I think. Alara began, her voice trailing off as she focused on the song that resonated within her. It was more than just a melody now. It was a part of everything. She could feel its hum, its pull toward the mountain, toward something bigger. It called to her like the ocean calls to the moon. "We go up," Elara said, finally, her voice firm with resolve. Kale looked at her, his expression softening. "Are you sure?" She nodded, her heart steady. "The path ahead may be hard, Kale, but it's the one I believe we need to take. The mountain holds the answers." "I can feel it." Kale didn't question her again. With a shared glance, they took their first step toward the mountain. As they did, the stars above seemed to brighten even more, their light bathing the path in a soft, silvery glow. The air around them grew colder, but not in a way that felt threatening. It was as if the mountain itself was preparing to welcome them. The journey upward was steep, the path winding and treacherous. They walked in silence, the only sound their breath, steady but labored, and the soft crunch of their footsteps on the earth beneath. With every step, Elara could feel the weight of the world shifting. The path was not easy, but it was necessary. The higher they climbed, the clearer the song became. It no longer felt like a distant melody, it was an undeniable force, a pulse that resonated with the heartbeat of the world. The closer they came to the summit, the more Elara could sense that something was waiting for them. Something both ancient and powerful. Finally, they reached the peak, and the view before them took their breath away. The entire meadow stretched out below them. Bathed in the soft light of the stars, the vast expanse of the world stretching on endlessly. And beyond it, beyond the meadow, beyond everything they had ever known, was the promise of something new, a new beginning, a new world. At the center of the mountain, a single stone altar stood, bathed in the silvery glow of the stars. Elara stepped toward it, her heart pounding with anticipation. This was it, the moment she had been preparing for, the moment that would shape the future of everything. As she placed her hand on the altar, the song within her surged with a power unlike anything she had ever felt. It was both terrifying and exhilarating. It was as if the stars themselves were speaking to her, urging her to listen, to understand. She closed her eyes, letting the melody of the song fill her, the light of the stars blending with it, until it was no longer just a song, it was everything. The earth, the sky, the song, it was all one. And then, in the stillness of the moment, she understood. As Elara stood before the stone altar, her hand resting gently upon its smooth, cool surface, she felt something stir deep within her. It wasn't just the song anymore. It was as though the world itself was breathing with her, as if everything, the stars, the mountain, the meadow below, was waiting for this moment. The stillness was profound, as though the universe was holding its breath. Awaiting the next step, the song resonated louder now, vibrating through her entire being. It wasn't just a melody or a rhythm, it was a language. The language of the earth, the stars, and the wind. The language of creation itself. Kale stood a few paces behind her, his presence a comforting anchor in the midst of this overwhelming moment. He had been silent for some time, watching Elara with an intensity that spoke of both awe and uncertainty. He could feel the pull of the song too, though he couldn't yet comprehend it the way Elara could. Her eyes closed as the song swirled around her, and with it, visions began to unfold. It was as if the very fabric of reality was opening up before her, past, present, and future interwoven into a single tapestry of light. She saw the meadow, not as it was, but as it had been and would be. She saw the ancient tree, its roots stretching deep into the earth, its branches reaching far into the sky. She saw the people who had lived here long ago, the ones who had sung the song before her. And she saw the darkness that had threatened this place, that had tried to swallow the light, but there was something else in the vision, something unexpected. She saw herself, standing in the heart of the meadow, holding the song in her hands, her heart bound to its rhythm. And beside her, Kale stood, no longer a shadow of the past, but a part of the future. Together, they were not just surviving the darkness, they were shaping a new world. Elara's breath caught in her throat as the realization struck her. The song was not just for healing or protection, it was for creation. It had the power to weave new realities, to rebuild what had been broken. And with Kale by her side, they had the power to shape the future. Her fingers tightened on the altar, and in that moment, she felt a surge of energy unlike anything she had experienced before. The air around her crackled with power, and the stone beneath her hand seemed to hum in response. The stars above seemed to pulse in time with her heartbeat, their light intensifying, filling the world with a glow so bright that it felt as if the very universe was coming alive. Elara. Kale's voice broke through the silence, soft and reverent. She turned toward him, her eyes wide with wonder and fear. She could see it now, see the future stretching out before them, full of possibility and uncertainty. "We can't do this alone," Elara said softly, her voice trembling. "The song is powerful, but it is not just mine. It belongs to all of us, the earth, the stars, every living thing. We are not meant to wield this power alone." Kale nodded slowly, stepping closer to her. "Then we will share it," he said, his voice steady but filled with emotion. "We will create something new, together." Elara smiled, her heart swelling with both love and gratitude. They had come so far. And yet, in this moment, she realized that their journey was just beginning. The path ahead was still uncertain, still fraught with challenges, but together, they were ready to face whatever came next. With a deep breath, Elara turned back to the altar, her eyes now shining with resolve. The song surged once more, its melody rising in a crescendo of light and energy. She placed both hands upon the stone, and as she did, the world around her seemed to shift once more. The stars above, the mountain beneath, and the meadow below, they all seemed to bend toward her, as if awaiting her next move, and then, with a final, decisive note, Elara released the song. The light exploded outward, filling the entire world with a radiant glow that illuminated every corner of the earth. The trees, the grass, the very stones beneath her feet seemed to come alive, their energy pulsing in harmony with the song. The darkness, which had once threatened to consume them, receded, vanishing into nothingness as the light grew stronger. Elara felt herself lifted, as though the song itself was carrying her into the sky. She opened her eyes, and for a moment, everything seemed to slow. The stars above were brighter than ever, their light not just illuminating the world, but guiding it. And in that light, she saw the future unfolding, bright, full of hope, and brimming with possibility. The song had done more than heal the world, it had transformed it. It had opened a new path, a new reality where light and darkness could coexist in balance, where hope could flourish once more. As the light began to fade, Hilara's feet touched the ground once more, her heart still racing with the power of the song. She turned to Kale, who stood beside her, his eyes wide with awe and wonder. "We did it," Kale whispered, his voice thick with emotion. Hilara nodded, her smile filled with both relief and joy. "Yes, we did," but even as they stood there, bathed in the fading glow of the song, they both knew that their work was far from over. The world had been transformed, yes, but it was still a world in progress. There would be more to face, more challenges to overcome. But with the song, with each other, and with the light of the stars to guide them, they were ready. Together, they stepped forward, hand in hand, into the new world they had created, a world where the starlit meadow would forever be a symbol of hope, reminder that even in the darkest times, there was always the possibility of a new beginning. The world around them had changed, yet in some ways, it felt as though nothing had changed at all. The stars still filled the sky above them, their light soft and eternal, like ancient memories written in the heavens. The meadow, bathed in the glow of the song, hummed with life and promise. Its grasses swaying in a rhythm known only to the earth. And yet, as Hilara and Kale stood together, hand in hand, they could sense that something new was stirring. The transformation they had begun was far from finished. "Do you feel it?" Hilara asked, her voice a quiet whisper as she gazed out across the meadow. The light of the song had faded, but the echo of its power lingered in the air, vibrant and alive. Kale, standing beside her, nodded. "It's like the world is waking up," he said, his voice filled with wonder. Like it stretching, shaking off the darkness that had been clinging to it, Hilara's heart swelled with the truth of his words. The light had banished the shadow. Yes, but now, a new chapter was beginning. And though the darkness had receded, it was clear that they were not done. There would be new challenges, new trials to face, but they would face them together. "There's still much to do," she said, her gaze fixed on the distant horizon. "This is only the beginning, Kale. The song, it has the power to heal, but it also has the power to create and transform. We've changed the world, but we have to help it rebuild now." Kale met her gaze, his eyes steady, filled with a quiet determination. "We've been through so much already. But together, we can do this. We'll help the world grow, one step at a time." Hilara nodded, feeling the truth of their shared resolve. They had been through darkness, loss, and pain. But they had come out on the other side, stronger and more united than ever before. The future was theirs to shape, and with the song flowing within them, they would create something beautiful, a world where light and dark could coexist, where the balance between them was not just a dream, but a living reality. As they walked through the meadow, the world around them seemed to respond to their every movement. The trees stretched higher, their leaves glistening in the soft moonlight, as if reaching for the stars. Flowers bloomed at their feet, the colors vibrant and alive, as if the earth itself was coming back to life after a long, dark slumber. The winds whispered softly in their ears, carrying messages from distant lands, from places they had yet to see. "It feels different now," Hilara said, her voice filled with awe. "The song has woven through everything, Kale. It's in the wind, in the trees, in the very soil beneath our feet." Kale looked around, his expression filled with wonder as he took in the beauty of the world they had helped to heal. It's like we've opened the door to a new era. A new way of living, Elara smiled, feeling a warmth spread through her heart. A new world. And we're the ones who will help guide it. They continued their walk, the path ahead stretching before them like an open invitation. Full of possibilities. They didn't know exactly what the future would bring, no one ever did, but they knew this. They were ready for whatever came next. The stars overhead continued to shine, their light constant and unwavering. The song, though silent now, lived on within them, a melody that would never truly fade. It was a part of them, woven into the very fabric of their beings, and as they walked side by side, hand in hand, they understood that this was just the beginning of a new adventure, one that would lead them into uncharted territories, through challenges both new and old, and toward a future they would create together. In the distance, the path they walked seemed to dissolve into a haze of starlight. As if the world itself was opening up to them, revealing hidden wonders and untold stories. The song would guide them, yes, but it was their hearts that would shape the world from this point on. As they reached the edge of the meadow, Elara paused, looking back at the place where their journey had begun, the starlit meadow, now bathed in a quiet, peaceful glow. It was a symbol of everything they had fought for and everything they would continue to fight for, and with one last glance at the stars, they stepped forward into the unknown, ready to embrace whatever awaited them in the world they had transformed. The world beyond the starlit meadow seemed vast and uncharted, a canvas awaiting the brushstrokes of their journey. Elara and Kale walked together, their footsteps light but purposeful, as if each step carried the weight of an entire world, one that was in the process of being rebuilt. As they ventured farther from the peaceful glow of the meadow, they noticed the changes around them. The land had come to life in ways they hadn't expected, blooming flowers, trees stretching higher, rivers flowing more freely, but there were still remnants of the darkness that had once consumed it. Shadows clung to the edges of the forest, the occasional gust of wind bringing with it a chill that seemed out of place in such a vibrant world. Do you feel that? Kale asked, his voice low, his eyes scanning the landscape ahead. Elara paused, a flicker of unease passing through her chest. She closed her eyes, letting the song reverberate within her, reaching into the very fabric of the earth. It was faint but undeniable, a whisper of something darker, something that had not been fully vanquished. I feel it, she said softly. There's still a lingering presence. The darkness has not completely retreated. Kale's jaw tightened, his hand instinctively resting on the hilt of his blade, though he hadn't needed it in so long. It's like the world's been healed, but the scars remain. We've made the light shine brighter, but the shadows aren't gone yet. Elara nodded, her heart heavy with the truth of his words. The song had worked wonders, healing the land and giving them a new chance, but it was not an instant fix. Healing was a slow process, and the shadows of the past would not vanish overnight. We've changed the world, Elara said, her voice determined. But there's still work to do. There will always be balance to maintain. Light and darkness, they will always exist side by side. It's how we live with them that matters. Kale looked at her, a flicker of admiration in his eyes. And how do we live with them? By embracing both, Elara replied, her eyes focused on the horizon. We accept that neither the light nor the darkness can exist without the other. They are two halves of the whole. Together, they shape the world. Our task now is to help people understand that, to help them find their own balance. Kale let out a breath, running a hand through his hair. It sounds simple when you say it like that. Elara smiled softly, but there was no denying the weight of what they were saying. It isn't simple, but it's the truth. And it's the truth we will live by, together. They continued on, the quiet hum of the song in the air, guiding them as they ventured deeper into the unknown. They passed through lush forests where the trees whispered secrets and ancient memories, through valleys where rivers sparkled in the light of the sun, their waters still clear but carrying a sense of restlessness. They knew that the balance between light and dark wasn't just something to protect, it was something to understand. Days turned into weeks as they traveled, and the bond between them only grew stronger. Kale began to speak more openly about his past, the darkness that had haunted him, the choices he had made that had led him to this place. Elara listened with patience and compassion, never judging him, only understanding. They had both been shaped by the darkness, but together, they were learning how to move forward. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of purple and gold, they reached the foot of a mountain, its peak hidden by mist and clouds. It was a place Elara had seen in her visions, a place that called to her. She felt the song vibrating within her, urging her to move forward. "This is it," Elara said softly, gazing up at the mountain. "The mountain I saw in my dreams. The place where we can find the answers we've been searching for." Kale followed her gaze, his eyes narrowing slightly. "What answers?" "The song's true purpose," Elara said, turning toward him. "The way to create balance. The final piece of the puzzle." Kale nodded, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. "Then let's find it." Together, they began the ascent, the climb steep and treacherous, but their resolve unwavering. The air grew colder as they neared the summit, the mist thickening around them, but Elara could feel the pull of something greater. The song was stronger here, resonating with an energy that felt both ancient and alive. As they reached the peak, the mist parted, revealing an ancient stone temple, its walls covered in intricate carvings of stars, moons, and strange symbols. The air was thick with magic, and the energy around them was palpable. This was where the song had originated, where its power had first been woven into the fabric of the world. Elara stepped forward, her heart racing. "This is it." The heart of the song. Kale stood beside her, his gaze sharp. "What do we do now?" Elara closed her eyes, listening to the song within her, letting it guide her to the temple's entrance. As she touched the door, the stone shifted, groaning as if awakening from a long slumber. The door opened slowly, revealing the darkened interior. Inside, the air was thick with the weight of centuries, and the stone floors were worn with time. At the center of the temple, a pedestal stood, bathed in a soft, ethereal light. Upon it rested a crystal, glowing faintly, its surface covered in runes that seemed to pulse with the rhythm of the song. "This is what we've been seeking," Elara whispered, her voice filled with awe. Kale stepped forward, his expression tense. "Is this the source of the song?" Elara nodded, her eyes wide with reverence. "Yes. And it is also the key to the balance we must restore. We must learn to wield it, to understand its full power." She reached out, her fingers brushing the surface of the crystal. The moment her skin made contact, the entire temple seemed to come alive. The song surged through her, flooding her with visions of ancient times, of the song's creation, and of the power it held to shape not just the world, but the very fabric of reality itself. As the visions faded, Elara stood frozen, her heart racing, her mind reeling from the overwhelming flood of knowledge. She had seen the truth. The song was not just a tool for healing, not just a force of creation. It was the thread that connected all things, the very foundation of existence. And in her hands, she now held the key to it. The moment Elara touched the crystal, the world seemed to hold its breath. Time itself felt suspended, as if the very fabric of reality was unraveling and reshaping before her eyes. The temple's walls hummed with a deep, resonant vibration, and the air crackled with energy. It was as though the song had found its voice again, speaking through her in a language older than words. Kale stood by, watching Elara with a mixture of awe and concern. He could feel the energy around them, a powerful, almost overwhelming force, and he wondered how long she could withstand it. Her body was tense, her eyes closed as if she were in a trance, her fingers still lightly grazing the surface of the crystal. The light from the crystal bathed her in a soft, ethereal glow, making her look both like a part of the temple and something greater, something connected to the very essence of the world. "Elara," Kale called gently, stepping closer. "Are you all right?" For a moment, there was no response. Then, Elara's eyes fluttered open, and she gasped, as though coming up for air after being submerged for too long. The light from the crystal slowly dimmed, but the hum in the air remained, a quiet presence that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. "I saw it, Kale," she whispered, her voice strained but filled with wonder. "I saw the song's true nature, its purpose." Kale's brow furrowed as he watched her carefully. "What did you see? What is it?" Elara swallowed hard, trying to steady herself. She had felt the weight of the visions, ancient, overwhelming, yet beautiful. The song is more than we ever realized. It isn't just a force of healing or creation, it is the force that holds everything together. It connects all things, the stars, the trees, the rivers, the wind. It is the foundation of all life, of all balance. But there is a cost to that balance. A price to be paid. Kale's heart sank as he listened, a sense of dread creeping over him. A price? Elara nodded slowly, her gaze distant as though she were still in the thrall of the vision. "The song is powerful, yes, but it's fragile. If it is disrupted, if the balance it maintains is shattered, the world will fall into chaos. And the only way to restore that balance is through sacrifice." The word hung in the air, heavy and foreboding. Kale felt a chill run down his spine, his hand instinctively going to the hilt of his blade. Sacrifice? What kind of sacrifice? Elara hesitated, her eyes unfocused as though she were seeing something beyond the walls of the temple. The balance between light and dark, it is not something we can control. The song will always exist, but there will always be forces trying to tear it apart. The darkness, the shadows, they are not gone. They will rise again. But if we don't act, everything will fall apart, Kale said, his voice firm, though the weight of her words hung heavy in his chest. "What do we need to do?" Elara stepped back from the pedestal, her hand still hovering near the crystal, but now with a sense of solemnity. We need to protect the song, Kale. We need to make sure it remains whole, so that the world can remain whole. There are others out there who will try to use its power for their own gain, to destroy the balance. And we have to stop them, Kale said, his voice growing stronger. Together. Elara nodded. Together. She took a deep breath, her gaze now focused and determined. The song had shown her the path. But it was a path fraught with danger. The forces that sought to corrupt the balance of the world would stop at nothing to claim its power. And to protect it, to ensure that the world's harmony was preserved, there would be sacrifices, difficult, painful sacrifices. We can't do this alone, Elara continued, her eyes meeting Kale's. We need allies. People who understand the song and what it truly means. We can't fight this battle without them. Kale's gaze was resolute, the fire in his eyes burning bright. Then we'll find them. We'll gather those who can help us. Elara turned to the crystal one last time, feeling its hum deep within her soul. It had given her a glimpse into the truth of the world, and into the weight of her responsibility. She knew that this was no longer just about her and Kale. This was about the entire world, the very fabric of existence itself. We must leave the temple, she said quietly. The time for contemplation is over. The darkness is stirring, and we have no time to waste. With one final glance at the pedestal, Elara turned and began walking toward the exit, Kale following closely behind. As they stepped outside, the mist had thickened, and the sky above was darkening, clouds swirling ominously as if in response to the revelation within the temple. But even in the face of the growing storm, Elara felt a renewed sense of purpose. The song had revealed its secrets to her, but it was up to her, and Kale, to protect its power. To ensure that the balance between light and dark was maintained, no matter the cost. As they descended the mountain, the wind howled around them, but they were undeterred. The path ahead would be dangerous, and the enemies they would face would be cunning and relentless, but they would not be swayed. Together, they would fight for the future of the world, guided by the song and their unwavering resolve, and somewhere, deep in the heart of the world, the crystal pulsed softly, as if acknowledging their determination. The song was alive, and its true journey was just beginning. The wind howled louder as Elara and Kale made their way down the mountain, the weight of their newfound knowledge settling heavily on their shoulders. The sky had darkened further, as though the world itself was bracing for the storm that was about to unfold. The atmosphere around them crackled with energy, the tension thickening with each step they took. Do you feel it? Kale asked, his voice low, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword as he scanned the surrounding forest. The air had shifted, become colder, heavier, as if something was watching them, waiting. Elara nodded, her eyes narrowing as she sensed the same unease. The darkness is stirring, she said softly. It's closer than I thought. Their journey had only just begun, but already, they could feel the pull of the shadows growing stronger. They had no idea where the threat would come from, but they knew it was coming. The world was full of people who sought power, and now that they had the song, it was only a matter of time before someone else tried to claim it. We need to get to the nearest village, Elara said, her voice firm. We'll gather what allies we can. There's no time to waste. Cale nodded in agreement, though he still felt the gnawing unease in the pit of his stomach. He had fought many battles in his life, but this felt different. The weight of the song, the responsibility that came with it, was something neither of them had ever faced before. As they neared the forest's edge, a shadow flickered at the corner of their vision. It was quick, so quick, in fact, that they might have missed it entirely if they hadn't been so vigilant. Elara tensed, her hand instinctively reaching for the pendant around her neck, the one that had once been her mother's. The crystal within it glowed faintly, resonating with the energy of the song. "Something's not right," Cale muttered, his eyes scanning the trees. Before they could react, the forest erupted in a burst of movement. Figures darted from the shadows, moving with incredible speed, their faces hidden beneath dark hoods and cloaks. They were silent, swift, and deadly, each one carrying an air of malicious intent. Elara's heart raced, but she stood her ground. "Cale, stay close. These aren't ordinary foes." Cale's hand tightened around his sword as the first figure lunged toward them, its movements like a blur. He met the strike with his blade, the clash of steel ringing out in the stillness of the forest. But the figure was fast, too fast. It quickly backed away, its eyes glinting with an eerie light. "They're not human," Elara said, her voice low and calm despite the danger. "These are shadow-bound creatures. They are part of the darkness we've been feeling." Cale's eyes narrowed as he glanced around, taking in the gathering circle of shadow-bound figures. "We can't fight them all." "We don't have to," Elara replied, her voice steady. "We just need to survive long enough to find a way out." She reached for the song within her, letting it flow through her like a river of light. The crystal in her pendant pulsed brighter, and she could feel its energy merging with her own. Her hands began to glow with a soft, ethereal light, a manifestation of the song's power. With a swift motion, Elara raised her hands, and the air around her seemed to shimmer. The shadow-bound figures hesitated, sensing the rising power, but it was too late. Elara's voice, calm yet powerful, rang out in a language ancient and pure, the words of the song itself. The shadows recoiled, as if repelled by the light of the song. For a moment, the creatures faltered, but then they regrouped, their eyes glowing brighter with malice. They were resilient, their connection to the darkness giving them strength. "We can't hold them off for long," Cale warned, his sword at the ready. Elara's gaze flicked toward the horizon. "We don't need to fight them. We need to escape." She grabbed Cale's arm, pulling him with her as they dashed through the trees, weaving in and out of the dense forest, the shadow-bound figures hot on their heels. They moved fast, but not fast enough to outrun the creatures, whose speed seemed to match their own, just when it seemed they were about to be overwhelmed. A flash of light pierced through the forest, cutting through the darkness like a blade. Elara's heart leaped in recognition. "It's them!" she cried. "They've come!" Through the trees, a figure emerged, a tall woman with silver hair that shimmered like starlight, her eyes glowing with a soft, celestial light. She was surrounded by a halo of light, a presence that seemed to banish the shadows themselves. Behind her, a group of people emerged, each one carrying an air of quiet power, their eyes filled with the same determination Elara had seen in herself and Cale. The shadow-bound figures shrieked, recoiling at the sight of the woman and her companions. The air around them pulsed with energy. A force that sent the creatures scattering, their forms dissolving into wisps of smoke as they retreated back into the forest. Elara stopped, her breath coming in ragged gasps as she turned to face the woman. "Who are you?" The woman smiled, her gaze warm yet knowing. "I am Seraphine," she said. "And we are the keepers of the song. We have been waiting for you." Seraphine's gaze was steady, yet filled with a knowing warmth, as though she had seen the future unfold in ways Elara and Kale had not yet imagined. The group that surrounded her, though silent, radiated a quiet strength, their eyes keen and observant as they watched the two travelers closely. There was something ancient and powerful about them, something that resonated with the very essence of the song itself. Elara caught her breath, still trying to process everything that had just happened. The shadows had nearly overwhelmed them, yet now they stood before a group that seemed to be tied to the very force they had just uncovered, the song. "The keepers?" Elara echoed, her voice still breathless from the chase. "You've been waiting for us?" Seraphine nodded, her silver hair flowing around her like a celestial halo, her presence a calming contrast to the storm that had been raging in the forest. "Yes," she said, her voice soft yet carrying an unmistakable authority. "We have been waiting for the ones who would come to protect the song. The ones destined to restore balance to the world." Elara felt a pang of uncertainty. "But I don't understand. How do you know about us? About the song?" Seraphine's gaze softened. "The song is older than time itself. It binds all of creation together. And we, the keepers, have devoted our lives to guarding its secrets. When you found the crystal, Elara, it called to us. The song has a way of revealing itself to those who are ready to hear it." Kale stepped forward, his brow furrowed with both suspicion and curiosity. "If you've been waiting for us, why didn't you come sooner? We've been fighting this battle on our own." Seraphine's expression turned grave. "The song is delicate. It cannot be revealed to just anyone. It must be shared with those whose hearts and minds are pure, and whose souls are attuned to its power. If we had intervened too early, it would have endangered both you and the song. The darkness you faced, the shadow-bound creatures, are only a small taste of what is to come." Elara felt a shiver run down her spine. "What do you mean?" Seraphine's eyes darkened, the light around her flickering momentarily. "The forces of darkness that seek to corrupt the song are growing stronger. They are being led by someone, a being who was once a keeper of the song, but who has turned against it. His name is Varian." Kale's hand instinctively went to his sword again, his expression hardening. "A traitor among your ranks?" "Yes," Seraphine replied, her voice heavy with sorrow. "Varian was once one of us. He was a keeper, dedicated to preserving the song and its balance. But over time, he grew disillusioned with the song's true nature. He began to see it as a tool, something to be wielded for his own purposes. And in his desire for power, he betrayed the song." Elara's heart sank. "If Varian is leading these creatures, then how do we stop him?" Seraphine looked at her with a mixture of sympathy and resolve. "To defeat Varian, you must first understand the true nature of the song. It is not just a force of creation, but also of destruction. It must be wielded with care, with wisdom. Those who seek to control it, without understanding its balance, will ultimately bring destruction upon themselves and the world. But how do we wield it? Elara asked, her voice full of uncertainty. How do we stop someone who was once a keeper, someone who understands the song's power better than anyone? Seraphine stepped closer to Elara, her eyes glowing with the faintest trace of light. You have already taken the first step, Elara. The song has chosen you. But you must learn to trust in its guidance. The crystal you touched, its power is only a fragment of what lies within you. The full power of the song resides in your heart, in your connection to the world around you. You must learn to listen to it, to feel its rhythms in the air, the earth, and the stars. Only then will you have the strength to confront Varian. Elara felt the weight of Seraphine's words settle upon her like a heavy cloak. She had always known that there was something extraordinary within her, but now the burden of that power felt almost overwhelming. The song had chosen her, but with that choice came a responsibility she had yet to fully comprehend. Kale stepped forward, his expression resolute. We'll do whatever it takes. We're not backing down. Seraphine nodded, her expression softening just slightly. I know. But the road ahead will not be easy. Varian is a master of the song's darker aspects. He knows how to twist its power, how to use it for destruction. But you have something he does not, hope. And that is something the darkness cannot corrupt. The keepers moved closer, surrounding Elara and Kale with an air of quiet solidarity. They were not alone in this fight, not anymore. Seraphine raised her hand, and the air around them shimmered with the faintest light, as though the stars themselves were lending their power to their cause. We will train you, Seraphine said. You will learn how to harness the song's true power. But you must also understand its cost. The song requires sacrifice. And to restore the balance, there will be moments when you must choose between what is easy and what is right. Elara nodded slowly, her heart heavy but resolute. The journey ahead would be perilous, fraught with dangers she could scarcely imagine. But she could no longer deny the truth of Seraphine's words. The song had chosen her, and with that choice came not just power, but responsibility. The darkness that sought to tear the world apart would not rest until it had claimed the song for itself. But Elara would not let that happen. She turned to Kale, their eyes meeting with a shared understanding. Together, they would face the trials ahead. Together, they would protect the song, and together, they would defeat Varian. The days that followed were filled with training like nothing Elara had ever experienced. Seraphine and the keepers guided them through the ancient ways of the song, teaching them how to harness its power, how to listen to the whispers of the world around them. The lessons were hard, each one pushing Elara further than she had ever been pushed before. And yet, each time she thought she could go no further, the song would guide her, lifting her when she stumbled, steadying her when she wavered. She began to understand the song's rhythms, how it resonated with the heartbeat of the earth and the pulse of the stars. The crystal around her neck, once just a faint glow, now pulsed with vibrant energy, a constant reminder of the power that flowed through her. The more she learned, the more she realized that the song was not just a force, it was life itself. It was creation, destruction, love, pain, and everything in between. It was the thread that wove the universe together, and it could tear it apart just as easily if misused. Kale, too, had found his place among the keepers. While Alara focused on learning the delicate balance of the song's power, Kale honed his skills in combat, his blade dancing with newfound grace as he learned to channel the song's energy into his strikes. Though his heart was often heavy with the knowledge of the battle to come, he remained a steadfast ally, never wavering in his loyalty to Alara. The keepers taught them not only to wield the song's power, but to understand its cost. There were moments when the song required sacrifices, moments when Alara would have to decide between saving someone she loved and protecting the world at large. The weight of those choices hung over her like a cloud, a reminder that the path she had chosen would not be easy. One evening, as they sat by the campfire, Alara found herself gazing up at the stars, her thoughts heavy with the future. The air was still, the forest around them quiet in the peaceful embrace of the night. Kale sat beside her, his eyes watching the flames dance in the fire. "Alara," he said softly, breaking the silence. "You've come so far already. But do you ever wonder what it will cost you in the end?" Alara turned to look at him, her expression thoughtful. "I've thought about it. Every day, I think about it. The song, it's more than I could ever have imagined. But there's a price, isn't there? And I have to be ready to pay it." Kale studied her for a long moment, his eyes filled with a quiet sadness. "I've seen the way you carry the weight of this responsibility. You don't have to do this alone. Whatever happens, Alara, I'm with you. You don't have to bear it all." A soft smile touched her lips as she reached out, placing her hand on his. "I know. And I'm grateful for you, Kale. You've been by my side through all of this. But there's something I've realized. I can't protect everyone. There will be moments when I have to make choices that hurt. And I can't promise that those choices won't cost me something. But I will do whatever it takes to stop Varian." Kale's grip tightened on her hand, his eyes filled with determination. "And I'll be right there with you." For a long time, they sat in silence, the crackling of the fire the only sound between them. Alara couldn't help but wonder what would happen when they finally faced Varian, the former keeper, now the leader of the darkness that threatened the world. She could feel his presence like a shadow in her mind, always lurking just out of sight, waiting for the moment when they would meet. The next day, Seraphine gathered them together. The other keepers stood around her, their faces grim and serious. "The time had come. We've learned much about Varian's movements," Seraphine said, her voice steady and commanding. "He's preparing for something. We've found evidence that he's gathering an army, a force powerful enough to destroy entire cities. If we're to stop him, we must act quickly." Alara felt a cold chill settle in her stomach. She had known it was coming, but hearing it spoken aloud made it feel all the more real. "What's our plan?" she asked, her voice steady despite the fear rising within her. Seraphine's gaze met hers, and for the first time, Alara saw something in her eyes, something like sorrow. "We must go to the heart of the meadow. It is the last place where the song's true power can be unlocked. But beware, the closer you get to Varian, the more dangerous the path will become. The darkness will try to corrupt you. You must be ready to face it. Kale stood tall, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. We'll be ready. Elara nodded, her heart heavy but resolute. The heart of the meadow. She had heard of it, but she had never truly understood its significance until now. It was the source of the song, the place where its power was most pure. But it was also the place where Varian would have his greatest advantage. If they could reach it before him, they might be able to unlock the song's full potential. But if they failed, the journey ahead will test you both, Seraphine warned. There will be moments when you question everything. When the song seems to pull you in directions you don't understand. Trust in yourselves, and in each other. And remember, no matter what happens, you must never allow the song to fall into the wrong hands. Elara took a deep breath, her eyes meeting Kale's. Together, they would face whatever lay ahead. Together, they would protect the song, even if it meant sacrificing everything. With that, they set off toward the heart of the meadow, their footsteps echoing in the quiet forest. The storm was coming, and they had no choice but to face it head-on. The forest seemed to change as they journeyed deeper. The trees grew taller, their branches reaching toward the sky like outstretched hands, casting long, twisting shadows across their path. The air itself felt heavy, thick with the weight of ancient magic and untold secrets. The closer they got to the heart of the meadow, the more Elara could feel the pull of the song, its energy singing softly to her, like a distant lullaby that promised both hope and danger. Kale walked beside her, his step steady but his eyes constantly scanning their surroundings. His hand never strayed far from the hilt of his sword, as if he expected danger to leap out from the shadows at any moment. And Elara couldn't blame him. She, too, could sense the creeping presence of darkness that lurked just beyond their sight. The forest was alive, yes, but it was also watching them, waiting. They had been traveling for days, the weight of their mission pressing heavily on them. Every step brought them closer to their goal, but also closer to the unknown. The heart of the meadow was a place of great power, but it was also a place of great peril. If Varian was already there, preparing to unlock the full potential of the song, they might be walking straight into a trap. We should make camp, Kale suggested one evening as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the sky in hues of purple and orange. Elara nodded, grateful for the break. The journey had been long, and the constant pull of the song was beginning to drain her energy. As they set up camp, Elara couldn't shake the feeling that they weren't alone. The forest around them was too still, too quiet, as though it were holding its breath. As night fell, they sat around the fire, the crackling flames the only sound in the otherwise silent woods. Elara stared into the fire, lost in thought. She could feel the presence of the song within her, pulsing gently with each beat of her heart, but there was something else, a darker force lurking just beneath the surface, something she couldn't quite grasp. Do you think we'll be ready? Elara asked softly, breaking the silence. Her voice was filled with uncertainty, though she tried to hide it. For whatever we'll face at the heart of the meadow. Kale glanced over at her, his face illuminated by the firelight. I think we've already proven that we're ready. We've made it this far, haven't we? Elara smiled faintly. I guess so. But I can't shake the feeling that we're walking into something we're not fully prepared for. Cale leaned forward, his expression serious. There's no way to be fully prepared for what's coming. But we've learned a lot along the way. We have the keepers with us, and we have each other. And that's more than most people ever have when they face something like this. Elara looked into his eyes, finding comfort in his words. You're right. We're in this together. No matter what happens. They sat in silence for a while. The crackling fire the only sound in the otherwise still night. But as the wind shifted, a strange noise reached their ears, a rustling sound, like something moving in the brush. Elara tensed, her senses alert. Cale was already on his feet, his hand gripping his sword. Stay quiet, he whispered, his voice barely audible. The rustling grew louder, closer. And then, from the shadows of the trees, a figure emerged. At first, Elara thought it might be one of the keepers, but as the figure stepped into the firelight, she saw that it was not. It was a man, tall and cloaked in dark, tattered robes. His face was hidden in shadow, but his eyes, pale and cold, glistened in the dim light. He carried no weapon, but there was a dark energy about him, an aura of malevolence that sent a chill down Elara's spine. Cale immediately stepped forward, his hand on his sword. Who are you? The figure said nothing at first, simply watching them with those cold, piercing eyes. Then, slowly, he spoke, his voice low and unsettling. You are closer than you think. Elara's heart skipped a beat. Closer to what? She asked, though she feared she already knew the answer. The figure's lips twisted into a cruel smile. Closer to your fate. The song calls to you, but it is not the only power that waits in the shadows. Varian is already at the heart of the meadow, preparing to unlock the song's true power. And soon, you will be too late. Cale took a step forward, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword tightly. What are you talking about? Who sent you? The figure's gaze flickered toward Elara, and for a brief moment, she felt a coldness wash over her, as though something inside her was being pulled into the depths of darkness. I am but a messenger, he said cryptically. But beware, child of the song. The path you walk will lead you to more than just Varian. There are greater forces at play, forces that even the song cannot control. Before either of them could respond, the figure turned and vanished into the shadows, leaving nothing behind but the sound of the wind rustling through the trees. Cale stood frozen for a moment, his hand still on his sword, his eyes scanning the darkness where the figure had disappeared. That didn't feel right, he muttered, his voice tense. Elara couldn't shake the feeling that something dark was closing in around them. That figure, whatever he was, had been more than just a messenger. He had been a warning. A warning that the darkness wasn't just following them, it was already waiting for them at the heart of the meadow. They didn't speak much more that night. The weight of the figure's words hung heavy in the air, the uncertainty of their future settling over them like a storm cloud. As they lay in the darkness, Elara couldn't help but wonder what awaited them at the heart of the meadow. What price would the song demand of them? And, most of all, would they be able to stop Varian before it was too late? The night passed in uneasy silence. Elara lay awake, her mind racing with thoughts of the cloaked figure and the cryptic warning he had left them with. The shadows seemed deeper now, the darkness closing in tighter around their camp. Kale was already awake, his sharp eyes scanning the perimeter, his hand never far from his sword. He had said little since the stranger disappeared into the night, but Alara could feel the tension in him, a restlessness that matched her own. As the first light of dawn broke through the trees, the forest seemed to stir. The birds had begun their songs. But there was something off about the rhythm, as if even nature was uncertain. The song, too, had grown quieter within her, its once constant hum now faint and distant, like an echo from another world. "Alara," Kale spoke, his voice low but firm. "We can't let that warning shake us. We're too close now. The heart of the meadow is just ahead." Alara nodded, pushing the unease aside. She had to focus. They had come this far, and the stakes had never been higher. Varian's forces were gathering, and the heart of the meadow was the key to stopping them. She couldn't afford to be distracted by dark figures in the woods, no matter how ominous they seemed. The journey continued, the path narrowing as they approached the fabled place. The trees grew taller and closer together, their trunks thick with age, their roots tangled beneath the earth. The air was heavy, filled with the scent of moss and something older, something timeless. Alara could feel the pull of the song growing stronger again, its energy swirling around her like a living thing. As they walked, the forest began to change. The sky overhead darkened, not with clouds, but with an unnatural gloom. The air grew colder, and the quiet that had filled the forest now felt oppressive, as though the very earth itself was holding its breath. Then, just as they rounded a bend in the path, they saw it, the heart of the meadow. At first, it seemed like a dream. A shimmering place where the world's edges blurred into a soft glow. The meadow stretched before them, bathed in the soft light of the rising sun, its grasses swaying in rhythm with an invisible breeze. The air hummed with the power of the song, a melody so pure and beautiful that it made Alara's heart ache, but it was more than just the beauty of the place that made her pause. It was the energy, ancient and wild, that pulsed through the air. It felt as though the very ground was alive, vibrating with power, with something that had existed long before either of them had been born. And there, standing at the center of the meadow, was Varian. His dark figure stood in stark contrast to the gentle glow of the meadow. The power that emanated from him was palpable, twisted and dark, like a storm waiting to burst. He had his back to them, his arms raised as if calling to the very sky. His face was shadowed, his expression unreadable. "Alara," Kale whispered, his voice strained. "This is it. He's already begun." Alara's heart clenched in fear and determination. They had known this moment was coming, but now that it was here, it was harder than she had imagined. Varian stood as a reminder of what could happen if the song was misused, a reminder of the darkness that awaited them if they failed. Steeling herself, Alara stepped forward, her hand on the crystal around her neck. The song within her pulsed louder, urging her forward, urging her to confront him. Kale followed close behind, his eyes locked on Varian, his hand gripping his sword tightly. "Varian." Alara called, her voice steady despite the fear that swirled inside her. Varian slowly turned to face them, his face a mask of calm, though his eyes, those piercing, empty eyes, burned with the fire of madness. His smile was cold, knowing. "Alara," he said, his voice smooth like silk, yet laced with venom. I knew you would come. I could feel the song stirring in you, feel its power growing. It's almost time. What have you done, Varian? Elara demanded, her voice rising with a mixture of anger and sorrow. You've corrupted the song. You've twisted its power. Varian's smile deepened, and for a moment, it seemed as if he might laugh. Corrupted? No, Elara. I've simply freed it. The song is more than just a force for good, it is the power of creation and destruction. And I will use it to reshape the world. Elara shook her head, her heart heavy with the weight of his words. You don't understand. The song isn't meant to be controlled like this. It's a balance, a force that must be respected. You can't just take it and bend it to your will. Varian's eyes darkened, his expression shifting into one of cold fury. You speak of balance, yet you stand in my way. You, who have no idea of the true power of the song, dare to lecture me? He raised his hands, and the ground beneath them trembled. The song pulsed around him, dark and twisted, like a violent storm about to break. Elara could feel it pulling at her, trying to influence her, trying to seduce her with promises of power. Don't let it sway you, Kale whispered, his hand resting on her arm. Elara closed her eyes for a moment, grounding herself in the steady rhythm of her heartbeat. The song inside her was still there, still pure, though it seemed to struggle against the darkness that Varian had unleashed. She could feel its pull, but she refused to let it control her. I won't let you destroy everything, she said, her voice strong and unwavering. This ends now. Varian's laughter echoed across the meadow, a chilling sound that seemed to reverberate in the very air. You think you can stop me? You think you're strong enough to face the true power of the song? Before she could respond, the ground beneath their feet shattered, and a wave of dark energy surged toward them. Elara braced herself, her heart pounding, knowing that the battle they had feared was finally here. The dark energy surged toward them, a tidal wave of malevolent force that twisted and crackled in the air. Elara felt it before she saw it, a coldness that chilled her bones, a pressure that threatened to crush her chest. She gripped the crystal around her neck, drawing strength from the song within her, grounding herself in its pure, untainted rhythm. It was the only thing that could save her now, Kale. She shouted, her voice barely audible over the roaring wind. Kale was already moving, his sword drawn and shining in the dim light of the meadow. He took a defensive stance beside her, his eyes narrowed as he faced the incoming storm. Stay close, he warned, his voice steady but filled with urgency. The dark energy reached them, and with a single, violent strike, it exploded around them. The force sent them both tumbling backward, the ground beneath their feet cracking open like a wound in the earth. Elara landed hard, her body bruised and battered. But she didn't have time to focus on the pain. She could feel the darkness swirling around them, suffocating the light, threatening to drown them both. Kale was already on his feet, his face set in a grim expression. We need to stop him before it's too late, he said, his voice urgent. Elara nodded, pushing herself up, her mind racing. Varian's power was unlike anything they had faced before. The song had always been a force of balance and harmony, but Varian had twisted it, perverted it into a weapon of destruction. The ground was alive with its dark pulse, and Alara could feel it creeping into her very soul, trying to force its way into her heart. She took a deep breath, centering herself. The crystal around her neck warmed in her hand, and the song within her began to hum once more, soft and steady. It wasn't as loud as it had been before, but it was there, deep within her, reminding her of her purpose. "We need to focus," she said, her voice steady despite the turmoil around them. "We can't fight him with anger or fear. We need to connect with the song, connect with the heart of the meadow." Kale glanced at her, his expression torn between doubt and determination. "Are you sure that will work? He's too powerful." "I don't know," she admitted, her heart racing. "But we don't have any other choice." With a deep breath, Alara closed her eyes, letting the song guide her. She reached deep within herself, calling out to the ancient power that pulsed in the very heart of the meadow. She could feel it there, beneath the darkness, a gentle warmth that was both familiar and foreign. It was the heartbeat of the world, the force that had created the stars, the trees, the winds. It was the pure, untamed magic of life itself. She called out to it, reaching for it, and slowly, the song responded. Its rhythm grew louder, clearer, wrapping around her like a soft breeze, filling her with warmth and clarity. She felt the darkness around her recoil, pushing back against the light, but it wasn't enough to overcome the song's steady pull. The earth beneath her feet began to tremble again. But this time, it was in response to the song, not Varian's twisted power. The meadow's pulse began to match her own, a harmony building between her and the ancient forces that had always been there, waiting for someone to listen. From the corner of her eye, she saw Kale, his face set in determination, his body moving with a fluid grace as he fended off the dark forces that Varian had summoned. He was fighting, but not with rage or hatred. He was fighting with the calm precision of someone who had learned to trust his instincts, who had learned to fight for something greater than himself. Alara opened her eyes, and for a moment, she could see the truth. The heart of the meadow wasn't just a place. It was a conduit, a living force that connected all things, that linked the song to the very soul of the world. She was standing at the crossroads of creation and destruction, the fate of the world teetering on the edge of a knife. "Varian!" she shouted, her voice carrying across the meadow. "You can't control the song. You don't understand its power." Varian's laugh echoed through the storm of darkness that surrounded them. "You think you can stop me? You're nothing compared to the power I wield. The song is mine now, Alara. It bends to my will, and soon, the world will bend with it." The ground beneath them cracked open wider, and tendrils of dark energy shot out, reaching for them, seeking to consume them. Alara could feel the song within her straining, its pulse matching the beat of her heart, and in that moment, she realized something crucial. Varian had been so consumed with power that he had forgotten the one truth that defined the song. The song wasn't about control. It wasn't about domination or destruction. It was about harmony. It was about balance. Alara stepped forward, raising her hands to the sky, calling upon the power of the heart of the meadow. She didn't need to fight Varian with strength. She didn't need to overpower him. She needed to bring the song back into balance. With a single thought, she focused all of her energy, all of her connection to the song, into the world around her. She could feel the energy of the meadow rise up to meet her, like an answering heartbeat. The dark tendrils of energy that Varian had summoned recoiled, their strength faltering in the face of the pure force of life that surged through Alara. "You don't control the song, Varian," she said softly, her voice carrying on the wind. "And you never will." Varian's eyes widened as the energy around them began to shift. The dark clouds that had gathered overhead began to dissipate, the air clearing as the song's true power was restored. The ground beneath their feet rumbled, but this time it was a rumble of renewal, not destruction. "No!" Varian cried, his form shaking with rage. "You don't understand. The song is mine. I will not be denied." But Alara was resolute. She reached deep into the heart of the meadow, channeling the pure, untamed power that had always been there. It was not hers to control, but hers to guide. And as she did, the darkness that Varian had wrought began to unravel, like a thread pulled from a tapestry. The wind shifted again, the grass swaying with the pulse of the song. And as the last remnants of Varian's dark power were erased from the meadow, Alara felt a quiet peace settle over the land. Varian was gone, defeated by the very force he had sought to control, but Alara knew that the battle was far from over. The song had been restored, but its balance was fragile. And the world, forever changed, would need guardians to protect it. The victory was not the triumphant moment Alara had imagined. It was quiet, almost sorrowful, as though the land itself was mourning the need for such a battle. The meadow, once filled with the chaotic tension of Varian's dark energy, now hummed with a soft, serene pulse, the song of the earth, restored to its true form. But even in this peaceful stillness, Alara felt a weight in her chest. Varian had fallen, his darkness undone by the very force he had sought to control, but the peace that followed was not the end. It was only the beginning. The wind that swept through the meadow now carried with it a whisper, a quiet song that seemed to beckon Alara deeper into the heart of the land. She stood there, her fingers still tingling from the energy she had channeled, her heart pounding with the lingering echoes of the battle. She had won, but she felt no relief, only a sense of responsibility. The song had been restored, but what would become of the world now? "Kale," she said, her voice distant as she turned to him. Her eyes met his, and in them, she saw the same uncertainty. The same awareness that this moment wasn't truly the end. "We did it," Kale said softly, as if speaking to himself. He stepped closer, his hand brushing against hers in a silent gesture of support. "But you're right. The song is a delicate thing. The balance is fragile." Alara nodded, the words she had feared to say echoing in her mind. "The song is not just a force of power, Kale. It's part of everything. The land, the people, the stars. It connects all things." Varian wanted to control it, but he didn't understand its true nature. "And now that it's been restored, I'm not sure what's next." She could feel the land around them, still humming with energy, but now it was soft, inviting, as if the meadow was reaching out to her, asking for guidance. It was beautiful, but there was an underlying tension, an unspoken truth that hung in the air. The world had been changed, and Alara, as the song's keeper, would have to learn how to maintain that balance. For a long time, neither of them spoke, the silence only broken by the whisper of the wind through the trees. Kale's gaze softened as he looked around the meadow, his sword resting at his side. "What will you do now?" he asked gently, His voice filled with quiet respect, Elara took a deep breath, the weight of his question settling in her chest. I don't know. I feel the pull of the song still. But it's different now. It's not just a part of me. It's a part of everything, and I have to find a way to protect it. The heart of the meadow is more than just a place, it's the source of all life, of balance. Without it, the world could fall into chaos. Her eyes drifted to the horizon, where the first light of dawn was beginning to break through the trees, casting a soft glow over the meadow. It was a beautiful sight, but Elara couldn't shake the feeling that the world was holding its breath, waiting for something to change. You don't have to do this alone, Kale said, his voice a quiet anchor in the storm of her thoughts. We'll find a way together. You've already proven that you're stronger than Varian. You have the song within you, and that makes you the protector of this balance. I'll stand by your side. Elara turned to him, her heart filled with gratitude. His words, simple and sincere, gave her the strength to face the unknown ahead. She had come so far, and yet, she felt as though she was standing on the edge of an entirely new journey. I don't know what comes next, she admitted. But I do know that I can't do this alone. The song needs a guide, but the world needs balance too. We need to restore what's been lost, help those who've been touched by the darkness, and rebuild what Varian tried to destroy. Kale nodded. And we'll be ready for whatever comes. The meadow seemed to breathe with them, the song rising and falling in a slow, steady rhythm, as if acknowledging their resolve. Elara closed her eyes for a moment, feeling the energy of the land flow through her, the power of the song wrapping around her like a protective cloak. The weight of the world was heavy, but she no longer felt the fear that had once threatened to consume her. Instead, there was a quiet confidence, a knowing that she had the strength to guide the song back to its rightful place. We'll start here, she said, her voice steady now, filled with purpose. We'll protect the heart of the meadow, but we'll also reach out. There are others out there who need to know the song's true power, who need to understand its balance. Together, we can ensure that the darkness never returns. Kale stepped closer, his hand resting on her shoulder. We will, Elara. We will. With those words, Elara turned her gaze back to the meadow, her heart filled with both hope and uncertainty. The world was vast, and the song was infinite, but she was ready to face whatever came next. There would be challenges ahead, but she had learned that the true power of the song was not in control, but in harmony. The journey was far from over. And Elara, with Kale by her side, would continue to walk the path, seeking balance in a world forever changed by the song. Days passed in a quiet rhythm, but the world outside the meadow had not yet healed. While the heart of the meadow pulsed with the song, sending ripples of balance through the land, Elara and Kale knew that true peace would take time. The world had been scarred by Varian's darkness, and though the meadow was safe for now, there were other places where the effects of his twisted magic still lingered. Elara stood at the edge of the meadow, her eyes watching the horizon, where the sky met the distant mountains. The air had warmed, and the trees were beginning to bloom once more, their vibrant green leaves unfurling in response to the song's steady pulse. Yet beneath the beauty of the meadow, she felt a sense of urgency, an unease that stirred in her heart. It's not over, is it? Kale's voice broke through her thoughts, quiet but filled with the same knowing, Elara didn't turn to look at him immediately. She had felt it too, the subtle unease, the whisper of something just out of reach. She didn't know what it was, but the land itself seemed to be calling out to her. The balance of the world had been restored, but something was still out of place. Like a note missing from a melody. "No," she said softly, her voice a mixture of determination and doubt. "It's not over." Cale stepped up beside her, his gaze following hers toward the distant mountains. "Do you think the darkness could return? Even with Varian gone?" "I'm not sure," Elara admitted. "The song is stronger now, but the world is fragile. It only takes a small disturbance to throw everything out of balance again. And there's still so much we don't understand." They stood in silence for a while, the only sound the soft rustle of the trees and the gentle hum of the song that still vibrated through the earth. It was a calm moment, but the weight of their journey, and the weight of what still lay ahead, lingered in the air like an unspoken truth. "I've been thinking," Cale said, breaking the silence. "Perhaps it's not just the heart of the meadow we need to protect. Maybe the song itself needs to be taught." Elara looked at him, her brow furrowing. "Taught?" Cale nodded. "There's power in the song, in its harmony, but there's also danger in misunderstanding it." Varian's obsession with control came from his ignorance of the song's true nature. If others were to fall into that same trap, we could face another threat. We can't be the only ones who understand the balance. Elara thought about his words, turning them over in her mind. It made sense. The song wasn't something to be hoarded or controlled, it was a force of unity, of life. And for it to thrive, for balance to be truly maintained, it needed to be understood and respected by all. "You're right," she said at last. "The song must be shared. We can't keep its power hidden away. But it has to be done carefully. We need to find those who are ready to listen, those who can carry the responsibility of understanding it." Cale's eyes glimmered with determination. "We'll find them. We'll teach them." And so, with a renewed sense of purpose, Elara and Cale set out from the meadow, their first steps taking them beyond the safety of the heart. They knew the road ahead would not be easy. There were still remnants of Varian's darkness in the world, places where the balance had been disturbed. But they also knew that together, with the power of the song and the wisdom they had gained from their journey, they could help restore harmony to the land. Their first stop was a village to the east, nestled in the foothills of the mountains. The people there had suffered greatly during Varian's reign, their lands twisted by his magic. Though the darkness had receded, the scars it left behind were still visible: withered crops, barren fields, and an air of despondency that clung to the village like a fog. As Elara and Cale approached, the people eyed them warily, unsure of their intentions. But there was something in the air, something stirring deep within the earth, that made Elara feel the pull of the song. It was faint, almost imperceptible, but it was there. The land was trying to heal itself, and the people needed to understand the power of the song if they were to help. Elara stepped forward, her heart steady as she raised her hands to the villagers. "We've come to help," she said, her voice carrying across the quiet streets. "The song has returned to the world. It can heal the land, but only if you understand its balance. Only if you learn to listen." At first, there was silence. Then, an old woman stepped forward, her face weathered by time, but her eyes sharp and knowing. "You speak of the song," she said, her voice trembling with something between awe and fear. "But do you truly understand it? Do you know what it means to listen?" Elara nodded. "We do. We have felt its power, its harmony. But we also know the danger of misusing it. The song must be respected, shared, and cared for. And together, we can restore the balance." The old woman studied Elara closely, her eyes narrowing as if weighing her words. After a long moment, she nodded slowly. "Then we will listen. We will learn. If the song can heal our land, we will open our hearts to it." And so, in the shadow of the mountains, in a village that had known only suffering, the first lesson in the song began. It was slow, at first, just whispers of the true nature of the world, of how everything was connected, how every leaf, every breath, every heartbeat was part of a larger melody. But as the villagers learned to listen, the land began to respond. The crops grew stronger. The air cleared. The balance, once disrupted, slowly began to heal, but Elara knew this was only the beginning. There were many more places in the world that needed to understand the song, many more people who would need to be taught. The road ahead would be long, but the song was a living thing, vibrating with hope, with possibility, with life, and Elara was ready to walk that road, guided by the harmony that would unite all things. The days turned into weeks as Elara and Kale traveled from village to village, from forest to field, teaching the people of the song's true nature. With every lesson, the balance of the world began to shift subtly, like the soft brush of wind through the trees. The land was healing, but it was a slow and delicate process. Though the song was powerful, it was also fragile, and its teachings required patience, understanding, and respect. As they moved further from the heart of the meadow, Elara noticed the changes in the land more distinctly. Some places were thriving, fields of wildflowers blooming where there had been barren stretches of earth, rivers flowing with renewed clarity, but other areas still bore the scars of Varian's twisted magic. The darkness was not easily undone. In some places, the air was thick with an unsettling tension, as if something had been left behind. Lurking just out of reach, it was in one such village, nestled at the edge of a dark forest, that Elara and Kale encountered their first true challenge. The villagers had been wary of the song from the beginning. While they had seen the changes in the land, the crops that began to flourish, the forests that seemed to regain their vitality, they were hesitant to accept the deeper teachings. They feared what they didn't understand, and many believed that the song's power might somehow corrupt them, as it had corrupted Varian. One evening, as the sun dipped low behind the trees, Elara stood at the edge of the village, her gaze lingering on the shadowed forest beyond. The air felt thick with unease, and she could sense the unrest that rippled beneath the surface of the village. Kale stood beside her, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, a quiet presence that grounded her. "Elara," he said, his voice low, "there's something wrong here. I can feel it." "I know," she replied softly. "The song is stirring, but not in the way it should. There's a distortion, a barrier of sorts. It's as if the land is resisting the song's healing, and I can't understand why." Kale turned his gaze toward the forest. You think it's the darkness of the forest, or something else? Elara's eyes narrowed as she studied the trees that seemed to loom just beyond the village. The forest was old, ancient even. And it held secrets that she hadn't yet uncovered. She could feel the pull of the song within it, but it wasn't the same harmonious pulse that she had come to know. This was jagged, distorted, a rhythm out of sync with the rest of the world. "I don't know," she murmured, her fingers brushing against the pendant she wore, a gift from the heart of the meadow. "But I think we need to find out." The villagers had warned them about the forest. The elders spoke of strange occurrences, disappearances, whispered voices in the trees, and the unnatural cold that swept through the woods at night. It was a place of fear and superstition, and many believed it was cursed. But Elara knew that fear alone wouldn't help the land heal. If the forest was resisting the song, then she needed to understand why. The next morning, Elara and Kale ventured into the forest, leaving behind the uneasy whispers of the village. The trees towered over them, their branches twisted and dark, blocking out much of the sunlight. The deeper they went, the more the air seemed to thicken, the very atmosphere alive with an unfamiliar energy. It wasn't just the song that was out of sync, it was something darker, something ancient, that clung to the forest like a shadow. "Stay close," Kale said, his voice a whisper. "I don't trust this place." Elara nodded, her senses alert as she walked beside him. The forest felt alive with secrets. And she could hear the faint hum of the song, but it was muffled, tangled in a web of resistance. There was something at the heart of the forest, something that was holding the balance in check, preventing the land from fully healing. After hours of walking, they reached the center of the forest, where the trees parted to reveal a small clearing. In the center of the clearing stood a massive stone altar, covered in moss and vine. The air around it was thick with energy, a strange, pulsing force that vibrated through the earth and into Elara's bones. "This is it," Elara whispered, her breath catching as she approached the altar. "This is the source of the distortion." Kale stepped forward cautiously, his hand hovering near the stone. "What is it?" "It feels wrong." Elara's fingers brushed against the surface of the altar, and as she did, a flash of images filled her mind, visions of the past, of battles fought in the shadows, of rituals that had twisted the very fabric of the song. She saw a figure, cloaked in shadow, standing before the altar, speaking words that echoed through the ages. The darkness that had once gripped the land was born here, at this very spot, and it had woven itself into the heart of the forest. "This altar," Elara said, her voice trembling, "it was used in dark rituals, rituals that twisted the song itself. The forest became a prison for the darkness. And it still clings to the land." Kale stepped closer, his hand resting on her shoulder. "So, what do we do now?" Elara took a deep breath, gathering her strength. "We need to restore the balance here, too. The forest must be healed, just like the land. The song can't truly be whole until this place is free of the darkness." She closed her eyes, reaching out with the power of the song. It was different here, tangled in the old magic that had been twisted and corrupted. But she could feel the pulse of life beneath it, faint but undeniable. The forest wanted to heal, but it needed her help. With a steady breath, Elara began to sing, her voice soft but full of the song's power. Slowly, the air around them began to shift, the distortion weakening as the song's harmony grew stronger. The trees seemed to sway in response, the energy in the air slowly returning to its natural rhythm. But just as the forest began to settle, a sharp, dark voice rang out, cutting through the air. "You think you can undo what has been done?" The voice hissed, echoing from the shadows. Elara froze, her heart racing. She knew that voice. It was familiar, dark, and full of malice. The forest was not yet free of its corruption, and there, emerging from the shadows, stood a figure Elara never expected to see again. The figure that emerged from the shadows was cloaked in dark, flowing robes, the fabric rippling as though it had a life of its own. Elara's heart skipped a beat as she saw the familiar gleam of the figure's eyes, a pale, cold light that seemed to pierce through the gloom of the forest. Impossible. Elara whispered under her breath, her pulse quickening. She had seen these eyes before, during her darkest moments of the journey. This was no stranger. It was someone from the past, someone who had once been a part of the darkness that had consumed the land. The figure stepped forward, its movements fluid, predatory. A familiar, twisted smile curled upon its lips. "Did you think the darkness would vanish with Varian's fall?" The voice hissed again, as if it were a secret long buried, finally brought to the surface. "I am older than Varian. Older than your precious song." Kale instinctively stepped in front of Elara, his hand on his sword, though he knew that mere steel would not be enough to face such power. "Who are you?" he demanded, his voice steady but wary. The figure's laughter echoed in the clearing, cruel and mocking. "You already know me, little knight. I am the one who whispered the secrets of the song to Varian, the one who showed him how to twist its beauty into something grotesque." The figure's voice darkened. "I am the keeper of shadows, the one who keeps the balance between light and darkness, whether you like it or not." Elara felt a chill race down her spine. She had heard tales of the Keeper of Shadows, a figure older than the song itself, a being who thrived on the balance between creation and destruction. It was said that the Keeper was neither fully light nor fully dark, but a force that existed to maintain the equilibrium of the world, no matter the cost. And now, it seemed, the Keeper had returned. And it was not just an agent of balance. It had become something far more dangerous, a being who believed the song's harmony was an illusion, one that must be shattered for true balance to be restored. "You were meant to fade," Elara said, her voice shaking with the realization. "The song has changed the world. The darkness you and Varian created is over. It's finished." The Keeper's eyes glowed brighter, their light piercing through the growing mist of the forest. "You misunderstand, Elara," it said, its voice a soft, eerie whisper that seemed to echo around them. "I have no need for the song. I do not require its harmony to survive. I thrive in the spaces between its notes, in the silence that follows its melody. You and your precious Kale may have brought the song back, but you have only strengthened my resolve. For where there is balance, there is always a counterbalance. And the song, in its purity, must eventually break." Kale's hand tightened around the hilt of his sword. "You want to destroy the song." His voice was filled with disbelief. A quiet fury beneath the surface. "Why?" The Keeper's laugh was soft, almost sympathetic. "Because the song is a prison, Elara. A beautiful, harmonious prison. It binds the world to a false sense of peace. True balance is not found in unity, but in division. In conflict. In struggle. Without it, there is no growth, no evolution. The song will be its own undoing. Elara's heart raced as she listened, a sinking feeling growing in her chest. The keeper's words were a twisted reflection of everything they had fought for. For her entire journey, she had believed that the song could heal the world, could restore the balance that had been broken. But now, the keeper was claiming that the song itself was the problem. That the harmony it brought was a lie. This is what Varian believed, Elara said, her voice firm despite the doubt that gnawed at her. He wanted to control the song, to twist it to his own ends. And look where that led him. The darkness he unleashed consumed him. You're no different. You're just a shadow of what you once were. The keeper's smile twisted, and it stepped closer, the air around it thick with dark energy. I am no mere shadow, Elara. I am the true keeper of balance. And balance cannot exist without both light and dark, creation and destruction, life and death. Without conflict, there is stagnation. And I will see the song undone, so the world can evolve as it was meant to. Kale raised his sword, standing firm beside Elara. You won't get away with this, he said, his voice filled with resolve. We'll stop you, no matter what. But the keeper only shook its head, the shadows around it deepening, swirling like a storm. You cannot stop what is inevitable. The song will break. It was never meant to be eternal. And when it does, I will be here to guide the world into its true form. Before Elara could react, the keeper raised its hand, and the shadows around them seemed to surge forward, wrapping around her and Kale. The air grew cold, and the once familiar energy of the song turned to something chaotic, something out of tune. Kale swung his sword. But the shadows simply evaporated into thin air, reappearing in a different shape, a different form. The keeper's power was beyond anything Elara had encountered before. Fight if you must, the keeper said, its voice carrying a sense of inevitability. But know this, the song will fracture. And when it does, you will see the truth of the world, of balance. Elara stepped forward, her hands trembling but her heart resolute. The song is not a prison. It is the harmony that holds the world together. And no matter how many times you try to tear it apart, we will keep fighting for its light. The keeper's eyes narrowed, its smirk faltering for just a moment. Then we shall see. With a flick of its fingers, the shadows thickened, and the world around them seemed to blur. The forest began to twist, its trees contorting into strange shapes, as if the very fabric of the land was beginning to warp. Elara could feel the disturbance deep in her bones, the balance of the world teetering on the edge of collapse. This was no longer just a battle for the forest. This was a fight for the very heart of the song, and for the future of the world itself. The tension in the air thickened as the Keeper of Shadows stood before Elara and Kale, its dark presence stretching and twisting through the forest. The land seemed to pulse with its energy, vibrating with a chaotic force that made Elara's skin crawl. She could feel the pull of the shadows, trying to sink deep into her bones, but she refused to let it consume her. The song still lingered, faint but present. She could feel it humming within her, like a fragile thread of light in the overwhelming darkness. We can't let him break the song, Elara said, her voice firm, her breath steady. It's the only way to heal the world. We can't let this world fall into eternal conflict. The keeper's laugh was like the rustling of dry leaves in a storm, cold and detached. You still believe in your song, in its so-called healing power. You are blind to the truth. The song is a force of control, of stagnation. It stops change, it binds the world in an illusion of peace. You think the world will thrive under the weight of harmony, but what will you do when that harmony shatters? Elara's heart sank with the weight of the keeper's words. The very thing she had fought for, the very thing that had become her hope, was it really an illusion? Could the song truly be a cage for the world, keeping it from evolving, from changing? No. Elara's voice was stronger this time, her resolve unwavering. I refuse to believe that. The song has brought the land back to life. It has healed so much, and if we let it fracture, will only bring back the destruction that Varian unleashed. The keeper tilted its head, eyes gleaming with amusement. And yet, the land is still fractured. Look around you, Elara. The forest may seem peaceful now, but beneath its beauty, there is rot. A wound that will not heal until the song is undone. Kale gripped his sword tightly, stepping closer to Elara. We won't let you win. The song will not be undone, not by you or anyone else. The keeper's eyes flickered, its gaze shifting to Kale. You are too blind to see the bigger picture, knight. You think your sword can defeat me, but you are only a tool of the song, just like Elara. You are all bound by its false harmony, and when it breaks, you will see how truly powerless you are. Before Elara could respond, the keeper raised its hand, and the forest seemed to warp further. The trees bending unnaturally and the ground rumbling beneath them. Dark shadows began to swirl around them, twisting and spiraling like a storm. The shadows reached out like tendrils, seeking to pull them into the dark depths of the forest, away from the light of the song, Elara. Kale shouted, his voice filled with urgency. We have to fight back. With a swift motion, Kale swung his sword, cutting through the shadows, but they seemed to dissolve and reappear, faster than he could strike. The air grew colder with every passing second, and Elara could feel the grip of the darkness tightening around them. She closed her eyes, reaching deep within herself, searching for the song. She could feel it, faint but growing stronger as she focused. The light of the song was still there, still burning brightly in her heart, and she knew that she had to hold on to it, no matter the darkness that surrounded her. Elara, Kale said, his voice softer now, filled with concern. What are you doing? I'm calling on the song, Elara whispered, her fingers trembling. It's not just a force of harmony. It's the essence of life, of creation. I won't let it be twisted by the darkness. I won't let it be undone. Kale's eyes widened, and for a moment, he hesitated. You're trying to fight the keeper with the song. Yes, Elara said, her voice steady despite the chaos. The keeper feeds off the darkness, but the song is stronger. We just have to remind the world of its true power. She raised her hands, and the song began to stir within her, a soft hum that grew louder with every breath. The light around her brightened, and the shadows recoiled, retreating from the warmth of the song. The forest seemed to respond, the trees standing straighter, the ground beneath them solidifying as the light spread. The keeper recoiled, its form flickering as the song's light clashed with its darkness. "No!" the keeper hissed, its voice shaking with rage. "You think you can use the song against me? You are a fool." But Alara didn't falter. She continued to sing. Her voice soft but powerful, weaving the notes of the song into the very air around them. The forest was alive with the sound, and for a brief moment, Alara could feel the land itself responding, the energy of the world resonating with the song's pure light. Kale stood by her side, his sword raised, ready to defend her if the keeper attacked again. "We're with you, Alara," he said, his voice resolute. The keeper's eyes blazed with fury, its shadowy form writhing as the song's light pushed it back. "You cannot defeat me," it snarled. "I am the keeper of shadows, the eternal balance. You will not undo what has been set in motion." But Alara didn't waver. She kept singing, the power of the song growing with each passing moment. The shadows receded, and the forest began to heal around them, the once distorted trees straightening, the air growing warmer. "You are not the balance," Alara said, her voice steady and firm. "You are a distortion. And you will not stop the song from healing the world." With one final, powerful note, Alara's voice rang out, a clear, bright sound that pierced through the darkness like a beacon of light. The shadows screamed in agony as they were torn apart, their grip on the forest weakening. The keeper, its form flickering and unstable, staggered backward. "No!" it shrieked, its voice now filled with desperation. With a final surge of energy, the keeper was engulfed by the light of the song. Its dark form dissolving into the air like smoke, leaving only the soft hum of the song in its wake. The forest, once again bathed in the warmth of the song's light, seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. The darkness had been pushed back, if only for now. Alara and Kale stood in the clearing, breathing heavily, their hearts still racing from the confrontation. The air felt clearer, and the land, though scarred, seemed to hold a glimmer of hope. The song had not been undone. The keeper had been vanquished, for now, but Alara knew this was far from over. The battle for the song, and for the future of the world, was just beginning. The forest, now free from the immediate grasp of the keeper of shadows, still held a quiet tension in the air. Alara and Kale stood together in the center of the meadow, the faint hum of the song still resonating through the ground beneath their feet. It was as if the earth itself was healing, slowly mending the rifts that had formed in the wake of the keeper's darkness. But even as the song's light filled the air with warmth, Alara couldn't shake the feeling that this was merely the beginning of something much larger, something even more dangerous than before. Kale looked at her, his expression tired but resolute. "You did it," he said, his voice filled with awe. "The keeper. It's gone." Alara nodded, though her mind was far from at ease. "For now," she replied, her voice soft. "But I'm not convinced that's the end of it." "What do you mean?" Kale asked, his brow furrowing. "We just defeated the keeper. What more could there be?" Alara glanced out across the meadow, the soft glow of starlight casting long shadows on the ground. She could still feel the pull of the song, its power both comforting and overwhelming. But there was something more lurking beneath the surface, a sense of unrest, as if the song itself was not yet whole. The keeper was a part of something greater, Elara explained, her gaze distant. It wasn't just a force of darkness. It was the embodiment of a larger imbalance in the world, a force that has existed since before Varian's rise. I think the keeper was just the messenger, not the true threat. Kale's eyes narrowed. So, you think there's more to come? That this fight isn't over? Elara took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the journey pressing down on her. I don't know. But I have a feeling that the world is changing, Kale. The song might have healed much of it, but the scars remain. And those scars have been feeding something darker. Something that still wants to see the song fractured. Before Kale could respond, a sharp wind swept through the meadow, rustling the leaves and causing the starlight to flicker, like a distant storm on the horizon. Elara's heart skipped a beat. She felt it, a shift in the air. A disturbance that rippled through the very fabric of the forest. Something was coming, and it was far more powerful than anything they had faced so far. Do you feel that? She asked quietly. Kale nodded, his grip on his sword tightening. Something's wrong. I don't like this. Suddenly, a deep, resonant hum filled the air, dissonant and harsh, completely out of tune with the song's usual harmony. It was like a ripple in the very fabric of reality, a pulse of energy that seemed to vibrate through the land. The ground trembled beneath their feet, and the once still air grew thick with tension. Elara. Kale's voice was filled with uncertainty, his eyes scanning the darkness. What is that sound? Elara's heart raced as she searched the shadows, feeling the growing weight of the disturbance. The song was still with her, but now, it felt strained. The pure, soothing melody was tainted, distorted, as if someone, or something, was attempting to silence it, the song. She murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. It's breaking. Before she could say more, the ground beneath them cracked, a deep, ominous rift opening wide. From the darkened chasm, tendrils of shadow erupted, writhing like serpents, reaching for the sky. The meadow seemed to come alive with dark energy, the once peaceful starlight flickering and dimming. Elara stumbled back, her heart pounding. The rift before them was a wound in the world itself. And it was growing wider by the second. This is it, she said, her voice trembling. The true source of the imbalance. The keeper was only the beginning. From within the rift, a figure emerged, a silhouette cloaked in swirling darkness, its form shifting and ever-changing, like a shadow given life. The air around it crackled with raw energy, and the song itself seemed to resist its presence. You failed, the figure spoke, its voice deep and echoing, a cold, malevolent sound that seemed to vibrate in Elara's chest. The song cannot save you. It was never meant to. The figure stepped forward, its eyes glowing with an unnatural light, its shape flickering and rippling like smoke. Elara's blood ran cold as she realized what this figure was, something ancient, far older than the Keeper of Shadows, something that had been waiting for this moment to finally break free. You. Elara whispered, taking a step back. Who are you? I am the end, the figure replied, its voice like the final notes of a dying song. The true end of your harmony. The one who has been sealed away for centuries, waiting for the song to falter. The ground trembled again, and the rift seemed to expand even wider, its dark power spilling into the world like an unstoppable flood. Elara could feel the air growing heavier with each passing second, the song struggling to hold the balance. Kale stepped forward, his sword drawn and ready, though even he could feel the weight of the figure's presence. "We won't let you destroy the song," he said, his voice steady, though his eyes betrayed his uncertainty. "We will fight." The figure's laugh echoed through the meadow, cold and cruel. "You cannot fight what is already within you. The song is the cause of your undoing, not your salvation. And now, you will learn the truth." The rift continued to grow, and Elara could feel the dark energy seeping into her, twisting her thoughts, pulling at her very soul. The song, once so pure and clear, was now filled with discord, a cacophony that made her head spin. For the first time, she felt its fragility. "Elara, stay strong." Kale's voice broke through the chaos. He reached out for her, his grip firm around her wrist. "Don't let it pull you in." She nodded, her heart racing as she clung to the last thread of the song's light. This was no ordinary enemy. This was the true force behind the darkness that had threatened the world for so long, the one that had been watching, waiting for the right moment to strike. But Elara refused to give in. She would not let the darkness win. With a deep breath, she raised her hands to the sky, her voice trembling but resolute. "The song is not a curse," she said, her words steady. "It is the heart of the world. And I will protect it, no matter what." As she sang, the light of the song surged within her, fighting back against the oppressive shadows. But the figure's presence grew stronger, its power amplifying with every passing moment. This battle was far from over. And Elara knew that if they were to save the world, they would have to face the darkness in its truest form, together. The tension in the air was suffocating, the ground beneath them trembling as the rift continued to grow. Shadows twisted and spiraled, reaching out like claws, scratching at the edges of the world. Elara could feel the weight of the figure's presence pressing against her chest, cold and oppressive, like a storm on the verge of breaking. The figure, this ancient, malevolent being, towered over them, its form ever changing, flickering in and out of focus, as though it was not meant to exist in the world at all. The air crackled with an energy that was both terrifying and irresistible. The song, the very thing that had once held everything together, now seemed fragile, as if it too was being torn apart by the force that stood before them. "You cannot escape it," the figure said, its voice a deep, echoing rumble. "The song is nothing more than a prison, a lie woven into the fabric of this world. You think it holds the power to heal, to protect, but it is the root of your destruction." Elara clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms. She could feel the darkness swirling around her, the song's light flickering, struggling to hold its ground against the figure's overwhelming presence. But she refused to give in. The song was not a prison, it was life, it was hope, it was everything that the world needed to survive. She would not let it be consumed by the shadow. "We will not let you win," Elara said, her voice steady, though her heart was racing. "The song is not a lie. It is the heart of this world, and we will protect it." The figure's laugh echoed through the meadow, cold and mocking. "You think your words will stop me? You think your petty song can change the course of history? The world is not meant to be bound by such trivial things. The song will break, Elara. You will break." A blast of dark energy surged from the rift, crashing against the ground like a wave, sending ripples of shadow across the meadow. Elara staggered, the force of the blast knocking her back. Her heart raced as she fought to steady herself, but the world around her seemed to spin. The song's light flickered, waning under the pressure of the dark power that surrounded them. Kale was by her side in an instant, his hand gripping her arm, steadying her. "Stay strong, Elara. We can still fight." Elara nodded, her breathing shallow as she fought to maintain her focus. The song was still there, faint but persistent, a light that refused to die. She had to hold on, for the sake of the world, for the sake of everything they had fought for. With a deep breath, Elara closed her eyes, reaching within herself for the song. She could feel its energy, a soft, pulsing warmth in the depths of her heart. It was there, still strong, still waiting for her to call upon it. The world was fractured, yes, but the song had the power to heal, to mend the broken pieces and restore balance. "Elara, we need you," Kale shouted, his voice breaking through the darkness. "You are the key. You're the only one who can stop this." Elara opened her eyes, her gaze fierce and unyielding. "I will stop it. I will protect the song." With those words, she raised her arms high, and the song's light surged within her, breaking free from the confines of her chest and spilling into the air around them. The melody rang out, clear and pure, a sound that seemed to reverberate through the very earth itself. The light grew brighter, pushing back against the shadows, piercing through the dark energy like a blade of light. The figure recoiled, its form flickering as the light of the song clashed with its dark presence. "No!" It screamed, its voice filled with fury. "You cannot fight what is already in motion. You cannot stop the inevitable." But Elara did not falter. She sang, her voice rising in harmony with the song, each note a plea to the world to heal, to remember its true purpose. The light of the song began to push back the shadows, tearing through the rift, pulling the darkness apart at the seams. The figure's form distorted, its shadowy tendrils writhing in agony as the light grew stronger. Kale stepped forward, his sword raised, ready to strike should the figure attempt to attack. "This is our world," he said, his voice resolute. "And we won't let you destroy it." The figure's form shattered, its dark energy collapsing into the rift, which began to close as the song's light surged forward. The ground trembled one last time, and with a final, deafening roar, the rift was sealed, leaving nothing but the soft hum of the song in its wake. For a moment, there was silence. Elara's breathing slowed as the last of the shadows disappeared, the meadow bathed in the pure light of the song. The song was still there, still strong, though it had been tested like never before. It had resisted the darkness. It had won. Kale stood beside her, his eyes wide with disbelief, but his expression filled with relief. "We did it," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. Elara nodded, her heart still racing as she looked out across the meadow. The battle had been won, but the war was far from over. The world was healing, but the scars would remain for a long time. We've won for now, Elara said softly, her gaze distant. But the song, it will always be tested. There will always be those who want to break it, to twist it. We have to be ready for whatever comes next. Kale placed a hand on her shoulder, his touch steady and comforting. We'll face it together. Whatever happens, we'll protect the song. Elara smiled, a faint but genuine smile, her heart swelling with hope. Together. And as the stars above began to shine brighter than ever before, Elara and Kale stood side by side, ready for whatever challenges lay ahead. The song had survived its greatest test, but the true journey was just beginning. The days following the closing of the rift were calm, but they were not without a lingering unease. The meadow, once filled with tension and darkness, now stood bathed in the gentle light of the song. The air felt fresher, the earth beneath their feet more solid, as though the world had exhaled a deep breath and was now trying to heal. But Elara knew, deep within her, that the peace was fragile. The forces that sought to unravel the song were not gone, they had merely been driven back for a time. The nights were still filled with the hum of the song, and though it sounded sweet and pure, Elara could sense a quiet sorrow beneath its beauty. It was as if the song itself knew it had been wounded, its heart scarred by the darkness that had sought to consume it. And though the rift had closed, the cracks in the world remained. Elara stood in the center of the meadow one evening, her eyes closed as she listened to the wind rustle through the trees, the starlight shining down from above. She could feel the song, steady and unyielding, its melody filling the air. But her thoughts were far from peaceful. The figure that had emerged from the rift, its words, its power, still haunted her mind. What if the darkness wasn't finished? What if this was only the beginning of something far worse? Kale approached her, his footsteps soft on the grass. She didn't need to turn to know he was there. She could feel him, his presence like a grounding force, a reminder that she wasn't alone in this fight. Elara, Kale's voice was gentle, but there was a hint of concern in it. You've been standing here for hours. Are you all right? She opened her eyes, turning to face him. His gaze was filled with understanding, but she could see the worry in his eyes too. The past few days had been a blur of quiet recovery, but she hadn't been able to shake the feeling that something was still wrong. I'm fine, Elara replied, though the words felt hollow even to her own ears. But I can't help but wonder. What if this wasn't the end? The darkness we faced was only a shadow of something greater. The figure, its words. She trailed off, shaking her head. I just can't shake the feeling that there's more to come. Kale studied her for a moment before speaking, his voice thoughtful. I've been thinking the same thing. The world isn't just healed because we closed the rift. The song was tested, but we don't know how much damage was done to it. Or to the balance of the world itself. Elara nodded. The more she thought about it, the more certain she became. The darkness had been repelled, yes, but it had left behind traces, fragments of itself embedded in the world, ready to take root again if they weren't careful. We can't afford to wait and see, Elara said, determination creeping into her voice. We need to find the source of the imbalance. We need to understand why the song was attacked in the first place. If we don't, If we don't uncover the truth, it might rise again, stronger than before. Kale's eyes softened, and he placed a hand on her shoulder. We'll find it together. We'll track down every lead, uncover every secret. Whatever it takes. Elara looked at him, her heart swelling with gratitude. She knew that with Kale by her side, she wasn't alone in this fight. Together, they would uncover the truth and face whatever lay ahead. As the days passed, they began their journey, traveling across the land in search of answers. The world was healing, but there were still remnants of the darkness that had once threatened it. They sought out those who had knowledge of the ancient song, the ones who understood its true power and its fragile nature. And slowly, piece by piece, they began to uncover the truth. What they learned, however, was far darker than anything they could have imagined. The song, it seemed, had not always been a force for balance. Long before Elara had been born, before the song had been woven into the world's fabric, it had been an instrument of control. Created by the ancients, it was a tool meant to bind the forces of light and dark, to keep the world in a fragile harmony. But over time, the song had become distorted, its power twisted by those who sought to use it for their own purposes. It was the very thing that had caused the imbalance in the first place, the reason why the Keeper of Shadows had been able to rise. As they journeyed deeper into the secrets of the song, they uncovered ancient texts, hidden rituals, and forgotten prophecies, each one pointing to a singular truth. The song was not a gift to the world, but a prison. A prison built to keep something far worse contained, and as they pieced together the puzzle, Elara felt a cold dread settle in her chest. The darkness they had fought, the figure that had emerged from the rift, was not the true enemy. It had been the guardian, the warden, tasked with keeping the true threat locked away. A force older than time itself. A force that had been imprisoned by the song long ago, but the prison was weakening, and the world was beginning to fracture. Elara, Kale's voice interrupted her thoughts, breaking the heavy silence that had settled between them. He was standing at the edge of a cliff, looking out over the vast expanse of the land. "We've found something." Elara joined him, her heart quickening. Kale held in his hand an ancient scroll, its edges frayed and its text barely legible. But the symbol at the top was unmistakable, the same symbol that had appeared in her dreams, the one that had marked the Keeper's power. "This," Kale said, his voice heavy with realization, "this is the key. The true key to the prison." Elara's breath caught in her throat. She took the scroll from him, her fingers trembling as she unfurled it. The text, though faded, was clear enough to read. It spoke of an ancient ritual, a way to seal the song's power forever, along with the darkness it had contained. But as she read further, she realized with a sinking heart that this ritual came with a price. A terrible price. To seal the song's power would mean the destruction of the very thing that held the world together. The song, its light and its balance, would be lost forever. The world would return to chaos, and the forces of darkness would rise unchecked. Elara's mind raced. Could they truly make such a sacrifice? Could they destroy the very thing that had healed the world? Would the world even survive without it? "We have a choice," Kale said quietly, his voice filled with resolve. "We can either destroy the song, or we can face the consequences of letting it continue to bind the world." Elara's heart pounded. The decision was too great, too impossible. The fate of the world rested on their shoulders, and the weight of it felt like a mountain, and in that moment, as the wind whispered through the trees and the starlight above seemed to shimmer with uncertainty, Elara knew that whatever choice they made, it would shape the future of the world forever. The weight of the choice pressed heavily on Elara's shoulders, each heartbeat a reminder of the immense responsibility she carried. The world, once saved from the brink of destruction, now teetered on the edge once again. The song, the very thing that had held everything together, was both their salvation and their greatest threat. Elara looked at the scroll in her hands, her eyes tracing the faded words. The ritual it described was ancient, filled with symbols she didn't fully understand, but its meaning was clear. To destroy the song would mean the destruction of the world's fragile balance. The forces of light and dark, though chaotic at times, had been held in check by the song's presence. To sever that connection would leave the world vulnerable to forces beyond imagination, but was it truly the only way? Could the song, even now, be the cause of the instability they feared? Kale's voice broke through her thoughts, soft but firm. We can't rush into this, Elara. There's always another way. There has to be. Elara turned to him, her gaze meeting his with a mixture of sorrow and determination. What if there isn't? What if this is the only choice we have left? Her fingers tightened around the scroll, the tension in her chest rising. The darkness we fought wasn't the true enemy. It was the warden of something much worse. We've been protecting this world for so long, but maybe we've been guarding a lie. Kale stepped closer, his hand resting gently on her arm. I know you feel this burden. I can see it in your eyes. But don't forget what we've already accomplished. We've faced impossible odds before, and we've always found a way through. There is always another path. Elara looked out over the meadow, the starlit sky stretching endlessly above her. The song's soft hum filled the air, a sound both beautiful and haunting. She could feel its presence, a pull at her soul, reminding her of the peace it had once brought. But now, that peace felt tenuous. The darkness was still out there, and the cracks in the world were becoming harder to ignore. We can't ignore what we've learned, Elara said, her voice low. The song may have been our salvation, but it was also a tool of control. If the forces beyond it are truly as dangerous as we fear, then we can't allow the song to hold them in check forever. It's not just the darkness we're fighting, it's everything the song was meant to contain. Kale's eyes softened, a flicker of understanding passing between them. But if we destroy the song, what happens then? How do we hold back the darkness? Elara was silent for a long moment, her mind racing. The choice was as agonizing as it was inevitable. But she had learned something over the course of this journey, something that had taken root deep within her. The song, while powerful, was not the only thing that shaped the world. There was a deeper, ancient force at play. One that was tied to the very fabric of the land itself. The song isn't the only way to hold the balance, Elara finally said, her voice filled with a quiet certainty. It was created to be a prison, but it's not the only lock. We can find another way to contain the darkness, without destroying everything we've fought for. Kale raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. You have an idea? Elara nodded slowly. I do. We need to find the ancient guardians of the song. The ones who originally created it. There must be more to the story, more that we don't know. The ritual isn't just about destruction, it's about understanding what's truly at stake. We need to learn how the song was meant to work in balance, not in control. Kale's expression turned thoughtful. And you think the guardians can help? I have to believe they can, Elara replied. They were the ones who crafted the song in the first place. They must know how to undo the damage it's caused. And if they don't, then we'll find another way. But we can't make this decision in the dark. We need to know everything. Kale nodded, his resolve hardening. Then we find them. Together. And so, with a renewed sense of purpose, Elara and Kale set out once more. Their path was uncertain, and the risks were great, but they knew that they couldn't simply abandon the world to its fate. The guardians of the song might hold the key to restoring balance, or to discovering a new way forward. The journey was long, taking them to forgotten ruins and hidden places where only the bravest dared tread. Along the way, they encountered strange and ancient beings, remnants of a time before the world had fractured. Each encounter brought them closer to the truth, each step filled with both danger and discovery. In the heart of an ancient forest, they found what they were looking for, an altar carved into the side of a mountain, covered in runes and symbols that pulsed with an eerie light. It was here, deep within the earth, that the last guardians of the song had made their final stand. The air was thick with an energy Elara had never felt before, both old and new, light and dark. A perfect balance. This was the place where the song had been born, where it had been crafted to hold the world together. As they approached the altar, a figure stepped out from the shadows, an ancient being, tall and cloaked in flowing robes, its face hidden by a hood. The figure raised its hand in greeting, and its voice echoed through the air like a song of its own. Elara, Kale, the figure said, its voice both familiar and strange. You have come to seek the truth of the song, and of the world. Elara stepped forward, her heart racing. Yes, she said, her voice steadied despite the overwhelming presence of the figure. We need to understand the song's true nature. We need to know how to protect the world without destroying it. The figure lowered its hood, revealing a face both ancient and wise, its eyes glowing with a soft, otherworldly light. You seek the balance, the figure said. But balance is not something that can be forced. It is a delicate harmony, one that can be lost just as easily as it is found. Elara and Kale exchanged a glance, both understanding the weight of the words. The song, they now knew, was not the answer. It was a tool, a means to an end. But it was up to them to find a new way to restore what had been broken. We are ready to learn, Elara said, her voice filled with resolve. We will do whatever it takes. The figure nodded. Then listen well, for the path you seek will not be easy. But if you are willing to make the sacrifices required, you may yet save this world from the darkness that lurks beneath its surface. With those words, the figure stepped aside, revealing the truth they had come so far to uncover, and so, their journey into the heart of the world began anew, this time, with the knowledge that their choices would shape the very fate of all things. The figure's presence was overwhelming, as though time itself had paused in reverence to its ancient wisdom. Elara and Kale stood before the guardian of the song, both of them feeling the weight of what lay ahead. There was no turning back now, no simple choice between destruction and salvation. They had stepped into a realm beyond the ordinary, where the very fabric of existence trembled under the weight of forgotten truths. The guardian, tall and cloaked in the deep shadows of its robes, watched them with an intensity that seemed to pierce through their souls. Elara could feel its gaze upon her, as though it knew her thoughts, her doubts, her deepest fears. And yet, there was no judgment in its eyes, only an ancient understanding, the kind that could only come from a being who had witnessed the rise and fall of worlds. "You seek the balance," the figure repeated, its voice like the whisper of the wind through the trees. But balance is not something that can be seized. It is not something that can be imposed by force. It is the natural order, the flow of all things. And like all things, it must be nurtured, protected, and allowed to grow. Kale stepped forward, his brow furrowed in concern. But how do we nurture it? How do we protect it without the song? The guardian's eyes gleamed softly in the dim light, its face unreadable. The song was never the true source of balance, Kale. It was only a conduit, a bridge between worlds. It was meant to guide, to keep the flow of light and darkness in harmony. But the true source of balance lies within the world itself. Within every living being, every tree, every river, every star. Elara's heart quickened as she listened, her mind racing to make sense of the guardian's words. So, the song wasn't the only way. It wasn't the key to keeping the world in balance. No, the guardian replied. It was a key, but only a temporary one. It was forged to bind the forces together, to keep them from tearing each other apart. But the forces of light and dark are not enemies, they are simply different sides of the same coin. The world cannot thrive in harmony if one side is suppressed or controlled. Balance comes from understanding and acceptance, not domination. Elara's eyes widened as she began to understand. The song had not been meant to imprison the forces, it had been meant to guide them, to ensure they worked together. And somewhere along the way, it had been twisted into a tool of control. Its true purpose forgotten, but if the song wasn't the answer, Kale said, his voice filled with a new sense of hope, then how do we restore the balance? How do we keep the darkness from overwhelming the world? The guardian's gaze softened, and it stepped aside, revealing a path hidden in the shadows. The answer lies within the heart of the world, in the place where the forces of light and dark first met. There, you will find the power to restore the balance, not through force, but through unity. Through the understanding that the light and dark are not separate, but are part of the same whole. Elara's mind raced as she looked down the path the guardian had revealed. It was a dark and winding road, one that seemed to lead deep into the heart of the earth. The air was thick with an ancient energy, one that hummed with the pulse of life itself. This was where it all began, the birthplace of balance, where the forces had first come together. "We must go," Elara said, her voice steady with purpose. "This is the only way." Kale nodded, his expression resolute. "We've come this far. We won't turn back now." With that, they stepped onto the path, their footsteps echoing in the silence of the ancient forest. As they walked, the air grew colder, the shadows deeper. The ground beneath them shifted, and the trees seemed to close in, their branches twisting together like the threads of an old tapestry. The journey was long, and the further they traveled, the more they could feel the weight of the world pressing down upon them. It was as if the earth itself was holding its breath, waiting for them to reach the heart of it all. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, they arrived at a vast clearing. At the center of the clearing stood a towering stone structure, its surface covered in intricate runes and symbols that glowed faintly in the darkness. The air hummed with a palpable energy, and Alara could feel the pull of it deep within her bones. "This is it," Kale whispered, awe in his voice. Alara stepped forward, her hand reaching out to touch the stone. As her fingers made contact, a surge of energy coursed through her, filling her with a deep, ancient knowledge. She saw visions of the world in its earliest form, before the song had been created. She saw the forces of light and dark, not as enemies, but as two halves of the same whole, dancing together in a perfect harmony. She saw the song, woven between them, not as a prison, but as a guide, a bridge to help them understand each other. And then, the visions faded, leaving Alara standing alone in the clearing, her heart racing. She understood now. The song had been a tool, yes, but it had been a tool that had grown out of fear, out of the belief that the forces could not coexist. The true power of balance lay in the acceptance of both light and dark. In their ability to work together, the world must learn to embrace both, Alara said softly, her voice filled with newfound clarity. The song was never meant to control, but to guide. And we can still guide it, but we must teach the world how to live with both forces, not fear them. Kale nodded, his eyes filled with understanding. We will show them the truth. We will show them that light and dark are not opposites. They are two sides of the same coin. As they stood in the clearing, the energy around them began to shift, the runes on the stone glowing brighter. The earth itself seemed to respond, its pulse quickening as if it were alive, aware of their presence. This was the moment they had been waiting for, the moment they would restore balance to the world. It was not through destruction, but through understanding. And as Alara and Kale stood together, ready to share their newfound wisdom, they knew that the world would never be the same again. The path ahead was uncertain, but they were no longer afraid. They had found the key to true balance, and they would ensure that it was shared with the world, no matter the cost. The air was thick with anticipation as Alara and Kale stood in the center of the ancient clearing, the stone altar humming softly beneath their touch. The world around them seemed to hold its breath, the sky above filled with stars, and the earth beneath their feet alive with an ancient pulse. The journey had brought them here, to the heart of the world, where the forces of light and dark had first met. The stone before them glowed brightly, its intricate runes shimmering with an energy that seemed to emanate from the earth itself. As Alara reached out to touch the stone once more, she felt it, a connection, deep and unfathomable, as though the world itself had opened its heart to her. The knowledge, the understanding, flowed through her like a river, and she understood then that the forces of light and dark were not as separate as they had once seemed. They were parts of a whole, each essential to the existence of the other. Kale stood beside her, his eyes reflecting the same understanding. They had both seen the truth now. And it was clear, balance was not something that could be forced or controlled. It was something that had to be nurtured, understood, and respected. And in that moment, Elara knew what they had to do. "We can't keep the world in the dark any longer," she whispered, her voice filled with the weight of the realization. "The truth must be shared. The world needs to know that light and dark are not enemies, but partners in the dance of life." Kale nodded, his expression determined. "We've seen the truth, and now we have to help others see it too. The world can't heal if it's divided." Elara turned her gaze toward the horizon, where the first light of dawn was beginning to break through the darkness. It was a new day, a new beginning, a chance for the world to rebuild, to rediscover the balance that had once been lost. But even as hope blossomed within her, there was a lingering sense of unease. The journey was far from over. The forces that had once threatened the world were not easily dismissed. There would be those who resisted the truth, who would try to maintain the illusion of division. But Elara and Kale were ready. They had come this far, and they would not turn back. The Guardian's voice echoed in their minds, soft but clear. "The balance is fragile, Elara. It will take time, and it will take effort. But with the right guidance, the world can find its way." Elara looked at Kale. And together, they made the silent promise to do whatever it took to bring that guidance to the world. Their mission was not just about restoring balance, it was about creating a future where all could coexist, where light and dark could dance together without fear. As they left the clearing, the energy of the stone slowly began to fade, the runes dimming as if to signal the end of one chapter and the beginning of another. The path ahead was uncertain, filled with both hope and challenge, but they were no longer afraid. The world had changed. And they would be the ones to help guide it into a new age. The days that followed were filled with both excitement and uncertainty. Elara and Kale traveled across the land, sharing the truth they had discovered with those they met. Some embraced it immediately, eager for a new way of living, while others clung to the old ways, refusing to accept the idea that light and dark were not enemies. But despite the resistance, the seed of understanding had been planted, and slowly, the world began to change. The forces that had once seemed so opposed now began to work together in ways that had never been imagined. The light no longer sought to banish the darkness, and the darkness no longer sought to consume the light. They began to dance together, side by side, as they had once done in the beginning. In time, the world healed. The scars of the past began to fade, and the lands that had once been barren began to flourish once more. The forests grew tall and strong, the rivers ran clear and full, and the stars in the sky seemed to shine brighter than ever before. But even as the world found its balance, there were whispers of forces beyond the stars, of ancient powers that still lurked in the shadows, waiting for the moment when the balance would falter. And though Elara and Kale had restored peace to the world, they both knew that the journey was far from over. The forces of light and dark were not the only powers in the universe, and the balance they had restored was fragile, always at the mercy of those who would seek to upset it. But for now, they had done what they could. And that was enough. As the seasons shifted and the world slowly but steadily transformed, Elara and Kale continued their journey. The world had started to embrace the harmony of balance. The light and dark no longer fought against one another, but instead existed side by side, a dance of opposites that strengthened the fabric of life itself. It was a fragile peace, but it was peace nonetheless. In their travels, they encountered many different people, some who had heard of their journey and welcomed their teachings with open arms, and others who, though hesitant at first, found themselves moved by the truth Alara and Kale shared. The message was simple, yet profound. Balance was not something to fear, but something to be nurtured. The world, once divided and on the brink of chaos, began to breathe a new life. Forests that had been withering now thrived with lush green canopies. Rivers that had run dry were now full and flowing, their waters clear and vibrant. The sky, once dim and filled with clouds, now shimmered with the brightness of countless stars, each one a testament to the harmony that had been restored. But even as the world blossomed in ways it had not known for centuries, Alara and Kale knew that their work was not yet done. The balance they had fought so hard to restore was delicate, and there were still pockets of resistance, forces that sought to bring back the old ways. To cling to a time when the light and dark were enemies, not equals, Alara stood one evening on a hill overlooking the land they had helped heal. The horizon stretched out before her, painted with the golden hues of sunset, the stars just beginning to twinkle in the growing twilight. She could feel the pulse of the earth beneath her feet, the steady rhythm of life flowing through the land. But even as she marveled at the beauty of the world, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was waiting, something in the shadows, waiting for the moment when the balance might falter. Kale stood beside her, his eyes reflecting the same concerns. We've come so far, but there are still those who resist. There are still those who believe the old ways are the only way. Alara nodded, her gaze fixed on the distant mountains where the sky met the earth in a soft blur. I know. But we've changed the world. We've shown that balance is possible. Now, we just have to continue guiding those who are willing to learn. The rest, they will have to find their own way. The wind shifted, and Alara felt a familiar energy in the air, a pulse, deep and ancient. It was the heartbeat of the earth itself, as if it were reminding them that their work was far from over. The balance they had restored was not a permanent fix, but a living, breathing force that required constant care. They had not simply healed the world. They had awakened it. There will always be those who fear change, Kale said, his voice steady. But as long as we remain true to the balance, we can face whatever comes. Alara turned to him, her eyes filled with determination. Yes, and we will. We will guide those who seek harmony, and protect the balance we've worked so hard to restore. We have to trust in the world, in its ability to heal. As they stood together, a quiet understanding passed between them. The world had been given a second chance, a chance to live in harmony with itself. But that peace was not something that could be taken for granted. It was something that needed to be nurtured, like a flame that could easily be extinguished if left unattended. And so, Alara and Kale made a vow that day, to never stop guiding the world toward balance, to never stop teaching the truth that they had learned. The journey was far from over, but they were no longer afraid of the unknown. They had faced darkness and light, and found their way through both. Together, they would continue to walk the path of harmony, knowing that the road ahead might be uncertain, but that the world they had saved was worth every step. The stars above shone brighter than ever before, and the meadow at their feet bloomed with life. The dance of light and dark, once a battle, had become a song. A song that would echo through the ages, reminding all who listened that balance was not a destination, it was a journey. One that could never truly end.